Yeah, before you say anything though, before we gotta start this thing out. I don't know if you've streamed since the news came out. We should probably do something quick
Re-
about David Lynch.
Yeah, rest in peace,
Rest
Lynch.
in peace. He's
Yeah,
living in the
yes.
cosmos right now. I think that I've seen 7 of his movies this weekend because I had the work off, and he might be the best one to do it, like
Oh yeah,
ever.
I
So,
I have a
like,
special
such good shit.
I have a special extra special
Yeah.
honorable mention for him. And that's all I'll say. I'm not going to spoil it.
Yeah,
But
I think I know what you're referring to.
because
Maybe
it's not
possibly.
technically a feature film, but I
It's
want
not, but it's so fucking great though.
it's one of
So
the
it's like
best
you
things I've
gotta
seen this
have
decade.
it.
Oh, and for those wondering about the cliffhanger, I got a call. My balls don't actually have polio. It was just drainage. It's all good. So no need to worry. I am not going to die.
Are we gonna start with the real drainage, the worst of the list?
Yes, we are going to.
Also, yeah, rest in peace to David Lynch. I got a chance to watch his movies during the pandemic, and I haven't seen Twin Peaks, but the guy was a talented director. Whether you love his movies or hate his movies, you can't deny that he did have ambition, and he was always have his creative say so into his style, especially with movies like Mulholland Drive and such. Even if it's a movie I didn't like his version of Dune, I don't like it, I don't hate it, but you could definitely tell his style is in there despite the studio interference. But
Mhm.
he will be missed dearly.
So I have an idea for the whole David Lynch thing. And first off, I think that Dune is the one instance where David Lynch, the feeling is mutual, Josh.
It's
I don't think he liked
middle
that.
ground movie for me. Literally, like 9, 10 of his projects are 505s, like just straight up on the gate. Like the only ones I wouldn't say are like Elephant Man and like Dune and like Straight Story. Everything else he's made as a
Oh,
5.
okay. Well, that's what leads into my topic. So before we begin the worst, let's go around and just say what's our favorite David Lynch movie. I'm gonna start. I will say. Here's the thing: I have a special place in my heart for The Straight Story because it is the first and only David Lynch film I got to see theatrically. So, first run. I saw it when it came out.
I
So,
was gonna say because I definitely saw Inland Empire in theaters, but that was like the re-release.
yeah, I was like 12 when Inland
Yeah.
Empire came out. So, like, well, and you're younger than I am, Becca. So, I mean, but okay, let me put it to you this way: I've seen Inland Empire projected. I'm talking about first run, like when it first came out.
I never got to see any of them because he never got them.
But I
Yeah.
gotta say, my favorite David Lynch movie. I know it's a choice everybody picks, but Eraserhead. I love Eraserhead.
Okay, I guess I'll go. Yeah.
Great one.
Which one's yours?
Mulholland Drive is my favorite of his.
Good pick.
I'll give 3 because I've just watched like most of them just now again. I'd say top 3: Mulholland Drive, Inland Empire, and Blue Velvet. All 3
Oh, Blue
fantastic
Velvet.
movies.
Yeah, Blue Velvet's a great pick. Mulholland Drive. I'd also, I know, Josh, you haven't seen it because you haven't seen the show yet, and that's a good call. But Twin Peaks, Fire Walk with Me.
Fire Walk with Me is just a beautiful.
No, I haven't seen. I know about Twin Peaks. I just haven't watched it.
Mm.
Walk with Me is like a beautiful film about just being a woman in society.
Well,
It's such a good fucking movie.
My recommendation, Josh, is if you're going to watch Twin Peaks, and I hope you do one day, watch the initial 2 seasons, then watch Fire Walk with Me, and then watch The Return. That's the ideal way to watch
The
it.
missing pieces, if you want added
Oh,
stuff,
yeah.
watch the missing pieces and all the add-on deleted scenes. But yeah, that's a good way to do it because then you get the full picture as people saw it as it came out.
Mhm.
I
All
don't
right.
have Twin Peaks on physical media, but I will. I do want to check it out.
It's got. I feel like that's one of those ones that if the actual network distributor isn't in print, like Shout Factory or somebody has to have a complete series box set of that show or something.
Set. I think it's
Okay.
it's Paramount. Paramount did a Blu-ray of the initial run, and then they did a Blu-ray of the new
Wait,
series.
so yeah, Paramount owns it, right? Because Showtime did the return. So I
It's
guess
on Paramount Plus, and it's on like wherever Showtime is for everyone else. It's in on
well,
both
that
of
would
them.
be Paramount Plus for us.
Yeah.
States.
Then it's there.
That's dope. Okay. That being said, guys, I'm gonna say this. I know we all like to chitty chat here, and that's wonderful. I only get 20 hours of this. I've already used 11 of them this month. There's 2 weeks.
Be quick about it. This first intro will be quick because I feel like you can't really say anything other than it's shit.
Okay, so we're gonna start with the worst. Does anybody have dishonorable mentions? I have a few.
I have some.
Okay, go ahead, man. You can start.
We have The Empty Man, Doolittle, Cosmic Sin, Y, Bruce Willis, Megamind versus the Doom Syndicate, Founders Day, Ape versus Monster 1 and 3, which I didn't even know Ape versus Monster was a trilogy. Goddamn you, Asylum. Moonfall, Roland Emmerich, just stop. Terror on the Prairie, not the only Dale Wire movie you will see on this list. He's all that.
Yeah, 100%.
Thank God for Thanksgiving, because if this was the only thing I saw Addison Rae in, I would hate her for this.
I agree.
Vanquish, Cocaine Shark,
Hell yeah.
Terror. What a waste of Jacob Batalon, Avantika, and Larson Thompson, who they really try, but this should have been better. Especially with the interesting concepts.
Mm-hmm.
The biggest disappointments, Halloween Ends, Deep Water, and Eternals. I know some of you guys enjoy Eternals. That's fine. I've tried with 2 watches. I just can't get into it. It's a frustrating movie.
Which movie was it?
Eternals. It's not the worst of the decade. It's just a frustrating disappointment. And guilty pleasure of the worst of is Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey. I know this movie's bad, but damn it, will laugh my ass off with this shit.
It's too good to be on my list.
I'll give you credit, Josh, but I will also add this. I would put personally Moonfall and Deep Water on my guilty pleasure list, just because they're incredibly bad.
Oh, Moonfall! Oh, just wait till we get to my actual worst of. We'll. I put Moonfall twice on my worst stuff. It's okay. I'll just say something else with number 8.
Cool. Okay, so Becca, do you want to go last or do you want to go next?
I could go next. Are we doing 10? Are we at 10 now?
Well, we're doing 10, but if you have dishonorable mentions, this is
Benny. I only came up with 10. I was like, I care more about my best list.
Right. Understandable. So I'm gonna do mine then, I guess, for dishonorable mentions, and then we'll start with Josh's 10, and then we'll go till 1. Basically 10 to 1. You know the drill. What I call the Putnam method. You go 1, 10 to 1. So my dishonorable mentions, some really shitty movie. He's All That. Just you're well said, Josh. If it wasn't for Thanksgiving, this Addison Rae, I don't know who she is, and I couldn't
forgot she was in that shit.
She's
All good in Thanksgiving.
A movie so bad they didn't even remember to render the green screen properly. Remember the scene where she does the dance
where she's dancing in her hand?
The skyline? Yeah.
Also,
it's bad.
How the hell did you agree to get Matthew Lillard, Rachel Lee Cook, and Tanner McConaughey? You got Madison Pedersen here. How?
Rachel Lee Cook is there literally to eat Lucky Charms and talk about how great they are.
She's there in the same way of like Alicia Silverstone in the Valley Girl remake, where it's like you're just here to tell the story, and that's about it.
Also, Mark Waters, what happened to you, man?
Right.
You're a good director. Mean Girls. Freaky Friday. What the fuck?
The Spiderwick Chronicles, quite frankly, that's an underrated.
Yeah. Yes. When he stopped making movies for them, for Disney, it kind of went. Whoop. Yeah. Now it's like bullshit.
Well, the thing too is like the only good the only laugh I got was from Matthew Lillard, and that's just because Matthew Lillard's awesome, and it was the scene with the DJ. Other than that, this movie
on his iPad.
That was one of the only.
Yeah,
That was one of the only few things in that movie I actually didn't mind because I did a full review of it in 2021. I did it outside.
that was the one funny scene. Yeah, I laughed where I'm like, that's good.
Well,
That's
the gag where he talks to the kid and he tells him how much he's owing. He's going to charge. How much he what's I can't make words say. How
the
much
money he has in the
owes him
budget,
for
yeah.
the gig, right? And he goes,
and it's just on a fucking iPad.
And it's on a fucking iPad. He goes, it's on a fucking iPad. He goes, yeah. He goes, you do realize that that's more than my annual salary. He goes, whatever, bro. That got a laugh out of me. That was the only part. I was like, okay, that's Matthew Lillard's awesome. He can do no wrong, and that's kind of the one gag that I was like, okay, that got a smile out of me. But yeah, fuck that movie, and fuck the message too. That like being an Instagram
Oh my
influencer
god, the message was so bad. Say whatever y'all want about this. Say whatever you want about She's All That. At least that movie, while it does have things that does not age well today, at least it was still, let me guess, a competently made movie.
Right. Well, and then on top of that, the message of the movie coming out right after COVID about how like my mom's a nurse. How lame. She should be an Instagram influencer. Instagram influencers make more money than nurses do. Ha ha ha! I have more money than you, mom. She's like, fuck you, bitch. What a tone deaf message and what a bad movie. But yeah, on dishonorable mentions, am I racist? Yes, you are, Matt Walsh. I was gonna put it on the list, but then I realized I can't really call that a movie. So I'm gonna put that. I'm also gonna put Vindicating Trump and The Man You Don't Know, because fuck Dinesh D'Souza and the man who I could care less about who made The Man You Don't Know. Just get your mouth off of Donald's cock, please. It's not fun. And then also Cats and Dogs 3, Paws Unite.
Okay.
Fucking shit.
Nope, didn't see that.
So bad it's good movies. I guess we could throw, like, I don't know, The Wolf and the Lion in there. We could throw Madam Web in there. We could throw Morbius in there. Craven.
Wait.
Like not. Those are fun movies. They're not like.
I stopped giving a shit about the Sony Marvel universe after Madam Web. Sony, stick to Ghostbusters, stick to Jumanji, stick to original movies like Anyone But You, stick to the fucking Spider-Verse and Tom Holland Spider-Man movies.
The Spider-Verse.
Because you're more competent there than you are with these villain movies. And I'll say more what I have to say when I get to number 6 in Madam Web, because I got some choice words.
I feel like for me they're fun, but like they're not like offensive, so they don't go on the worst of the list because it's not like it personally offends me. The ones on my list are films that personally like I find egregious.
And I was never bored by them. But the other thing too is let me throw some others. God, I'm kind of winging this. I didn't write them down, but like fucking gosh, what is it? Just I can't even think of any more. Let's just think like, I don't know. Fantasy Island.
Okay.
Fucking sucked. But
honestly, I didn't hate that movie. I just thought it was disappointing.
I kind of agree with
you wasted Lucy Hale again.
Yeah, it was just a weird. I feel like it's not one of the worst, but I just thought it was weird to basically do a movie that isn't Fantasy Island and then throw in like 4 references where you're like, oh, get it? Tattoo? It's like, nah, bro, shut the fuck up, bro.
No,
that's the moment that my parents call bullshit, was when that fucking when they do the tattoo shit and they're like, no, they're not fucking doing this.
If you want to watch a good Lucy Hale movie, there was one that came out this time last year called Which Brings Me to You. That was kind of underrated with her and Nat Wolff. I actually saw that when I was in Utah. It was pretty good flick. I saw
it. Yeah. It was a Sundance movie.
Yeah. All right. But now it is time for our number 10. Josh, my good sir, what is your number 10? Worst movie of the decade so far?
Number 10, I still cannot believe that this even got made. Songbirds.
Oh, yeah.
This was way too soon. This was too soon.
Oh, yeah.
The fact that you dare make a movie about this while we were in
Apple movie? Yeah, the one,
And
the
you,
fucking COVID movie with KJ Appa.
The
how
Michael
did you
Bay one? Yeah.
Okay, I
you
forgot
waste
that
First
came
you
out.
one.
you wa- you wasted KJ Apple, Sophia Carson, Demi Moore,
Right.
Paul Walter Hauser, Jenna Ortega, I think. Yeah. Was she in
Really?
it? Yeah, yes. Jenna
Fuck.
Ortega was in this. Also, you wasted Alexandra Daddario in this.
Oh my
This
god.
could
Yeah.
have the fall. I could be a little bit more forgiving on this movie if this was at least a freaking satire, or you just waited to do this. But no, you didn't. Let's just make this movie because you want to capitalize on a fucking personal tragedy, which really pisses me off.
What the
The
fuck?
only good thing
Yeah.
the only good thing I can say about this is that the cast was trying. The
Mhm.
cast, despite the script, they tried. But that's not enough to save this movie from being on this list because everything else around it, between the filmmaking, between the script, between the pace, is complete crap.
Yeah, I'm full disclosure. I didn't see this movie because I'm pretty sure this is one of those films that went straight to VOD, and it was like a $20 rental. I was
When?
like, fuck that.
It went straight to VOD. You ain't missing nothing.
That's what I hear because I saw this on a lot of worst of lists, and it was kind of a situation of like, it's like, do I want to just be depressed for an hour and a half? Nah.
Maybe if that came out like 6 years ago with more knowledge and more respectability, maybe it could have been a good movie. But
you want to see a couple of really good COVID movies that aren't necessarily thrillers. I'll give you two. Lockdown, I thought was super underrated with Anne Hathaway and Chiwetel Ejiofor. That was pretty good. And there's a movie that came out. It was in theaters here, but it was in only a TV movie in the UK. But it was called Together. It had James McAvoy and Sharon Horgan in it. That was really good.
COVID movies. I got one that they
movies.
shot it during COVID. It has
Timmy.
that small energy. A movie called We Need to Do Something, where a family's locked in a bathroom. That movie is like very COVID movie, and it rocks.
Kimmy was a good
it's
one.
sick.
Kimmy.
Yeah, Kimmy was
The Steven
interesting
Soderbergh
too.
movie.
Yeah.
But I got another one for you. Let Them All Talk with Meryl Streep. That was one of the best movies of that year.
One too. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So that's your number 10, Josh?
Yes, that's my number 10.
Super. Becca, your number 10.
I'll be quick about this one, but 10, I have The Mousetrap. This is like the most recent one. I had to throw something in from this year, and it's bad. Like, it's genuinely like it's worse than Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey, like the first one.
Well,
I cannot believe
It's basically a movie. It's Green Goblin. It's the Green Goblin joint from fucking No Way Home, but it's about Mickey Mouse. It's like, what the fuck is going on?
No, dude, I will say this. The Mousetrap didn't make my worst of list this year for one reason. There was one actual laugh it got out of me, and it was the very first thing in the movie. Is that disclaimer talking about how not only is this not authorized by Disney, they wouldn't even return our fucking.
You know what? I saw that, and I was like, okay, so they're making a Star Wars joke too. I was like, we're in for a terrible time. And I watched, I'm like, it is genuinely, it's probably the worst example of these like horror movies that have been coming out where they're like, hey, let's just take whatever the fuck could like pique people's interests copyright wise, and they just make shitty movies.
A 70-minute horror movie where a good 55 of those minutes is just a bunch of asshats
at a Chuck E. Cheese, and people say it's about abandoned. It's an abandoned Chuck E. Cheese, according to some people. But I'm like, but there's literally people playing games, like full movie. Like, what the fuck is going on?
Like that kind of thing. It's like,
literally, it's a Dave and Buster's that they
this
were like.
This was so bad. It was so bad, but I got some laughs out of it, and I did find some legit positives in it. But it's just when the minute this movie went to public domain, I knew my mom was going to be pretty upset about it because she loves Mickey Mouse. But
interested in the one that what's his face is doing. The one isn't Howard the dude from Terrifier. He's doing. Yeah. I'm more interested in that one
because the fucking costume looks alright.
weird, bro. the
That actually
costume for me, I'm like, what the fuck is going on? I'm interested to see what the hell this is.
Here's the thing with me with the Mousetrap also, like that when the ending happens. I'm not talking about the post credits scene. I'm talking about the moment they cut the credits. I had this moment of like, is that the worst ending since The Devil Inside, or is that one of the ballsiest, ironically hilarious non-endings ever? Like the
Because they're
balls
gonna
on
make
that
another
balls.
one. They're gonna make another one. They're already shooting it.
Really?
It's on Letterbox. There's another one coming out.
But I have to admit, the line I literally said in I said it. I was sitting here watching it on TV, of course, because it didn't get a theatrical release, at least here in this country. I was sitting there watching it at my house, and when they have that moment about like, dude, what the fuck? He goes, this mouse is a massive cunt. Just like, are you? Is that you motherfuckers? Really? Damn.
Not a great movie. I think it represents low budget, cheap ass filmmaking and why it sucks and we shouldn't do it. This cheap ass bullshit.
I found it. It's called Welcome to the Mickeyverse. What the fuck? Jamie Bailey? Really?
Another one, bro. They're just stealing the Winnie the Pooh joint idea of like, we're going to make a universe. Now they're going to do it too. And it's going to be just movies made for $2 and a can of Coke.
$10 and a Twizzler,
be big universes now, I guess.
Well, like, here's the thing. Just cut out the middleman and get the copy of the original short with riff tracks. That's really all you need. It's available. Like, just... All right, my number 10?
Yeah.
Okay, my number 10 is a movie that some would say is higher, but, you know, time goes on. I said it was the worst film I've ever seen. That was actually the first year I was doing this, and I said, if there's a worse movie, I'm going to prematurely end my time here. Luckily, that didn't happen that year, but this movie was the video review that was so hated by Christians that one of them came into the chat and called me basically the devil for not liking a movie. And that's my number 10, The Girl Who Believes in Miracles. Or as I like to call it, The Girl Who Believes in Magical Finn Wittrock Jesus Orb. Now, this movie, you don't know
about this before. This movie is fucking nuts.
It's amazing. It's bad, but at the same time, in hindsight, it is pretty funny, and that's why it's low on the list. Kevin Sorbo's in it. Peter Coyote from E.T. is in it. I gotta give you full disclosure. Mira Sorvino's in it. I met her. I actually took a picture with her. She was really cool. I didn't bring this up. Thank Jesus. I met her at the Sound of Freedom premiere, which that isn't aged well. But
I feel like everything I've heard about her is not aged well, which is unfortunate.
Which is weird because didn't she like start the whole Me Too thing? Like you'd think that she would be more on the side of like liberal values.
But I also feel like she's kind of been an asshole for a while, and that's just a part of her personality.
Well, she was really nice when I met her. I went up to her and I said, because this is true, I said, I love Romy and Michelle's high school reunion. She says, me too, which was funny. But yeah, it's a weird movie, and you know what's weird? It came out the same weekend because it came out around Easter that year, and it came out the same weekend as The Unholy, that terrible horror film with Jeffrey Dean Morgan in it. But what's weird is that it had kind of the same plot, except this is supposed to be like a sincere evangelical drama, and that's like a sacrilegious like supernatural devil movie, and somehow this is more ideologically scary than the horror film. It's kind of amazing. But yeah, number 10, The Girl Who Believes in Miracles. It's just fucking hell. Alright, number 9, Josh.
Number 9.
Yep.
This franchise, man. This hurts me. And before anyone say it, yes, I understand about the director who's is a convicted criminal. But I grew up watching the
that almost made my list.
Creepers Reborn. Except this is not directed by Victor Salva. This is directed by a different director. I'm a fan. I grew up.
Love the first two.
On the first two.
Off the fucking roof? Throwing that shit off the roof, bro? Oh my god.
Despite the criminal shit that Victor Salva did, I can pretend someone else did those movies, and I can watch them for what they are. The third
Mhm.
movie isn't great, but in
No.
comparison to Reborn, that movie makes Taro look like an Oscar contender because oh my
Mhm.
god, everything in this movie, almost everything was bad. Again, I give them credit for trying to make a movie during the pandemic and you didn't have a lot to work with. I'll give you that.
Mhm.
Also, I would say they try the cast tries, but I'm sorry when your shit looks like fucking PlayStation One graphics. That's why I lose fucking credibility. Not
It's the
even the
truth.
creeper looks like the creeper doesn't even look like the creeper. He looks like freaking the Party City with a mix of Spirit Halloween
Oh,
makeup.
okay. Full disclosure,
Scene for me.
I considered doing dishonorable mentions for movies that would have been on this list if I finished them, but this is one of those cases. Jeepers Creepers Reborn, I watched the first 5 minutes. Children of the Corn, I watched the first 15 minutes.
Ah,
Music,
Wait.
I watched the
Okay,
first.
Grant, you didn't even get to the scene that like blew my mind how bad it is, where they throw like a fucking thing into the creeper, and it's some of the worst fucking effects I've seen in my life.
Ooh.
Like it was
it's
insane.
so bad. So bad.
Also, music is not on this list because I got 20 minutes in and I'm like, I'm done with this ableist fucking bullshit, and I just turned it off.
Oh, just wait till we get
I
to my
know
number
you're gonna
one.
go
Wait, me
off.
too. Me
I got
too.
something for that ass. I got something for that movie's ass.
And guess
The
what?
Jeepers
And you know
Creepers
what? But you know
Reborn,
what?
you didn't miss much.
Maddie Ziegler would grow as an actor over the decade and be in better movies, but not that one. But like, oh, and Diana the musical too. I tapped out of that one around the time they got to that song about I think it was 30 or 40 minutes in where it's like what was it? Harry, oh Harry, my ginger-haired son, Harry, sweet Harry, you'll always be second to none. I'm like, fuck this, and I turned it off. Like, fuck this shit. I'm out. All right, but yeah, so Jeepers Creepers Reborn was one that I bailed on after about 10
Oh,
minutes.
you ain't missing much because
No,
it got worse. The
it.
only kind of laugh I got out of it was the whole girlfriend dressing up for a boyfriend. That got a laugh out of me.
Okay,
And
that's
with
got me a
this,
lot. That's ridiculous. That's why I laugh because that shit is ridiculous.
and the sad thing is, this is an interracial couple, so I should be for this.
Yeah,
If the script was better written, I would have been much okay with it. And it's not the fault of the actors. It's just
yeah. The other people
the
involved.
every time I think about this movie for 2022, I think of how obnoxious this was.
Yeah.
And I had a little bit of hope,
Mm.
but you crashed and burned like burnt kryptonite.
The 10 minutes I saw, I'm like, I've seen porn with better filmmaking in
It's really bad.
It's no genuine. Like I've seen it with better green screen effects. I've seen it with better like acting. I don't know what I was watching. I'm like, and the fact that this played in theaters, and I have friends close to me who saw it theatrically, I was like, you poor bastards, because it was a Fathom event, so you had to pay like upwards of $70 at some point.
Yeah, like they were charging a shit ton of money for all these
anything.
Fathoms.
Yeah,
and a lot of them are absolute shit, but you can bank off the fact that they're shit movies. Not all of them, no. But they did the same thing with Winnie the Pooh.
That have made my best of list. Like this year, my number 4 was a Fathom movie, which was Superman, the Christopher Reeve story.
Was a Fathom event too. You would usually go for their classic events because they would show like Silence of the Lambs and shit, and I'd be like, hell yeah, I want to see that in theaters.
Or like Ghibli Fest or something, like.
Or the Ghibli Fest, 100%. I did like 4 of those. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, like what was the one I went to?
And I did Spirited Away. I think those are the 2 I remember most.
I went to when they did the Death Note trilogy, the English dubs of those. I went to those. I went to go to all the riff tracks live. I've been to every one of those. The riff tracks. Oh, live.
But Rad.
Oh my god. I went to Rad. That was the first one I took. One of the only ones I took other people. I took my friends Austin and Sarah who'd never been to one of those, and they were having a ball, man. It was like It was hilarious. It was the what was it? They had a Gumby shirt beforehand. And he says, "Well, time to what was it? JFK Jr. This right into the nearest mountain or whatever. They're in a plane." And like, no, great. All right, number 9, Becca. What's yours?
I feel like I'll be quick about this because everyone probably agrees. Music.
Ugh.
Probably the most, I would say, studio-based film on this list of all the movies. It's just like a ridiculous fucking movie. Like it's insane that like, and like I get she was trying to do it from a personal place, but like I don't know. There were probably a lot of cues that she missed making that movie that kind of she would have been able to catch on how ridiculous the fucking movie is and how
Also,
like
fuck autism
problematic it is. Yeah.
Fuck autism speaks with a
autism speaks. Fucking this meaning my community, my autistic people.
Yeah. It's a hate.
Not a great movie.
It's a hate group, and also
I got more to say when I talk about it in my number 1.
You know what? You know what makes it worse?
That movie is more personal for me.
You know what makes it worse too, though? Not only is it a bad movie just in a movie in and of itself, when they do the musical numbers, if you're not only autistic but you also have like light sensitivity autism, it's genuinely dangerous to watch it because there's so many strobing lights and shit, like too.
Trying to make this like victory call movie, but that is not what comes out of it
Poor
at
Maddie
all.
Ziegler. Thank God for Megan Park and for the people who made Finnegan to finally give Maddie Ziegler like good acting roles.
For like great actual good female directors.
For actually good movies too.
Things. Yeah.
I'm hoping she gets more movies because she's actually pretty decent, pretty good.
She's been in a lot
because the Megan
fanfare, but
people really like the Megan Park joints, and I think that people are gonna start to realize Fitting In exists in a couple years, and then it will become a bigger film. I would think.
Also,
it was great. Saw it in an IMAX.
I will say more. I will say more about music when we get to my number 1 because it's more personal for me. It's
just a bad movie. I just think it's like terrible excuse of a celebrity making a movie where they think they're helping the world and they're not.
Fitting In, I believe, because that was on my runners up for 2024. I'm pretty sure that was the movie I said was the first movie I've ever been in a theater that gave me an anxiety attack. And
you were telling me about that.
Yeah,
it was interesting because I had a similar experience around the same time when I saw Talk to Me. I was like, "Yo, that shit fucked me real bad."
I didn't see Talk to Me when it came out.
Sound mixing in the theater is so fucked up.
But I did hear people talk about it.
Oh, it's great. But here's the thing, it was the scene where she's getting checked by the male doctor,
and they're like, "Do you care if other people watch?"
Yeah, she's being observed, and I literally started feeling my head go numb, and I literally was like, and the thing is, I was the only one in the theater, so nobody was there to comfort me. It was just me, so I was just sitting there, kind of powering through it, and I still love the movie.
It switches to like a really like gratuitous joke about sex after, I think too. I think it goes to something right away.
It's the Breakfast Club for people on the intersex spectrum, and I love it. Anyway,
it's a Gen Z John Hughes flick. I think great. Very fast times,
Great movie. And so is The Fallout, and so is My Old Ass. Those are both also great movies. But anyway, I know it's a funny title to say too. When real quick, sidebar before we get to my number 9. When I got to go to a critic screening of that at the Draft House, I actually, with a +1, so I took my sister for her birthday because she really wanted to see it. She's a big Aubrey Plaza fan. We both loved it. But we were waiting in the lobby, and this guy with the list came out, and he says, "Okay, who's here for My Old Ass?" And he started laughing, and he goes, "Man, that's funny to say."
And it makes sense when you see the movie, just in a similar way that Fitting In makes sense when you see the movie. You're like, because I know when I went into Fitting In at TIFF, I was like, why the fuck is it called that?
Wasn't it called Bloody Hell originally?
It was before, but Fitting In, I was like, why the fuck you rename it like that? Then I watched the movie, I'm like, oh, okay, like I get
it's
it
a
now,
pun, you see.
and it's a funny ass name now. Like,
But but what's funny is that Maisie Stella had made appearances in 2 movies last year that I was afraid the titles were going to get me demonetized. There was that movie, and they're both Canadian films. There was that movie, and the Trailer Park Boys standing on the shoulders of kitties, Bubbles and the Shit Rockers.
hell yeah! I haven't seen that yet. I'm waiting for that to come on digital, and then I'll go watch it. Just because I feel like all their shit is usually funny.
The Buddy Holly gag. I went with my boy Alec, and we were laughing like hyenas. We probably bothered the people in our theater because it was a pretty packed theater, and we were laughing at the Buddy Holly. Goes, oh, not that Buddy Holly. He goes, oh no, like what happened to him? He goes, Bubbles. He goes, well, he died in jail. After, like, why was he in jail? He goes, oh, he got caught for revenge fucking a priest. We were laughing like hyenas. It was so messed up. Anyway, my number 9 is a 3-way tie. I call this the holiday triple feature from hell, and those movies are Home Sweet Home Alone. Fuck that shit. Fuck that shit. Dear Santa. Dear Santa, send me another movie. Poor Jack Black. And A Holiday Chance, a movie that I am not entirely unconvinced isn't a money laundering scheme. Like, quite frankly, because it's the same filmmakers who made True to the Game 3, which is would be a dishonorable mention, except I love that movie. It's a bad movie, but it's an entertaining.
Honestly, I've seen the True to the Game movies. They were recommended to me by my sisters. I thought they were decent.
True to the Game 3 is kind of a guilty pleasure, and a lot of that is because of Vivica Fox's overacting. Like the scene in the 3rd one where she's talking about the fuck out of here. You got your hand in the cookie jar and you still craving some chocolate chips. Boy, get the fuck out of here. That's the best Vivica A. Fox not giving a fuck since, like, where is Cool Cat? There he is. Like,
Cool Cat, bro. Oh my god. Okay, you know what? That I do have one honorable mention. I forgot about that. I'll be real with you. I forgot that came out, and that's a So Bad It's Good movie. Cool Cat versus Dirty Dog: The Virus Wars. Yes. That shit is insane, bro. That Josh, and also what's his face? The Neil Breen movie that dropped. I'd put that in there too.
No,
I love that.
Didn't see those movies.
What's that one called? The one that just came out.
Cade the Tortured Crossing.
Yeah, Cade the Tortured Crossing Josh, would be in my honorable mentions because it's so fucking
Derek
funny.
Are you unaware who Daddy Derek is?
Yeah. Do I not?
Oh
no, I don't know Daddy Derek.
Holy
shit, motherfucker, man!
Prepare to have your mind blown. So there's this guy. You know Your Movie Sucks, right? You know the YouTuber Your Movie Sucks.
Yeah.
He did a video on this guy's movie. He made a bunch of really shitty PSA shirts with Vivica Fox and Eric Estrada called "Cool Cat Saves the Kids." Yeah. And then what happened was that it was a furry kids film, basically. It was this dude in a mascot costume who goes around trying to teach kids about like gun safety and like
guy's car and don't put that gun in your mouth, and it's like weird shit.
And the thing is, also Daddy Derek is in it as the human father of Cool Cat, whose mother is another cat mascot person.
Cat, so it's like some like humanoid shit.
They literally fuck.
He's they do.
He calls her fine, and they
and then so you got all this other. You got like
too.
and he's a weird guy who he runs like an award show called 420 Awards, where he gives away best film to a movie that came out 40 years ago.
Dude, this is the rabbit hole you gotta go on as soon as we're done here, because it is amazing.
And if you talk shit on his movies, he goes on like campaigns about you on the internet.
He's a copyright striking supervillain. He goes, if you say anything negative about his shit, he will try to get your channel taken down. He cannot take criticism at all. And it's hilarious because what happens...
If you can't take criticism, don't dish it out.
Do you recently see what he did, like, as of the Hood Rat for Trump? Did you see that shit?
Oh, dude, Jason Johnson. Fucking Jason Johnson. When that interview with him for, what was it, Red Light Media or whatever, or not Red Light... what's his name? Young British man who interviews people. Anyway... where he talks about how, like, straight up, like, the reason he got fired from future Cool Cat projects is because the lady in the Mrs. Mama Cat costume offered to give him a shower because he was sweating through the costume and it was just misery. So she was just being nice. And then Daddy Derek busted in and was in love with her and was convinced that he was trying to fuck the lady who played Mama Cat. And then, like, it's just ridiculous. Like, what the fuck? Who is this guy? Like,
he's like another example. He's like another Corey Feldman. We are just like, this person is an enigma, and I don't understand how the fuck they exist in this world, but they do.
He's like Neil Breen.
Oh, okay.
He is. He's like Neil Breen. Where
Oh,
like he thinks he's like the greatest filmmaker ever, and he genuinely believes it. And I'm like, that's okay, good for you for that. Like,
but where is Neil
devotion.
Breen? But where is Neil Breen is cool with his critics?
It's because Derek
He's a cool
doesn't
guy,
like
yeah.
multiply. Derek doesn't multiply himself 20 times in a scene with Photoshop. so
Josh,
so he's
when
not
we're
as
done
cool.
here- Josh, you know what we'll do when we're done here? There's an entire compilation video that's about 30 minutes from Sardonicast where they just break down every development in this story. It's fascinating. But I'll also send you the trailer for Cave the Tortured Crossing. But anyway,
Just the fact that he multiplies himself, that shit's so funny.
Now let's make it a fair fight. There's like a bad effect.
Get a fair fight. And then there's like 10 of them.
Tiger, like what the fuck? Love that, dude. Anyway, but yeah, that's the triple treat. The reason I say that it's essentially a money laundering scheme is because I read on Letterboxd. Well, first off, the director of True to the Game 3, David Wolfgang, I fucking love that name. He is the first director who followed me on Letterboxd back in this, so good for that. Like, thank you, David Wolfgang.
Awesome. That's awesome.
It is. But the thing about, I think it was specifically a Holiday Chance. They're talking about, it was made independently by this one guy who's like an investor. It's not distributed by a major studio. It's literally self-distributed by the filmmaker, this producer. Apparently, somebody who worked on the set said straight up, like, they were given way more money than what they put into the film, and that they, like, took it upon that they hit a lot of the budget.
They did like an AVGN the movie thing where they
Dude.
kind of pocketed some of the money. Yeah.
Dude, it's insane. It's like, and the thing is, the only person in it the only two people in it I recognized that I remember. Well, there's three actually. I think it was like the dad from fucking Smart Guy was their lawyer, and it was like, who else was it? It was the girl who played not the younger daughter but the older daughter on Black Lightning, and then it was like,
Okay.
and then it was a good show, but then it's also Eric Roberts for like 30 seconds. Like he shows up.
Roberts,
Roberts
Eric Roberts, literally in the same year was in Babylon and
which is a good movie.
A Karate Christmas Adventure or whatever the fuck I watched.
Miracle.
I was going to see Babylon, but there was a lot of mixed responses, especially on Twitter, which thankfully I'm not on Twitter anymore. I left that. I only just go back to it to check on it. But I've used Blue Sky now. But I was going to see Babylon, but
it's
a lot of mixed reactions just put me off.
But
a month early, banger.
It's a
love
great
it.
Full disclosure, Josh, I'm still on Twitter, but here's the thing: I have changed my account to a shitpost account against Elon Musk. It's now called Norma the North was an inside job. Is my new account.
Posts pop up randomly, and it's some of the most off-putting shit that you're writing. Like I'll like see a post, I'll be like, oh my god, that is off the fucking chart.
I can read some of them real quick because I don't have a lot. But my thing is thank God for Elon Musk and his shitpost memes. X is the home for free speech, and then I added. My tweets are 2 more days until President Orange whips out his massive Johnson and ejaculates his hot, creamy, patriotic splooge upon every American. Then it was Norma the North will save TikTok. I retweeted it and then I put the Messiah has returned. I added 20 more minutes until Daddy Elon gets his annual New Year's hand job from a fortunate intern. Hot Frosty died for your sins. Elon Musk once told me he jerked off on a pile of oranges and Donny Boy's hairpiece to resurrect Jeffrey Epstein. Am I Racist is the best film I've seen since a Serbian film. And then my last one is daily reminder that Elon Musk has a 12-foot-long penis that is being kissed by Lord Mango Mussolini Donald right now. Hashtag
Oh,
Some good shit. You write some shit and it pops up, and I'm like, whoa, okay, we're good. That's funny. That's
I love it. I just said, you know what? If I'm going to do this, I'm going to. Well, first off, I wanted. Here's why I rejoined. I wanted an excuse to refollow the Norm of the North Twitter account, because if you've not been on the Norm of the North Twitter account, that is the funniest shit.
the intern's going crazy.
The intern's going crazy right now. Have you, Josh? So Norm of the North, terrible movie, but here's the or masterpiece. But the Twitter account, I guess once the series ended, Netflix or Lionsgate just didn't give a fuck. So there's this intern who runs the account who just shit posts.
The only person that owns he's the only person who has access. He's basically Shia LaBeoufing the account by just putting random shit on there. And
I just got a call from Lionsgate. This is the end. Norm has relapsed.
Did you get like sued for it?
Now. Norm has checked out of rehab. Rest in peace, Norm. Oh God, they found him. Norm has been missing for 6 days. They fired me months ago. Norm has just finished reading the Communist Manifesto. Norm has been diagnosed with type 2 diabetes. What's the worst thing
it made more people talk about Norm of the North, so
it's
I think
great.
it did its job. You know?
Oh, and there's this Norm Morbius. It's amazing. Norm of the North was an inside job. When will they find out? Norm feet stank. Help. Norm of the North metaverse movie where Norman the Wolf from Alpha and Omega fuck. Fill in the blank for a chance to win some Norm socks. Norm loves bowling. Should I tell Lionsgate?
Just random shit, bro.
3DS game. Norm likes.
I want to see one where Norm reviews Come and See.
Norm wants to fight the wolf from Alpha and Omega. Y'all are not ready. Norm dressed in Supreme. It's amazing.
Well, it's crazy, man.
I can literally tweet anything I want. Norm has just met Santa. Please say congrats, Norm. I don't know if I can do this anymore. Time for Christmas. Yeah, Norm to the North. Who wants these socks? Right here. Who wants these socks? I think these are the ones.
Number 9 again?
My number 9 is all three of the Christmas movies. Dear Santa.
Completely forgot. I completely forgot what you said. We're somewhere else right now.
Home Sweet Home Alone. Happy
Christmas
Normie
movies.
Just wait until you meet Norm of the South. Olympics. Just in a silly, goofy mood. Might make a 5th movie. Norm has decided to hit the gym. Norm is vaccinated. Which would you choose? $1 million cash and a new copy of Norm and Norm Family Vacation on DVD every week. This is amazing. Pride Month, all lowercase. If you've never seen Norm of the North, you just got Norm of the North. Repost this image to Norm of the North, your friends. And it's
number 8.
Norm has joined the cast of Knives Out 2. Norm is ready. Who wants a Norm of the North mini poster? Damage, parentheses. Norm versus John Wick, who wins? And there's a fake script. Norm of the North. And then there was one called Norm. Reply to tweet if you don't want a live action Norm of the North movie. The best movie. Okay, what is the next shit post? Today's a great day to watch Norm of the North on DVD. There's okay, then it stops being funny, but it becomes a normal. Oh wait, Norm, first cartoon crush. This is amazing. Okay, yeah. No, the best one is, what was it, like, Norm is North so hard right now. Something like that. It's amazing. Anyway, but yeah, the holiday triple feature, just fuck them shits. They bad. Also, if you want to watch a better, bad Eric Roberts movie, just watch A Talking Cat. A talking cat? A talking cat with some cheese balls. Anyway, number 8, Josh, my good sir.
Now, originally number 8 was Moonfall until I put in honorable mention, so I made the mistake of putting it twice. But we're gonna switch it out. Number 8. I'm gonna get some shit for this, but Morbius.
I don't think you're gonna get a lot of
Shit for it. I think that people
Yes.
will remember it as like they remember Catwoman.
I'm getting
you know.
more so hard.
Oh
Right?
man, Morbius. This could have been this could have been one of the better Sony Marvel Universe projects
Agreed.
because you have a character that he's not well known, but he's a good enough well known villain, and the potential was there. Unfortunately, between the pandemic and also studio interference, killed this movie. You waste Jared Leto, which he's trying as Morbius. You wasted Audrey Arjona. You wasted Tyrese Gibson, and you wasted Matt Smith. Fucking Matt Smith.
Jared Harris.
Doctor Who. Doctor Who. And Jared Harris too.
Yeah.
Matt Smith, my favorite actor to play Doctor Who. With him, his era of Doctor Who with fucking Karen Gillan, Amy Pond.
Oh yeah.
How do you?
It's so good. It's so. But here's the other thing, and also let's not forget Jenna Coleman, looking all fine.
Yeah, Jenna Coleman.
Hell yeah.
Just this movie, the fact. This could have been one of the movies to bring vampires back into full force.
It's true.
And do something different. It's just fucking. Thankfully, we had Abigail and Nosferatu and Last Voyage of the Demeter to bring vampires back into full gear, because this was just not the best way to do it. And also, don't even get me started on the credit scenes. I don't want to talk about this one anymore.
Okay, there is one thing I have to say about the credit scenes. Did they make them 2 days before the movie was going to come out? They look so rushed.
That's what it felt like.
Intriguing.
That's what it felt
it's
like.
Not even dubbed properly. How do you know who Spider-Man is? You've never heard of Spider-Man.
Such a fucking waste of potential.
It really is. The only good thing to come out of it is Morpheus drinking a 40 in a death basket. Anyway.
Out of that was just a good Eric Andre bit.
Every Eric Andre bit is a good Eric Andre bit.
Breast bro is a god.
Hannah, I love the fact, my favorite, I don't know why, but low-key my favorite Eric Andre bit is just in season, I think it was season 5, when it was like episode 2, I think were they interviewing, it wasn't Waka Flocka, it was like,
yeah, it was Waka Flocka where Hannibal Buress kicked him in the face.
No. It was well, the best one is when Lance Reddick breaks the table and he tells Eric to like go fuck himself. That was the best one. No, but it was season 5 was like episode 2. I think it was maybe Lil Yachty maybe. And then like in the interview, Eric is just kind of being normal. Like it's that part in the interview before he pranks anybody. And then you just suddenly Hannibal Buress is like, "Fuck this, I quit," and he walks.
Yeah, and then Tyler came in because they needed to replace him, so he became the guy for a while. Yeah.
And then he comes back at the end of season 5, and the twist at the end is that he was at the store this whole time, and then there was another twist that he never existed to begin with. That it was just Eric talking to himself, and that he had the power all along, and then he turns into like a. I love Eric Andre show. That's one of my favorite shows, Evs. Like that's like top 10 for me. If you want to see one of the most brilliant comedy short films, I'm going to call it that of that year. Watch the Bird Up episode of fucking Eric Andre. It's the greatest. Just as a standalone special, it's one of the funniest goddamn things I've ever seen. It's brilliant. It's brilliant. Anyway, so number 8, Becca. What's your number
8? I'll be quick about this one because I feel like you could say the same thing about all of the films.
We're almost an hour
The God's Not Dead, We the People. It's a God's Not Dead movie. It was bad. All of them have been bad.
Didn't watch it either.
It's fun to watch them and
I've seen the first 2. I haven't seen any of the other ones.
I've seen up to like the point that they're making another one now, and it's like they're all just really stupid, and I like to troll on them. Are they making a
6th one too?
Yeah, something like that. They do the whole Congress thing, how they're gonna try to save our democracy and shit like that. Like they do some weird shit. It's ridiculous.
with all due respect, well, not all due respect, because fuck them, but like, as the younger brother, as someone who loves somebody who is a middle school teacher, that whole I heard about that fourth when I watched the Cinema Snob video on it. The fact that it's like anti-teacher, go fuck yourself.
Oh yeah.
You're making life so hard for people like my sister. You can go fuck yourself. Who's gonna teach your kids when your bullshit finally, you know?
They're ridiculous. No, it's just ridiculous little movies that people make because enough people request them. That's how it always works. I don't know if you realize that, but like, the religious movies, to get them in theaters, people have to like request them at theaters, and they'll literally go and request by the dozens that the movie will show up.
I have a subtitle idea for God's Not Dead 6. You want to hear it?
Yeah.
God's Not Dead 6. Fucking white people problems.
Resurrection. It's gonna be the curse of Jesus Christ.
God's not dead.
No, they're gonna do some fucking weird shit. I don't know, but it's just not good. I don't know what else to say other than it's just propaganda again.
I like Brad Jones' idea. Let's do God's Not Dead in space. No one can hear you pray. Let's do the space.
Or
one.
God's not dead, and
go.
It's the end of the world. It's Revelations.
God's not dead.
You're all gonna die now, bitches.
God's not dead, but you all are.
But you all are gonna be in about the runtime of this movie.
And no, the only way you can end this franchise is just the rapture happens, and they're like, "Why have we been left behind?"
And the only person who's still alive is
because you've used my teachings for hate. Fuck y'all. Boom, blows him up.
The only person still alive is David A.R. White. He's the only one that is still alive. Everyone else is dead.
The last shot is just God zipping his pants, and he goes, "You know what time it is, David. Fucking suck it. Oh, what a lovely tea party." All right.
What's your eighth film?
My number 8. This one we don't even need to talk about that much. Look, when bad animated films are a dime a dozen, but bad animated films by people who should know better are not. Number 8, Earwig and the Witch. Come on, Steve.
Yeah. Did you hear the story about that? Where Hayao Miyazaki saw it, and it's his son's movie, and he walked out of the screening, and he was like, "This is literally like worse than killing himself." Like
the best part was when he did Tales from Mercy, which also wasn't that great. Goro Miyazaki directed it. Hayao Miyazaki at the screening, they asked him, he goes, "What do you think?" I'm like, "What do I think?" He goes, "I'm proud of my son. He's not his dad yet."
Yeah.
Fucking better. Hey Jason, how are you, bud? Jason Entertainment, what's going on, buddy? How's it going, gang? Rob, well, I'm late. Ahoy, all from Canada. What's up? We have a Canadian here in the house also.
I could still use TikTok.
No, we can use TikTok too. I never thought I'd say this, but Donald Trump did one thing right. That's one.
I think he's just do you think he's doing that so that he could try to get the vote from the fucking
frankly, I
Gen
think it was
Z?
all. Can I be real? I think it was all kind of a fucking publicity stunt, to be perfectly honest with you, to freak people out.
I think it's a political thing. I think they're trying to do something.
Whatever. Anyway, and yeah, number 8, Earwig and the Witch. There's not much that needs to be said. They wasted Casey Musgrave's time. They wasted Richard E. Grant's
weird
time.
Choice for Studio Ghibli because it literally doesn't fit with any. It doesn't have the same Ghibli magic, and a lot of it's because of the 3D.
Like, there's no plot. It's literally just. If you told me this was basically because it was a TV movie in Japan, it got a theatrical release here. If you told me that this was a pilot for a potential Studio Ghibli like Saturday morning series,
sure, that would go on like Netflix, 100%. I'd say probably.
But it literally, there's no plot. This little turd of a witch goes to live with this seemingly mean couple who actually are sensible because her rock star mom would rather rock star than be a parent, and then at the end the mom shows up and nothing happens. And it's 80 minutes, and then it's over. It's just ridiculous. There's nothing. There's no heart to it. There's no depth. There's no metaphor. There's no spiritual metaphor.
I feel like Ghibli movies are like a spiritual experience.
Exactly.
It's like taking acid and just like going to another plane of existence. Like it has this like it touches you spiritually, And I feel like it's like the Earwig and the Witch is the only one where I'm like, this feels so flat, like modern day Disney. Like
one of these things is not like the other situation. But yeah, sucks, terrible. Moving on. Number 7, Josh. At least we got the boy and the heron. That's something.
I will never forgive myself for putting this a lot high on the list. Expendables 4.
Oh, expend 4 horribles.
You walked out of it in like 20 minutes, so I kind of knew it was bad from that.
Those of you guys watching, no, I'm not calling it by the poster name. I'm calling it Expendables 4 because that's what is. I like the first 3 Expendables movies. Even the third one, as flawed as it is, the concept I actually like. You're taking old school action stars and you're putting them in a movie like this, in an ensemble, which is the fun premise.
Yeah.
And this, you can definitely tell it took them almost 10 years to make this, because this, I know this has some fans out there. So if you like Expendables 4, that's okay. But there's someone I know who worked on this as a production assistant. But this movie is the sorriest excuse for a fourth entry I've ever seen.
It really is.
The CGI is terrible. The writing is terrible. The action is okay in some spots, but
the CGI wrecks it.
But the CGI completely ruins it. Also, you have people in here who are not even a part of Expendables. There's no Arnold Schwarzenegger. There's no Jean-Claude Van Damme. There's no Terry Crews, which I understand that situation. And the fact that you try to kill off freaking Sylvester Stallone and you don't commit to it.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, here's the other. Yeah, go ahead.
I'll give you this. Jason Statham tries, as he always does.
Of course.
50 Cent, I didn't have a problem with 50 Cent. I know some people had a problem with him. He was decent. And like I said, some decent action. Also, Megan Fox, look, I'll say this.
Yeah.
I don't think she's the greatest actress out there, but for the movies, when you give her decent material, she can be decent. But granted, she's attractive. Granted, she's attractive. I admit it. I grew up being attracted to her. But my God.
Right.
But my God. You really expect me to believe that he will leave Charisma Carpenter in the first 2 movies for Megan Fox?
Yeah, I forgot about that.
Fuck you. Well, you do not get to do that.
First thing I'll say, a couple things to add. First off, I still think the best Expendables movie will always be number 2. The second Expendables is
absolutely.
They touch that that bubble that is 80s action films. The best in that one.
It exploited the premise better than the others.
It did. It felt like it would fit in.
I liked the first one. At third one, I think is bad, but compared to the fourth, Jesus, it's a masterpiece.
And I feel like they didn't really know what it was yet, what this idea could be.
The fourth movie also, it's racist, it's morally ugly, and on top of that, it makes every character in the movie look like selfish assholes. They literally kill a guy over a fucking ring. That's like the payoff of the fucking movie, is they kill an innocent person because he stole their ring. And they're the fucking heroes. That's the other thing that pissed me off. Oh, lol, tell us how you really feel, Josh. Exactly. Exactly. Man, you
yeah, that's how I really feel, Rob. That's how I really feel. I would rather watch... there's better movies I'd rather watch than this. I'd rather watch Blood and Honey again. At least you have Amber Thor beating the shit out of piglets.
At least I didn't put Expend4bles on my worst of list because it wasn't good enough.
So it's I didn't see it, so it's not in the list.
You did yourself a huge favor.
I saw it
real bad,
also,
so I just
those
didn't
people
touch
who
it.
want to say to anyone who says that Marvel, DC, or any other franchise is not cinema, if you're gonna say that between this and Unfrosted, don't make bullshit like this.
Oh yeah, exactly.
Go
Oh,
watch. I haven't even seen it. Go watch Monkey Man or something like that.
Monkey Man's great. Now, here's the thing that's funny. I walked out of that movie going like, man, that was awful. He goes, but you know, the CGI didn't look too bad for a movie that cost like $20 million. And then I looked up $100 million fucking budget. Really?
How?
How is this
$100 million?
To quote Roger Ebert, they must have taken a limousine every time they took a shit. Like, holy shit.
Yeah.
No, the thing that's interesting though is that there were two movies in 2023 that featured PIMP by 50 Cent. And the
hell
worst
yeah.
one is the one that 50 Cent was in.
Yeah, and that's so funny. It's isn't that song misogynistic? It was an instrumental version.
Right, no, well, exactly. We'll talk about that when we get to the best of list.
Oh,
But
hell yeah. It's not in mine, but I understand
it's
completely.
on mine for sure. I don't think Josh, did you see the movie we're talking about?
What movie?
It's good.
Anatomy of a Fall.
No, I haven't seen Anatomy of a Fall, but I've
great.
heard people.
I'm willing to give it another chance because it was sandwiched in between Zone of Interest and Dick's the
Great.
Musical and
I love
Scarlett
Dick's the Musical.
and a Scarlett Johansson lesbian movie that hasn't come out yet. So it was in the middle of stuff. So I don't think the seat wasn't comfortable. I think
And
if I
it's
watch
long.
And it's long too.
It's
Like I just
2 hours
watched
40, yeah.
I just watched Zone of Interest, a movie about Nazi occupation, and now I have to watch
Sandra
this
Huller,
one.
too.
Yeah, which I thought was great. The Huller double feature as my two films at the beginning. But no, I will give it another chance. But I totally, completely understand why it's in your list.
It's so good.
Number 7
Yes.
for me, Terror on the Prairie. I'm not gonna go too into it, but it's one of
I
those.
didn't see it, so go on.
It's one of those. It's one of those. I'm always fascinated to watch these because they're not technically visually the worst films because they clearly put a
They're
little
not
bit of effort
technically
into
good
them.
either, though.
But but when you watch them, you're like, but everything else about them sucks. Like they're just like clearly not movies, and they're more trying to be like manifestations of people's fucked up opinions.
Yeah.
Daily Wire.
You know,
Stop.
whatever.
Just stop. Daily Wire.
Hey, Ben Shapiro can go fuck himself.
Yes.
And Matt
Gina
Walsh.
Carano. I'll say this. Gina Carano, she's a decent actress.
Yeah.
I know, but gosh, she deserved better. Yes, she should. She should have watched her words. But damn it, my God, I saw that too. That was a dishonorable mention, but it did not make it. I got one
Fair enough.
other movie from Daily Wire on my list.
I think it's the one. I think I have it at my number 3. So when you say number 4, and it's the same one, I'll say it's my number 3. I think I know what Daily Wire you're talking about.
I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say it.
Real quick, sorry, I forgot these two. Two other dishonorable mentions because I didn't watch more than 10 minutes of them. I watched these movies illegally. I should, full disclosure, I got copies of these from other people. Lady Ballers, I got about 10 minutes into that, and I fuck that shit. That transphobic fucking bullshit. And then also, this doesn't even count as a movie. I watched it about a half hour of the 2 hours it was. Absolutely No Proof with Mike Lindell.
Oh fuck! The guy who has the pillows, the pillow guy.
Who it sucks that movie came out. That movie Unplanned came out in 2019 because that would be like number 2 on my list.
Oh, I know. I saw Unplanned.
Yeah,
that was one of the worst.
If that came out in 2020, if that was 2020 film, it would be in my list because the amount of older women you would laugh at who they'd leave like they just left a funeral and we'd be laughing about it. Like literally they came out after a horror movie, like we saw The Purge or something. And they were like they were crying about it. They're like, "Oh my god, it's so powerful." And me and my sister were fucking laughing that they thought that it was that crazy.
Bull crap. That movie was not powerful. Unplanned was freaking disgusting.
It's
Unplanned.
People acted like it was powerful, but it was not. It's some bullshit.
That's
You want
where
to
the
watch a
line-
powerful? Want to watch powerful? Go watch better movies that are powerful.
You want to watch a powerful movie about abortion? Watch Vera.
Never, rarely, sometimes, always.
Never, rarely. Yeah, Unpregnant. There's a bunch.
Yeah, you got
That's a good one. That's a good one.
2 days, 1 night, or so. There's other ones for sure.
2 weeks, or was it?
Yeah,
7 days,
yeah.
something.
Yeah,
the one
yeah.
from Romania, that was good.
Yeah.
I like 6 months, 3 weeks, and 2 days.
On the Criterion, yeah. No,
Yeah,
that's a
that's
good
good.
one too.
But Juno, let's just fucking
Yeah.
say it, Juno. But like,
But no,
this-
like I completely
your
understand.
baby has fingernails. Like, okay.
Like these
But-
are all terrible fucking movies.
But real quick,
These-
the thing about that one is that's where we got the spoiler alert. My number one is from the same directors. There's your
Oh,
hint.
fuck.
Don't spoil it.
Okay, I don't know.
Okay, but here
I
this is
think
where-
it's my number 2.
Yeah, this is where the line comes from, which is from Unplanned, and it was actually the only unintentionally funny moment is when the abortion clinic worker is walking the steps and the husband and wife are there. It's like
Oh,
main-
yeah.
her husband, and it's just like, and music swells like, is it strange that I just want to run over there and punch her in the face? And then the husband goes, "No, honey, that's my job."
Yeah.
And this is a movie about women's rights, written by somebody who wrote that.
More like how women, they don't think women should have rights.
Fuck.
I just remember my sister and I would make the joke for like 2 years after of the "beam me up, Scotty." She's like, that's so fucking stupid, bro. Like, that's ridiculous, bro. It's fucking stupid.
Now, did you guys see Roe v. Wade? Now that's the so bad it's good one. There's
Ah,
a
no.
fortune in abortions.
I did not see that.
Oh, it
Movie.
sucked. Okay, but back to the list. So number 7,
Yeah.
guys, I'm gonna be real with you. This is kind of splitting hairs.
Okay.
It doesn't technically count as a movie, but fuck it. It was 2 hours. It was.
Okay.
And in the post-pandemic world, you can't really say what a movie is and what isn't anymore. The Grinch the musical. The
Okay,
NBC
you know what?
Live
That
musical.
almost made my list. I didn't
And
count it
it was
because
an
I'm like,
NBC
I don't.
TV. It was a TV movie on NBC.
It was.
had Matthew
So it
Morrison
should
in it.
count.
Oh,
Oh man.
It's
You
really
talk about-
bad.
First off, I'm going to say this, especially now that he's Me Too'd, so I don't think anybody gives a fuck. Matthew Morrison has been and always will be one of my least favorite actors in all of film. And
He's always had a creepy energy, and my sister and I would
just
always make fun of
irritating.
it.
He's,
Yeah.
to me, there's something skeezy about him. There's something uncomfortable about him.
Yeah.
And I liked Glee, but I hated Mr. Schuster. That was the
Mhm.
character that I could not.
I like Glee, but fuck Sylvester. Fuck Sue Sylvester.
Really? Fuck
I
her?
hate it.
No,
I hated the whole
I like-
character.
I liked her way more than Mr. Schuster.
She's so ridiculous. She's
At least
great.
it was played by
Jane Lynch, she was funny in the show. I just did not like the character.
Well, you weren't supposed to.
But that's kind of the point.
She was a piece of shit. Yeah, it was kind of the point.
On Glee, the 2 worst characters by far to me were Mr. Schuster and Rachel. Fuck that. Fuck her.
Yeah, I could see.
Oh,
Yeah,
And fuck
agreed.
the actress too.
Right,
Yeah,
Rachel,
she can't read.
If Rachel Berry, it felt like watching a freaking pretentious douchebag. Yes,
Ugh.
that's a quote from the Social Network.
Oh
and
yeah, hell
also-
yeah.
Oh, and also, what was it? Leah Michelle? Is that her name?
Leah Michelle. Yeah.
Fuck
Yeah,
her
Leah
too
Michelle.
With her racist ass. Just fuck that racist piece of shit. That one actress that she like bullied and called her like racial slurs.
Oh yeah.
Get her. Fuck her. Just
Number
And
6,
I'll-
Josh. What's your number 6?
well, real quick though, back to the Grinch because I didn't even talk about the Grinch yet.
Oh yeah, you haven't. Fuck yeah, you're right.
Okay, the musical numbers are terrible.
Yeah.
The filmmaking was done by a coked up, mentally challenged chimp. I don't know who was recording. It was
The makeup is
unintentional-
frightening.
It was unintentionally terrifying. That
Yeah.
was the first year I was on Letterboxd, and the first.
Really?
Yeah. So the first.
What's everyone's first? That's a good question. What's everyone's first year there on Letterboxd? For me, it's
2020.
It was
2016.
2016.
Yeah, me too.
2020
Me
for
too.
me.
Whenever I tell people I was there at the beginning, everyone's like, "Really?" I'm like, "No, I was there when it was like 1,000 people at like
But
2016."
Matthew Morrison. There's a couple of moments that are actually kind of terrifying. They're unintentionally. Matthew Morrison breaks the fourth wall to tell us how much he hates our couch. That was
Yeah.
weird. No, the worst one though was they got and he was really good that year in a movie called Let Him Go with Kevin Costner. Who's the dude who's in the Twilight movies? Who's like a native actor? Boo Boo Stewart.
Boo Boo Stewart. Yeah. From
Who was good in that
Descendants.
movie, but in this is playing Max the dog. And
He is. It was weird.
It was weird because I didn't realize this in the stage musical. There's
He
an
also
adult
doesn't-
actor playing
Yeah.
old Max telling the kids the story with like a storybook. And he's like the narrator and like the Greek chorus in it. And I don't know if they gave this guy Coke beforehand, but every scene where it cut back from commercial, it would just cut to this guy nose right into the camera going, "Hey guys, you want to talk about the story?" Jesus, back the fuck off. There's one scene where, and I think this song was exclusively from the Jim Carrey movie, but there's a part where little Cindy Lou Who is singing to the Grinch,
Where Are You Christmas? Yeah.
And it's her singing like this, okay, whatever, a little bit of a slight close-up on her face, whatever, she's singing her solo, right? Close-up on the Grinch, he's having a change of heart moment. And then the camera goes really close in to Max the dog, the young one, because it's live, who's like looking off screen kind of, and then he just turns directly to the camera and goes, and it took, I literally did like the nostalgia critic, like, like scream. Like
It was, I remember my sister and I had to watch it the night it premiered because we're like, this is going to be the worst fucking thing we've ever seen. And it was trash. Like, it's genuinely a piece of shit.
And thank God the following Christmas season, Harry Connick Jr., Nicole Scherzinger, and Taraji P. Henson came back and did Annie. Because they did an amazing job with that. That was really good. But yeah, the Grinch musical, fuck that. But yeah, that's my number 7.
Hell yeah. Number 6.
Number 6. Another one of these from Sony. Madam Web 6. This
Pepsi
guy.
saves the world.
Oh my God.
Pepsi.
Matt, this movie, I have not done my best or worst last year just yet, but I still remember how much of a shitty movie this was. And this was another one I was actually kind of interested in when you had the original idea.
Yeah.
You had the original idea for this movie with Madam Web and these 3 girls going back in time in the Terminator-like style.
Yeah.
And that should have been this movie. But no. Sony,
Dakota Johnson is only Madam Web in like the last 30 seconds of this movie.
Also, it's kind of a Final Destination movie, which is kind of wild.
Yeah, which I actually like that idea. Now, if the whole movie was like that and with a mix of Terminator, I would not put it on this list. It would have been at least decent. But Sony, what did you do? You chickened out. You studio interfered into the director's vision, also, we'll get to the dubbing. But Dakota Johnson, I know I'm not going to beat on Dakota Johnson as hard as everyone else because I think she is a good actress. I have not seen 50 Shades of Grey.
Suspiria, though.
Suspiria, I like her.
Masterpiece.
A Bigger Splash.
Oh,
Black
hell
Mass. I've seen her be great.
21 Jump Street.
And the fact that she literally put this movie on blast during the whole marketing
which was great
campaign, which I'm like, good for you, Dakota Johnson. And
clearly
the fact that she falling
apart.
The fact that she fired her own agency after the trailer came out. I'll give her mad respect. She's like,
I don't blame her.
This is not the movie. This is not the movie I signed up for, so you're not getting
told it was an MCU
from
film.
me.
Okay, real quick.
Not only that,
I almost had to see this movie twice. First and foremost, my aunt passed away this week. Rest in peace, my auntie. But what's really sad about that, along with everything else, is luckily the last movie I saw with her in a theater was The Taste of Things. So at least she ended on a good movie.
Okay,
but when earlier this year. So it was like Valentine's Day, right? When Madam Web came out. You know what else was re-released on Valentine's Day in a 4K like remaster?
Amelie,
which is fantastic. So I
saw
Madam Web opening night, like I do with all the Marvel things. Then on Valentine's Day, I took my aunt out to see, because it's one of her favorite movies, we went to see Amelie on the big screen. But guess what happened?
Hell yeah.
She couldn't go. I had to go for review purposes later in the week because at the theater, somebody just forgot that they were showing Amelie because they were only showing it one showing a day. They showed Madame Web by accident. So we had to sit through the first 10 minutes of Madame Web before somebody came in with refund tickets.
So you genuinely went and researched
So
all
instead
the
of a
stuff
good,
in the jungle.
So instead of a good movie that we knew we were both going to like because it's a great movie,
Yeah.
we got the first 15 minutes of Madame Web, and then we got to go home at 1 PM. Thanks, AMC.
I'm gonna say it, like, it's really bad, but I had fun with it. I had fun shitting on it. It's a really good movie to watch if you're like extremely baked. So it's kind of like one of those where it's like it's shitty, but it's fun.
Madame Web, I can't even watch this as it's so bad as good.
Yeah.
And also the fact that not only you disrespected Dakota Johnson, but also Sydney Sweeney had the nerve to say, "You saw me in Anyone But You, but you did not see me in this." I'm like,
I was just gonna say that. Okay, yeah, that is the one joke that I'm kind of glad it doesn't exist. It does exist for that reason. When she was on SNL and she came on stage, she goes, "You guys have probably seen me in Anyone But You. Probably haven't seen me in Madame Web," and it got like a big red. That was hilarious.
Yeah,
that was awesome.
Because even Sydney Sweeney knows this movie is shit. And
everybody who
I'll
made
say
it,
this:
Isabella Merced said it sucked too. Everybody who made that movie,
and they tried to say, yeah. Also, yeah. But I will give credit to Sydney Sweeney. If it hadn't been for this movie, she would not have been able to get Anyone But You off the ground. So I will give her respect, but between the directing, which I can't really say is the director's fault because I'm not even sure if this is her movie. Also, the editing is crap, and you have a competent editor who's done great work in the past. Pietro Scalia has done great editing work.
Well,
the action
didn't the director, wasn't her the reason she got the role too, that she did like 10 episodes of fucking Jessica Jones too, which is a great show.
Jessica Jones and Succession, I think.
Yeah.
Also, between the writing, the story doesn't make any sense. My mom watched this movie last year, and I had to literally explain to her what was going on, and I had to literally tell her, "Mom, this was studio interference." And she said, "Why do they always do this?" And I'm like, "Because." And I just told her because they won't let the directors do their fucking job. It's a sad day in hell when even my own mother can't even figure this movie out. And the worst part of this movie, which I made fun of in my review.
Oh yeah.
I had a premonition of these girls, and I have to go kill. They're gonna kill me.
Oh boy.
The ADR. What was that?
It was really bad.
Dude, no, the
okay, I watched an early version of it, and I thought that like my movie was out of sync when he started doing ADR. I'm sure
the actor who plays Ezekiel is good at other things, but I can't really blame on him. I can't really shit on him because
he's a really good actor.
Even he knows this is bullshit.
Yeah. It's the dubbing that's so bad.
But when the CEO of Sony comes out and says that we gave these movies bad reviews because I'm sorry, Mr. CEO, these movies were bad because these movies bombed because they were bad, and you sat there and just let them studio interfere instead of just letting the directors make their movie.
It was fucking terrible.
Say whatever. People can say whatever they want about Spider-Verse or Across the Spider-Verse all you want. That's fine. Call it overhyped. I don't care. Those movies have a lot more competency in them, especially with the animation.
Well, the reason I think that is too is because, and luckily with the TV show spin-offs, which I think are just spin-offs of the Spider Noir that's coming out, they actually have like Lord and Miller running the writers' room of that franchise. So they're good, talented writers doing it. They did like the Lego Movie, Clone High, and 21 Jump Street. So it's like they have people who have talent overseeing those projects. and that's why they turn out good. You know what I mean? Like it's like this issue is that it's individualized people who they hire believing that they're going to make a film, and then Sony really makes them. It's the same issue with Barry Jenkins and Mufasa.
Yeah.
If only you had an overseer with these Sony villain movies, man.
Yeah.
But guys,
just this movie, Madam Web, I never want to see this movie again. I never want to talk about this movie again. I don't even want to think about this movie again. When this decade is over, this will be on the worst of this decade because you're already in my least favorite movies of all time and one of my worst comic book movies ever.
I'm gonna rewatch Anyone But You.
Madam Web.
Yeah, I'd
rather watch anyone. I'd rather watch Anyone But You.
I feel like I was a little too mean on it when I first saw it, so I'm gonna probably give it another shot because I think I'll like it more now.
It really does.
Okay. Then I'll probably watch it and like actually like it. Like I'll get what people are saying.
I upped my score from a 4 to a 5 by the third time I watched it. Anyway.
Okay.
Madam Web, you are a
it's
incompetent piece of shit.
It is.
Yeah.
Guys, I hate to say, I don't mean to cut you guys off. We're not even halfway through the worst of list, and it's an hour and a half in.
You know what I'll do? You know what I'll do for 6? I'll go 6 to 1, and I'll just list them off, just because I feel like these are.
How about we do it the way we've been doing it, but just quicker? Okay, I understand that we have a lot to talk about.
I just feel like because I don't really care. I don't really care about the worst. I'll be real with you. List.
I mean, we're just gonna siphon them out. But the thing is, one more thing though, Josh, on Madam Web. You're wrong, and I'll explain to you why. This movie is great, and I'll tell you why it's great. Because his name is Ezekiel Sims. He was in the Amazon with my mother while she was researching spiders right before she died.
Oh, that dialogue was so bad.
Exposition.
So bad.
Without that exposition, we wouldn't. Here's the thing: if they just talked like normal people, we wouldn't understand it. And now we.
I think I almost
like exposition machines, so we know.
I probably almost had a seizure watching Madam Web.
Yeah, the editing was. You're right.
Like it's insane.
Especially, I saw it in IMAX.
Yeah, that's probably real bad. Seeing that on any type of uppers would be like you die.
God bless AMC A-list. That's what that movies like that is. What that serves for.
Fuck that shit. Number 6, we're at number 6.
Yes.
I guess I have nothing to say about my number 6 because I feel like people forgot it existed. 2025, The World Enslaved by a Virus.
Oh, is that freaking alt-right COVID movie?
Yeah. The one that got put on, that automatically got put on Tubi because it was so bad. It's just another one of these weirdo talking point. It's just a weirdo talking point movie, ultimately. You know what? I might as well just list all the other ones because I have the same reason for all of them. They're all these weird right wing.
We can do that, I guess.
Okay, the other ones I have my list: Sound of Freedom, Am I Racist, Lady Ballers, Nefarious. And my top is What's a
worse
Woman?
Than that?
What is a Woman? I think What is a Woman is probably the one that's made like the most damage in the world right now.
Okay, fair.
It's just the most damaging on the list. I'm like, it's probably going to go down as like a really damning piece of art, or not art really, but a piece of like propaganda. It's just not good. That's my worst list.
Wait a second. I have a question. Did LaQuisha come out in 2020 or did that come out in 2019?
I think that was a 2020. I think it went to streaming right away.
I think it was 2019.
Wait a second. I might need to make an alteration. Excuse me. One moment, please.
I got my much more interesting list up now. My best of, which is I got on my TV, my letterbox on my TV.
Good news, LaQuisha. You just missed the cutoff. July of 2019 is when it had a limited release. So
that was a weird fucking movie.
It was. Here's the thing. That's a bad movie, but it's kind of a bad movie I can watch. LaQuisha,
it's a bad movie where you can laugh at like how did this pass all of the restrictions.
Even in the 90s, when people like Eddie Murphy were doing this kind of stuff, it would have bombed then. Or the two.
Probably.
This movie makes Norbit look like the Nutty Professor and makes the Nutty Professor look like Some Like It Hot. Like, it's so bad.
Norbit's a guilty pleasure.
Kinda, yeah. I agree. It's a bad movie, but I enjoy it.
What's the rest of your list, Grant? Just give me a rundown.
The rest of mine, I guess I'll do the rest of mine. Number 6, The Exorcist Believer, or as I like to call it, The Exorcist Dreamer.
Terrible.
No, I didn't see it.
God bless Mike Flanagan. He's going to do the next reboot. Thank God.
Hell yeah.
Save us, Mikey. I love you. Look, there were two. Wait, no, that was 2022. Fuck. There were. I had this thought. No, last year though, David Gordon Green made a movie called Nutcrackers. A movie I enjoyed, and I said, it's not a masterpiece, but at the very least, it's not Exorcist Bereamer. So I guess I'll give it a pass. But no, just if you want to see something in a horror movie involving David Gordon Green, just watch Bones and All, where he has like a bit part.
That's hell yeah, that's movie. A good fucking performance.
Yeah, it
Holy
is.
Shit.
Number 6, yeah, The Exorcist Bereamer. Number 5, I'm gonna say the full pretentious title: Francis Ford Coppola's Megalopolis: A Fable. What the fuck happened?
I didn't see that.
Oh, yo, I gotta give it to the scene of, what do you think about this boner?
No, okay, that's the one part that made it number 5. Is that
like,
scene,
what the fuck am I watching, bro?
Two scenes. John Voight going, "What do you think of this boner I got?" And then pulling out a crossbow, shooting Aubrey Plaza in the tits, and then shooting LaBeouf in the ass. That was kind of funny, unintentionally. Also, Aubrey Plaza, being awesome as she is, she's the only one who comes. She and Grace VanderWaal are kind of the only two actors out of that unscathed.
100%.
Grace VanderWaal gets the only moment of kind of genuine, like, okay, that's kind of clever. That's like 30 seconds. But then also, Circle Back to the Club. Those like the only
great.
I think I left this comment. David Ehrlich, who's a great critic.
Hell yeah.
He sadly put it on his best of list. But the thing that's funny is that he did what he does every year, which is the supercut of entries, which is great. So he did it this year, and it was bookended by showing the live sequence from Megalopolis. And I said, this is the first time any piece of art that has footage from Megalopolis in it is actually worth watching. And his thing, like, way to go, David. But yeah, so that's my number 5, Megalopolis. Number 4, a movie that I erroneously claimed before I saw his other work, that being The Mortuary Collection and the show that Sam Levinson did. What the fuck is that called? Euphoria.
Okay.
I erroneously said the lead actor is, quote, an underwear model who is only a piece of meat and can't act. In my initial review of this movie back in 2020, my worst of list in 2021.
Okay.
But luckily he has proved me wrong with the likes of Priscilla and Saltburn, and of course those aforementioned works.
Oh.
And that movie would be Two Hearts, or as I like to call it, Two Heartless. What the fuck was this? This was a movie.
I was trying to piece it together, but yeah.
It came out the same weekend when the theaters were open in my area as The Kid Detective. And the fact that there were at least 3 other people who risked the pandemic to see this movie then went to see the good movie that was The Kid Detective.
The Kid Detective, man. Such a banger.
We're going to mention that soon. Number 4, Two Hearts, just...
Two Sharts.
It makes even the worst Nicholas Sparks movie look like terms of endearment. It's so bad. Number three. Guess what happens when you have a good director who, luckily, his next film would be one of his best. Hey, Josh, we're gonna use the term that we're gonna use for the Josh drinking game from now on, which is studio interference is rearing its ugly head. Number 3. What happens when you take a great director and actor, have them spend 20 years in development hell, making one of the best book series into a film, and then having a certain studio, fuck it all up to the point where they dump it on a streaming service. My number 3 is Artemis Fowl.
Yeah.
Fucking right.
This shit's
Artemis Fowl, the book series, is fucking awesome. Artemis Fowl, the movie, fucking sucks balls.
It's trash. It's fucking trash.
The only one who comes out of it kind of okay is Josh Gad. Like, there's a couple of moments every once in a while where he'll get a chuckle out of me, but then they proceed to have him unhinge his jaw and then fart dirt out of his asshole. Because we needed that. he gets the one decent line in the movie, which is not in the books, when he says, why didn't you warn people? And he goes, you humans get scared when somebody mentions gluten. How are you going to react when goblins show up on your doorstep? That was kind of funny. Everything else in the movie was unbelievably shitty. Like, Colin Farrell, first off, his character doesn't even appear until the end of book 2. Why the fuck is he in the first 2 movies? Also, in the books, if you've read Artemis Fowl, they cast who's the actress? I forget who the actress is, to play Artemis Fowl's mother. Now, if you read the books, in the first movie, it's described as Die Hard. The Artemis Fowl is not the hero. Artemis Fowl they said Artemis Fowl is Die Hard with fairies if the focal point of if it's seen through the eyes of Hans Gruber. Artemis Fowl is Hans Gruber. And so, but what's interesting is that they actually get a pair of good actors to play Butler and Tamara, right? And they show up and they say, oh, they're the baddest badasses. And of course, which is good because it's accurate to the books. They're, black, which is great. But then they say, oh, they're the baddest ass. They have one training montage and then they both need to be rescued constantly. The effects are terrible, but here's the biggest thing. His mother is comatose. She's not dead. She's in her bed because she's traumatized by her husband being gone. They shot scenes that are true to the book, and guess what? They left it on the cutting room floor, and instead, her whole role was cut out of the film, and all they say is...
Studio interference. Oh my God.
Mike, Dad, I've needed you ever since Mum died. Fuck you, bitch. Go fuck yourself. And also, they really promoted the hell that Ferdia Shaw, who played Artemis Fowl, is the grandson of Robert Shaw, and boy, is that kid not living up to the family legacy. So yeah, fuck Artemis Fowl.
I'm sure hopefully he'll get something better.
Yeah, let's be grateful that Belfast happened. And to a certain extent, the second and third, and also I think superior Hercule Poirot films to show us why Kenneth Branagh is the man.
Kenneth Branagh is a good director.
He is.
Bruh, you screaming fuck you killed my app.
Really? Oh.
It did.
Oh, my bad.
That's funny. You just screamed fuck you, and then the app killed itself.
Oh, no.
That's good.
So, yeah, number 3, Artemis Fowl. Number 2, hey, what happens when you have a good actress and you trap her into a trad wife nightmare? You get redeeming love. Or as I like to call it, redeeming bullshit. Irredeemable bullshit. What's her name? Abigail Cowan, is that her name? The one from Sabrina.
No, I've never even heard of Redeeming Love, but I heard so many people talk shit about it.
Let me tell you a little bit about this movie. This is a movie that basically says this woman's only options, even though she has other options, her only options in regards to this is to be with a man who essentially kidnaps her and makes her fall in love with him.
Yeah.
Or live in a brothel where she's beaten and forced to fuck her own dad.
Did you hear the alternate title of this movie?
Irredeemable bullshit.
Oh my!
It was called Redeeming Go Back to the Stove, bitch.
That's literally what it is.
God.
That is literally what it is. And it ends with it's oh so happy and like the best. Oh,
it's really
and there's
fucking
a moment
weird
where she could be a teacher, like she wants to be a school teacher. And the guy shows up and she goes, yeah, fuck this wonderful job that makes me happy. I'm going to go off and fuck you a bunch and have a bunch of your babies and live on a farm and do manual labor forever and be your slave.
What the hell?
It is, and it's also 2.5 hours for no goddamn reason.
Yeah.
It came out in January 2022. It was a wide release. It was released by Universal.
Oh, thank God. I skipped that shit.
Universal Pictures put that shit out. A major studio put that movie. It's directed
by Universal. I love you, man.
It's directed by DJ Caruso, who did fucking Disturbia. Like, what the fuck happened?
I am number 4.
I am number 4. Eagle Eye, underrated. Like.
Oh, yeah, it's weird. It's a strange movie. I remember they were playing the ads a lot when it came out, and I was like, what the fuck are they doing with this movie?
And then also, that was the first movie where they changed the name of... It's a PureFlix movie, but they changed the name to Pinnacle Peak. And I literally saw the name, and I said, who was responsible for this? And then the end credits says, produced by David A.R. White. I'm like, I fucking knew it. I knew you snuck this in. You snuck this in to try to trick me. God damn you. God damn you, sir. So yeah, number 2, Redeeming Love. And number 1, nothing else could be number 1.
Nefarious. Yeah. It's just it's absolute hate
It's
speech
the worst
as
film
a
I've
movie.
ever seen, quite frankly. In a
I
theater.
can see it.
Some people defend it.
It is the ugliest, most hateful piece of garbage I've ever seen in my entire life. It's transphobic.
Wow.
It is just Sean Patrick Flannery. People say, "Oh, Sean Patrick Flannery's trying." No, he's not. Everybody in this movie, who made this movie, who's in this movie, including you, Glenn Beck, you fucking human schmegma, should all be fucking ashamed of yourselves. Everybody involved in this, and you should go to hell for this, all of you. This is not a movie anymore. This is evil. This goes beyond just being a bad movie. This is an evil piece of propaganda. And on top of that, Glenn Beck saves the world. I'm not kidding you. In the third act, the day is saved because the guy goes on Glenn Beck's show and talks about his book for 15 minutes. Fuck this movie. Fuck this movie.
All right.
The only enjoyable thing to come of it is the fact that because even though it's a Christian horror movie, technically it's rated R because they show executions. Oh, also it says that death row prisoners not only deserve to be executed, but don't even deserve the dignity of a last meal because fuck.
Yeah. It's bad.
But it ends with. But here's the only good thing to come out of it. They accidentally showed the Red Band trailer for Evil Dead Rise.
Hell, you did say this. That's awesome.
I got to see a theater full of Christian moms go.
I still need to see Evil Dead Rise.
Have you not? It on some days it's the best Evil Dead movie. It's insane.
You know what happened? You know when Roger Ebert reviewed Wolf Creek and he said that there was a moment where he wanted to walk out of the theater and keep on walking?
Yeah.
I had one of those moments in, well, first off, I knew we were in trouble when the movie, right before the movie started, there was a teaser trailer for a movie that they claimed was going to be released this summer. It didn't happen.
It's not out, is it? I have not heard
about
about it since The Last Patriot.
It's called The Last Patriot, which is They Took Our Guns propaganda movie. That literally the whole teaser is just a bunch of historical events that if you fact check it didn't happen, in which the government took their guns. And then it's The Last Patriot, July 4th, 2024.
I'm still waiting for that movie. I'm still waiting to put it on my best of the decade list.
But but the other thing that happened is when they talk about, you claim to be the devil or something, and he goes, I don't know, sometimes men claim to be women. And women claim to be men.
They did say something like that.
The dude in front of me, wearing the MAGA hat, of course, the dude in front of me went, yeah, fucking tell him. And I literally was like, I'm going to walk out. I'm either going to punch this guy or I'm going to walk out and just keep on walking. But I couldn't. It was my job. I had to stay to the end and review it. But fuck this movie. Fuck this evil shit. Just go fuck yourself.
I know we did a whole rant on it where it was like 2 hours and you were going.
Oh yeah, you were on there with me. That's right.
That's fucking crazy.
Just nefarious and then some. So yeah, that's my number 1.
Okay, Josh, what's the rest of your list? I'm interested.
Me too.
All right, number 5. Not this hurts me as a fantasy fan. Knights of the Zodiac.
Did you do number 6?
Yeah, I did number 6. It was Madam Web.
Yeah.
All right.
I did number 6.
Number 5 is Knights of the Zodiac. Knights of the Zodiac. Here's the thing. It's a bad movie. It's one of my favorite bad movies evs. It's so bad I love it. But I understand where you're coming from. It's bad.
This movie fits me as a fantasy fan. I love fantasy. It's my favorite genre. I love Harry Potter, Fantastic Beasts, Lord of the Rings, even Dune.
They're re-releasing real quick. They're re-releasing the UK Philosopher's Stone cut of Harry Potter in 3D in a couple weeks. I'm excited for that.
That's tight.
This as a fantasy film. I had no expectations, but I was curious because I liked the genre. And you wasted Famke Johnson, Sean Bean, you wasted Madison Eastman from the Jumanji sequels, and the lead actor. Thank God he had One Piece live action.
And also, wasn't the other villain along with Famke Johnson? Wasn't he the dude from On My Block? Because that was a good ass show. On My Block.
I'm not sure. I haven't watched On My Block, but terrible screenplay. And for something based on a manga, if you're a fan of the manga, you should be pissed off at this.
Just rent Speed
Um,
Racer.
Yeah.
Terrible CGI, terrible writing, so much exposition with very little
Stop, you
action.
fool!
This movie pissed me off. I'd rather watch Speed Racer. Speed Racer is at least a good movie.
Speed Racer's a
Number
banger.
4, Daily Wire. Can you do me a favor and kindly fuck off?
Yes,
Run,
please.
hide, and fight.
Oh
You-
yeah. I forgot this
Run,
one came out.
hide, fight. How dare you take a movie about a school shooting and try to go Die Hard with
that
it? Which
piece of shit.
should, which
I
did,
forgot about
which
that.
if this was in the different hands of a different studio or done better, I would have been okay with it. But because it's a Daily Wire, this was shit. The only good thing to come out of it was Isabel May. She
No,
was good.
I was just gonna say I watched that movie and I totally forgot about it, so it didn't make my list. But I'll say this:
It's Elephant if it was trash.
Isabel May. Thank God she found greener and better career pastures because she's a talented young actress. But yeah, fuck that movie.
Yeah.
Also, how do you waste Thomas Jane and Rhoda Mitchell? Go fuck yourself, Daily
Hey,
Wire.
Oh, also,
Just-
dear David Zaslav, where the fuck is the KJ Appa Isabel May Wonder Twins movie? I still want that.
We should have Coyote versus Acme, but
Yeah,
Yeah.
in the words of to quote a certain movie that's on my best of 2024, I'm going to use that quote for Run, Hide, and Fight. Go fuck yourselves.
At least we're gonna get the
Number
Day the
three-
Earth Blew Up, the Looney Tunes movie. I'm looking forward.
Yeah.
No, number 3, Artemis Fowl. Studio interference
okay.
at its best. Kenneth Branagh, he's an awesome actor and he's a good director. Jack Ryan Shadow Recruit. Mary Shelley's Frankenstein. I love the Hercule Poirot movies. I hope we
Hamlet.
get a 4th one. Hamlet.
Belfast.
Belfast.
Yeah.
This does not feel like Kenneth Branagh. Even the 2015 Cinderella movie, which I
like
gladly
that.
grew on. I grew
It's his
on it.
style.
I didn't like it at first, but I grew on it.
Much ado
especially
about
for
nothing.
Lily
is
James.
my fave. Much ado about
Especially for Lily James and Cinderella.
Mhm.
This is a waste of his
Yeah.
talent. This does not feel like him. You wasted Colin
nothing. It
Farrell,
wasn't his
Judi
movie.
Dench, Ferdy Shaw. He tried, but get that kid a better movie, please. Laura McDonald, another young actress. Thank God she had Belfast, and
She
I
was
hope she
great
gets
in
better
Belfast.
movies.
She was great in Belfast. No,
Judi Dench, what was you doing?
dude,
This and Cass, what the fuck?
I had this thought, Josh. That was actually, you reminded me of something. How dare you take a national treasure like Judi Dench and put elf ears on her and force her to say "top of the morning" to you? Fuck you. What a waste.
Artemis Fowl. This could have been really interesting. If someone who's never read the books, I could have actually enjoyed this. But my God, so much incompetence. Yep, you can from now on you can make the word studio interference as part of a little thing you do, Grant.
It's
Because
this
let's be
decade's
honest.
The Last Airbender. It really is.
Yeah, exactly.
True.
Fuck off, Artemis Fowl. Just fuck off. You're
Also, I
lucky
think-
you had better projects than this Disney Plus.
I feel
You're
like
lucky.
I feel like this too. I think the major thing too is that why did they turn it into an action movie? If you actually read Artemis Fowl, it's a siege thriller that's more about dialogue. Why is it an action movie? I'll tell you why, because it's a Disney movie, and they feel the need to constantly have action sequences for no reason. Then why did you option the book?
Yeah, because they don't make their movies for adults. They make their
Ugh.
movies for kids who couldn't sit through a drama where it's like a bunch of espionage talk, you know?
And it's a YA book. It's a YA book. It's not even a children's book. Like that's the
Yeah.
other thing too. All right, go ahead, Josh. Sorry.
Yeah. Artemis Fowl, fuck off movie. You're Disney, you're damn lucky you have better projects on your streaming service. You're
What?
damn lucky.
Yeah, that have survived. They took Florida and Ulysses off there, those bastards.
Yeah. Number 2, I decided to bunch these together, and this is the franchise I hate the most since 2019.
I know what you're gonna say.
We know where I'm going about this. What am I talking about? You heard me bitch about it before, because I haven't even finished it yet. I have not even seen the final movie in the
Josh,
series.
Josh, can I ask you
The guy-
something? Can I give a hint to the people? A hint to the people before you start. Hey,
Go ahead.
Dear Josephine, ask your sister Catherine about how she gets her roles before you do another movie.
And Ralph, here are fines. Grant knows exactly what it is because he, Luke, and a few other guys.
Oh, it's
If
the
you watch
after
my
films.
channel, you know how bad it is.
The
After we
sequels.
collided, after we fell, and after
my
ever
God.
happy. I haven't even seen after
Okay.
everything yet. Anna Todd, how dare you?
Oh,
How dare you send a message that is okay to take bullshit from a toxic ass tattooed up bitch like Hart and Scott? Purifying Siphon, I've seen him be good. The Woman King, he was fantastic.
Dude, thank God Guy Ritchie found him and God gave him good shit.
You're talking about the Ministry of Gentleman Warfare.
Yeah.
I still need to see that one.
He was great in The Woman King too.
He was fantastic in The Woman King. I see potential in him as an actor. Just do anything else but these movies, man. I'm pretty sure the next coming years he gonna look at these movies and be like, I did this for the money. I did not enjoy
just like the Joey King thing. Yeah. I did this for the money.
Yeah, let this be a Robert Pattinson situation where he hates these movies so badly.
Here's the other thing. Hero finds Tiffin. Like, okay, Josephine Langford has a sister who's famous and knows how to pick.
Catherine Langford, she's underappreciated.
And
Catherine Langford is a great actress.
Mm-hmm.
And Josephine
she's great.
Langford, I've seen her in stuff where she's not bad. I liked her in Moxie. She's not in it a lot.
Moxie was all right.
Yeah.
What's the point? She was okay in that movie.
The movie sucked, but she was good. But you know what else?
Yeah.
Here's the other thing about it. Like Catherine Langford, okay, whoever reads her scripts, like she was in 13 Reasons Why, Knives Out, Spontaneous, and
Love Simon.
And Love Simon, right? Love Simon. And
a deleted scene in Avengers Endgame. She is great.
Cursed. Let's not forget that because that's a good show. But man,
Stark's dad got canceled.
But here's the other thing that's interesting. But the hero finds Tiffin. He comes from an acting dynasty. His uncles are Joseph and Ray Fiennes. The fuck on.
Fucking Lord Voldemort.
Call your uncle and ask him how he gets his good roles. Ask him how he got Conclave in the Menu this decade.
Oh hell yeah!
Do something like that.
Yeah.
It's just
Tyler's
I feel
bullshit.
fucking bad I feel bad for this cast. I feel bad for we lost a actor who got replaced Shane Paul McGee in the second one. Kenneth Pedremo. We lost. May he rest in peace. But Josephine Langford and Hero Finds Siphon, God bless them because they really did try their damnness. But between Anna Todd as a writer in these movies, between the characters being bad and this whole relationship being toxic, you all know why I hate these movies. These movies are so bad. I have not even watched the last movie yet.
Stop making Wattpad movies. That's the key.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure if I'm going to, but you know what? If I do, at least it's the last one.
Well,
but
spoiler
because it came out in 2023.
Well, Josh,
after everything.
Spoiler alert to you, Josh. I have seen the last After movie. I never review the After movies because here's the thing. I half watch them on Netflix and they're guilty pleasure movies. They're bad. Don't get it twisted. They are terrible. After Everything, it's mostly you want me to tell you what you're missing in After Everything? I can tell you right now in 2 seconds.
Go ahead. Because everyone's told me, so go ahead.
It's basically Hero finds Tiffin's character walking around, remembering his relationship with Josephine Langford. He reconnects with somebody who he was cruel to, who checks his toxicity. Josephine Langford, for most of the movie, only appears in like flashbacks from the other movies, archival footage. Then in the last 2 minutes, she shows up with a radically different haircut, and they get married and fucking have a bunch of kids. The end. That's the whole goddamn movie.
That's a lot.
Basically. It's 2 hours.
That says a lot. That Josephine Langford, she don't give a damn anymore. She's like, fuck this shit, I'm out.
Good for her.
Good. Look at what your sister is doing, and hopefully you do something like that. But these movies piss me off so much. I did not even see. And from what you're saying, I'm not even going to bother watching After Everything. But if I do,
it's not worth it. it's 2 hours of the dude moping, and then in the last 10 minutes, Josephine Langford comes back and there's an epilogue. The end.
Because those movies, I hate them so much. They make me physically fucking sick to my stomach.
They're terrible.
Because I even have people, I know people who read the books. They even say these movies are shit.
And it lacks. It also lacks.
Anna Todd, what were you thinking writing these books?
It also lacks the entertainingly stupid toxicity of something like The Kissing Booth, which are terrible, but at least they're watchable. You know what I mean?
Those movies are not great. I just think those movies are decent, but even they have more common sense than that. And one more thing to say about this, Hardin Scott, to quote Honora, you're a pathetic motherfucker.
Agreed.
His mother is a shluha. I shouldn't say that. No.
Well, I feel like we're all talking about Nora in this video.
I'm gonna talk about that for sure.
Yeah. But here's the thing. Yeah, go ahead.
Go on to say what else you have to say about the After series, because these movies
it
really
wasn't about After. I was just gonna say, if you know the YouTube channel, Pretty Much It, watch their videos on the Kissing Booth.
Oh, I watched Pretty Much It.
Oh, the Kissing Booth video where they talk about, look at this motherfucker. He's like, he's so hot. I hope they kiss again. He goes, get this man a fucking shield. Get him a kissing booth. It's hilarious.
I'll say this about the After franchise. For those of you few people, if y'all like it, that's cool, because we all have different tastes. I'm not going to say fuck you. I'm not going to say you don't have taste in movies, because that's mean. But just give me valid reasons. Somebody, give me a reason why you like these movies. No. Your main job as a romance movie is to give me the curve, and you fail.
Yeah,
you failed.
Exactly. Wait, what's worse than the After films though?
365 days.
Yeah.
I never saw those movies, or 50 Shades of Oh Hell No. I didn't see those either.
Okay. But like,
what on your
list is
sanity.
worse than that then? What's worse than that?
We finna get to it.
365 days.
I'm about to get to it. I'm about to get to the number one. That pisses me off. We're about to get to it. After, again, you're a pathetic franchise. I hope I never see a franchise that is worse than you. And you have failed this city, Anna Todd. That's a quote from Arrow. You have failed this city.
Hell yeah.
These movies are so bad, you damn near killed my love of the romance genre. Thank God.
Wow. That's
I don't believe in love anymore because of the After movies.
No, I get where you're coming from, because
totally.
Those
movies they are not very good.
The number one worst movie of the decade so far.
Okay.
This movie is personal. As someone who lives with
you
this
did
condition,
talk.
As someone who
roast
is
them, Josh.
I champion movies. I champion movies about autism. As someone who champions movies about the autistic community being done in the proper way, this movie, I originally was not going to watch this in 2021, but a friend of mine said you should watch it and to see how bad it is. This is the worst case of something that is personal to me, because I live with this condition besides ADHD. What am I talking about? I did a rant on this movie pretty hard.
Yeah. It's a good rant
in 2021.
Check it out, folks.
I remember it. Yeah.
Music and all of this bullshit.
Yeah.
Still, you might be a good singer and songwriter, but you are a fucking horrible director and you are a fucking terrible screenwriter. This movie pissed me off so badly as an autistic person. I literally wanted to rage quit after an hour and a half. Not even before that. It was the restraint scene, which you clearly do not understand how autistic people work, and your demonic autism speaks.
Yeah, her consultant was a fucking hate group, basically. No,
this movie is not lifting up. This is a waste of what could have been a great movie about autism.
Oh my god!
You took that and you instead of focusing on the main thing, you decide to take it upon your own ass and go in a different direction. And what did you do? You make this into a musical where the songs really don't fit.
Yeah.
You focus on a fucking recovering drug addict, played by Kate Hudson in one of her worst mood roles I've ever seen.
You
Thank
know,
God for Ryan Johnson. Thank God for Glass Onion, man. Thank you.
yeah.
Leslie Odom Jr. He really tries in this movie. He couldn't even save it. But the
Leslie
worst,
Odom
the
Jr.
person,
was playing a magical black man in this movie.
Mhm.
His whole character
the
was
person I feel the most bad for, the one girl that I feel extreme sympathy for, because she didn't even want to do. She was excited
Right.
to do this at first, but when she heard how demeaning this was going to be, and she clearly apologized for this. Maddie Ziegler. I feel
Yeah.
fucking bad for this actress because
She's not
this
guilty
is
at all.
clearly this is clearly just because Sia wants to work with her, and she tries everything she can to make this work. But thank God she had a cameo in West Side Story in 2021, and she had the Fallouts.
Great movie.
In my old ass, which I haven't even seen yet, but I've heard some good things. So maybe I'll warm up to it. But this is clearly incapable of her talents as an actress. And I was so offended by this movie. Between the message you're sending about autism, between the scene, the restraint scene, I wanted to shut this movie off after the restraint scene because no one acts like this is a. Granted, autistic people, we do act a certain way. We bang our heads and such. I admit that as someone with autism, but it never gets to this freaking bad as a restraint scene. And I was so
it's torture.
irritated.
Yeah.
It was torturous.
Yeah.
Torturous. Sia, you clearly do not understand how autism works. I hate you for this. I hate her for this. This movie is so bad that you're a fucking this movie. You're a fucking joke, Sia. You're a respectable musician. God, I never want to watch this movie again. And this was so bad, it made my worst movies of all time.
Wow.
Makes sense.
Oh yeah, I did that video in 2021.
Oh man.
For my channel anniversary. This was so bad.
You know what?
So bad.
You know what else I think is a fundamental problem with music? Just even only having seen it for half an hour.
Tell me.
Well, and this is also there's that movie coming out, The Unbreakable Boy, which they've sat on for 4 years
because they didn't want to drop it because of how it. Came off.
Fuck you too, Zachary Levi, disrespectful fuck. But it was the Trump.
You're still bad fuck. Look at you now.
Trump kit sucking fucker. This idea of these autism movies from the perspective of the people around the autistic person. Like, okay,
instance, that they're a prop in their own.
You should feel bad for me because my kid is different. Those kind of movies. I hate that. It's out of date. And I'll tell you what, one of the best movies of this year that nobody saw, which was a Disney Plus film, was a movie called Out of My Mind, which was a movie about a girl with cerebral palsy, where you never lose the point of view of the girl with cerebral palsy. It's about her. It's through her eyes, and it's a great movie. This movie, I'm so done with this whole outsiders. You should feel bad for me.
Outsiders making art about experiences that they've never had, and it feels disingenuous.
Ezra was a much better movie about autism. That portrayed autism. You want to make a movie about autism? Why don't you get into the mind and life of an autistic person?
You know what the key to that movie though is that Ezra was a 3-dimensional character in the movie that was named after him. That's the thing. Yeah. He was a character.
Yeah. Again, you can do a movie about autism, just do it right. Get into the mind of an autistic person. Actually talk to autistic people.
Oh, and thank God
what they go through.
Fuck the good doctor, too.
But thank God for long legs. You know what I mean?
Long legs, and also, like, but the thing is, like, first off, Lionsgate, how fucking dare you even say the title Wonder to promote your freaking ableist-looking movie? How fucking that movie's really good. That's a movie that's
Wonder was a better movie.
Wonder's great, Because Wonder, you think it's going to be one of those sappy movies, and then it turns out to be more about, it's about where the character who has the disability and the world around him are colored with three-dimensional characters. It's a thoughtful take on it. That's my, you know what I mean? Like, it's, but yeah, just fuck music. And fuck Sia for making it. And fuck the Golden Globes for nominating it. What a fucking...
Yeah,
they really pulled it. They really pulled an Emilia Perez.
His three daughters doesn't get shit at the Golden Globes.
Becca, stop it.
Wait, what?
You liked that movie. Don't
you know what? But over hundreds of beavers though, and stuff like that.
Over
come on.
Nora, Dune Part
over
2,
Nora and the Substance.
You inside
and A Real Pain.
Yeah.
Like there were 4 better movies in that lineup, and they chose to go with one of the 2 that were bad.
So bad.
Not the actual thing people like to listen to, because I love listening to music. I'm talking about this movie.
Go fuck yourself. And
your fucking autism speaks, motherfuckers.
Oh yeah. A fucking.
That's my worst of this decade.
A fucking organization that makes a propaganda film in which a mother says that she would rather kill herself and her autistic child than live with her autistic child, and the only thing that saves both of them is her normal kid coming through the door. Go fuck yourself, you piece of shit organization.
Yeah.
I could do better a movie about autism.
Of course you could.
And it would be great.
If you want to see good autism representation, there's a really underrated show that they sadly canceled before it got a chance to live. It was called Not Dead Yet with Gina Rodriguez. That's a great show. They just canceled it.
Atypical was dope too.
Oh, I loved Atypical. Yeah, Atypical was great.
Anyways,
Parenthood.
Those are my worst of the decade.
Yeah. Okay, for those
we got to the good list now. We're get to the good list.
For those just joining us, we have reached hour 72 in our.
You know what? We'll be. I think we could be quick about these because it's easier to give the simple good things about a movie than go about the bad stuff.
So how many does each person have?
I have 20.
I have 30. What about you, Josh?
I have 14 plus a whole lot of honorable mentions.
Okay.
Well, why don't we do this? Since I have 30, I'll start. When we get to 20, Becca jumps in. We get to 14, Josh jumps in, and then we do it as a circle. Sound good?
Cool. Yeah.
I'll go through each and tell you which ones I've seen and which ones I haven't, as you guys do that.
Okay, no.
Cool.
But we'll start around the bend. Honorable mentions. Who has honorable mentions?
I don't. I do.
I have honorable mentions.
Okay, go ahead, Josh.
My honorable mentions. This is a lot. Hitman, Richard Linklater, Glenn Powell, Audrey Arjona.
Great movie.
The Iron Claw. I used to be funny. Barbarian.
Okay.
In the Heights. I still need to see Wicked. I know I'm late to the party. I'll get there. Rosalind. Hulu. What a shame. You took this off because I really like this, especially with Caitlin Deaver's performance.
Oh, yeah. That's the Romeo and Juliet one, right? Like,
it was. It was a comedic spin. West Side Story, 2021.
Oh, yeah.
Hamilton. Spider-Man No Way Home.
Awesome.
The Batman. The Invisible Man. Furiosa. A Mad Max saga. Nope.
Hell yeah.
Everything, Everywhere, All at Once.
Hell yeah.
Late Bloomers. This was a severely underrated movie last year.
Wasn't it an HBO Max original?
It's on my watch list. I added it because you told me it was great, so I'll watch it eventually. That's the one with Karen Gillan, right?
Yeah. Yes, the lovely Scottish Karen Gillan. Anything Karen Gillan, I'm gonna watch. Okay.
You better be careful, Josh. Elizabeth Olsen will get jealous.
She's still my number one. Still my number one. Anything with Elizabeth Olsen, I'll watch. The Fablemans.
Okay.
Hamilton.
Okay.
Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness.
Yeah.
Yep. Call me crazy. Is in my honorable mentions.
I liked it a lot.
Killers of the Flower Moon.
Some of these are not even close for me, but hey, they're still cool.
Killers of the Flower Moon. I will never watch this movie again. Good movie, but I'll never watch it again. Lily Gladstone deserved the Oscar, though.
Hell yeah.
Nosferatu. And Jordan Peele's Nope.
Okay.
And The Green Knight. And
Okay.
my last honorable mention is Justice League: The Snyder Cuts.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
my honorable mentions are I'm piggybacking on a couple of yours. Nosferatu, The Fablemans. Love The Fablemans. Wait a second, is The Fablemans on here? Hold up. It is not. Okay. And West Side Story. I'm also gonna throw in I'm gonna throw in one that's one of your dishonorable mentions, Josh. Sorry, not sorry. I have a personal reason, The Empty Man. Because I love this movie, and on top of
That movie sucked.
but here's the other thing. I saw it being filmed. It was shot in my town, and that never happens.
Yeah,
It
makes
exists.
sense.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, they shot it on Main Street in my hometown, and I was following it. And I read the graphic novel just because the movie was coming out, because I saw them film some of it. So that was great.
I didn't even know it was based on the graphic novel until I saw the credits.
And the other thing too is that I'm kind of buds with the writer of the graphic novel. So full disclosure, I met him.
David Fryer.
He's also the guy who wrote one of the best Deadpool graphic novels, which was Deadpool Kills the Marvel Universe, which is awesome.
Oh hell yeah.
But yeah, so there's Empty Man, Queer.
Okay.
On there. Love that movie, the Luca Guadagnino film, Bones and All. Basically everything Luca Guadagnino touched that this decade. Challengers, We Are Who We Are, which I know is a series. I don't care.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck you. Scenes from Marriage. Again, no, it's a series. Don't care.
Oh, you know what? If you're throwing in series, I'll give you 3 right now for counting series: the Jewel special of Euphoria, Babylon.
That's a movie.
But these are my 3.
Great.
These are my 3 honorable mentions. Yeah, the Jewel special, Babylon, and then Humanist Vampire Seeking Consenting Suicidal Person. Yeah. Probably the 3 that I wanted to mention.
Scenes from a Marriage, that was pretty good. Oscar Isaac and Jessica Chastain.
Yeah. And that was a movie that also was a remake of one of the best films by Ingmar Bergman, which was originally a series and then also was a film. So yeah, great
movie.
Great job. And Jessica Chastain and Oscar Isaac, like those, they can do no wrong. Even in bad movies, they can do no wrong. Let me think. Also, this is technically a series. This is tied for 31. Like, this is so close to it. It's a movie that has flaws, don't get me wrong. It's too long. But here's the thing. As film, as a way of documenting history, I'm going to tell my grandkids I was there when this came out. So my tied for number 31, no. Tied for 31 is The Beatles Get Back. Because, that was a fucking amazing... And that was a fucking amazing series. Bless you, Peter Jackson. I'm so glad you're restoring.
Also, I will say another honorable mention is Spencer. This movie turned me around on Kristen Stewart.
Love that.
This movie made me have a change of heart on Kristen Stewart.
She was great. But yeah, that one, Don't Look Up. I put that on there as an honorable mention. Brilliant satire. Now when I get into arguments with my conservative friends, I say, hey you, the meteor's coming, look up. God damn it. Because Adam McKay made a perfect euphemism for climate change deniers with that movie. Bless you. Let me put it to you. I'm just going to say, also, since we're talking series, the Mike Flanagan Cinematic Universe entries from the 2020s, those being The Haunting of Bly Manor, Midnight Mass, The Fall of the House of Usher, and The Midnight Club, because all of them were fucking...
Wait. What was the David Lynch one you had? Was it the fucking him and the monkey?
Right. Okay, and then my final super honorable mention for best short film of the decade so far goes to the late great David Lynch, and that is What Did Jack Do?
Oh my god,
which is on Netflix.
I love it.
If you haven't seen it, Josh, it's on Netflix.
And she was
long.
And he's like, and she was what the fuck does he
goes, You've been associating with chickens, Jack.
Yeah.
Seen you in the coop. You've been associating. The chickens have come home to roost. This is all.
It's so good. It's so funny.
So for those who don't know what this is, what Did Jack Do is a black and white 15-minute short on Netflix that came out in 2021 that essentially is David Lynch playing a detective. It's shot in black and white. He's interrogating a capuchin monkey who is voiced by David Lynch, who has been accused of
big boy, buddy,
of murdering a chicken in a crime of passion because he's in love with his wife, the chicken's wife. who's also a chicken that doesn't speak. Named, what was it, Tatantabon or something like that?
Yeah, so it's like...
And there's a moment where he, like, serenades her. It's freaking weird and shit, but it's great, and it's full
got
of...
murdered, big boy. It's just, like, fucking weird. It's like the type of shit he would make because he's, like, bored. He made it because he was bored, and it's fucking awesome.
It's like the best mini-sode of Twin Peaks you could possibly make. So
it would be a segment in an episode like episode 8 where you're like, what the fuck does this mean? But sure, it's cool.
Oh, and also, speaking of David Lynch, he also gets one of the best movie cameos of the decade so far.
Hell yeah!
The final scene of The Fabelmans.
If the what does he say? I can't even think about it.
What he says is, do you know
where's the horizon?
Talking about the horizon on the pin, he goes, okay, he goes, a horizon at the top is interesting.
It's interesting. At the bottom is interesting.
A horizon in the middle is boring as shit.
It's
he goes,
bullshit.
He goes, oh, okay. He goes, get the fuck out of my office.
It's good shit. I love it. We saw that at TIFF when that came out, and all that people could talk about was the last 10 minutes with David Lynch, and we're like, it was a brilliant fucking scene, and all of us left agreeing that was like the best part of that fucking movie.
I also like that clip. I think it's from Twin Peaks: The Return. Whenever they do something like, if you guys watch Ben's movie channel, they did a thing where they're doing bits from the Bo Burnham Inside review of Stuckman's, where he does the quote from Content about how Daddy made you your favorite open wide, and it just comes to like plain spoken, and then it just comes to David Lynch. What the fuck? Anyway. But yeah, those are my honorable mentions.
Nice.
So should I give
30 to 20?
I'll just read them off and give quick little insights. So number 30, Petite Maman. This was one of the best children's films of the decade so far. It's a French film. It's 72 minutes. And it is the first children's film from director Celine Sciamma, who did
Portrait of a Lady on Fire.
And this movie is fantastic. If you have a mother, and everybody does, whether they hear or not, you will want to hug them when this movie ends.
It's very much about that connection that we have.
It's essentially a time travel story without the sci-fi element, because it's basically this little girl, and there's twins playing these roles. So this little girl who just lost her grandmother, and it's a French film. It's subtitled. She goes behind her house to play. Her mom leaves the house because she's bereaving the grandmother. And as she goes behind the house, she finds an identical house to her grandmother's house that they're cleaning out. Yeah. And inside of it is a little girl who looks a lot like her, who is her mother when she was her age.
She like travels back, Alice in Wonderland style.
There's a time warp. And so basically what happens is she befriends her mother when she's like 7 years old. And it's a beautiful movie.
It's real good.
It's a buried treasure of a movie, and
not as good as Portrait, but I think that it still has its own place in film.
But to me, it had more impact, and also bless the Criterion for that movie, because it finally got me to finally watch one of her films that I haven't seen, which was My Life as a Courgette, because it was the whole movie.
Oh yeah,
which was great in HD.
Yeah.
So loved that movie. Loved.
Hell yeah.
Number 30. Number 29, I saw at Sundance, and I'm blessed that it actually came out the same year, because there was a lot writing against it. I think that a certain movie that was the biggest movie hit in 2022 was what got it over, because the same actress was in that film. And that movie is 29, The Cathedral. This is a film by Ricky D'Ambrose, who also did Notes on an Appearance and a bunch of shorts, which you can find on Vimeo. And Monica Barbaro is in this film as the boy.
Oh.
I do believe that's why. And this is a lovely movie, and I'll tell you something. It's kind of spooky how close this movie was to my own childhood, in the sense of the parents' divorce, the fact that the actor, because it's the dad from 13 Reasons Why. He was also Officer Krupke from West Side Story. Brian Darcy, I think is his name.
Yeah,
is the dad?
Yeah, Brian Darcy.
They look like my parents. The way they dress, it's so eerie how much they look like my parents when I was a kid. The two of them. And the kid kind of looks like me, and there's this beautiful moment in it where this kid, it's not a lot of dialogue because it's an experimental film, but there's one part where the kid, Mubi, bless you, Mubi, thank you, without you, we wouldn't get mainstream attention to movies like this. There's a scene where he's given, he's in a photography class, and he's talking about a photograph where it's his aunts were babysitting him when they were like teenagers, and they're sitting on the bed doing each other's nails, and there's a baby monitor on the counter, and this is him as like a 17-year-old, and it's after years of turmoil because his family has splintered because of his parents' divorce, and he's talking about how it's really interesting when you look at a photograph because the room is still there, but the people in it aren't. And that hit me so hard, I wept. There was just something about it. It was the effect of that movie and then that line. It was just like, It hit me so hard. I watched it on a Sundance screener and then watched it again when it dropped on Movie. I've seen it now 3 more times. I love The Cathedral. It's one of my favorite films of all time now. So that's my number 29. Number 28, and again, it's directed by Ricky Dambros. Great. He also notes on an appearance. I watched that as well. It's also great. It's only an hour long, so I recommend it. 28, it was on your honorable mentions. Josh, Killers of the Flower Moon. This movie is a beautiful piece of work, and what it did for the plight of natives on screen. This and, quite frankly, Reservation Dogs. The
Reservation Dogs is good, yeah.
This is a step in the right direction. And also, another movie from last year, which I guess you could call it an honorable mention. It was close. Fancy Dance, also with Lily Gladstone.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I really enjoyed that movie.
Really underrated. This movie... Oh, also, one more little honorable mention. Billie Eilish, The World's a Little Blurry, too. That was
Yeah, I'll put that on, too, because I don't count it as a movie, but that was a good movie.
That was pretty cool. I love Billie Eilish's music.
Oh, and one more. Sorry, I would be remiss not to put, because I didn't put it on the list, Barb and Star Go to Vista Del Mar. Because that movie's fucking awesome.
Underrated.
Really underrated. I'm Starbra. Like, I'm Starbra. He goes, are you... Oh, I'm Barb. Short for Barbara? Nope, just Barb. Love that movie. Bless you, Kristen Wiig and Annie Momolo. You, to quote Crimson Cinema, you're an all-star. By the way, I was watching the Coach Carter video, and they talk about Channing Tatum. It was like his first movie, and he goes, he's a trill white N-word. And then they have that part where he says it. And then when he does it, they have the star, and instead of like hip-hop playing, it's, I don't want to be in it. And I was crying. Crimson Cinema. If you guys haven't subscribed to Crimson Cinema, he's like the most underrated comedy YouTuber and Twitch streamer ever. He does hood movie. Like, he talks about the Friday movies. And he talks about Sam Jackson's in this movie. He's an all-star.
Farms Hood the Cinema. I know him.
Oh, he's great, isn't he? He's so funny.
He's
Cosby
hilarious.
Show episode, the barbecue sauce episode of the Cosby Show, where he's talking about, I guess I'll give them the benefit. Oh, hell no! She's barely conscious. When he's talking about Sam Jackson, he's just like, Sam Jackson is Coach Carter. He does the basketball coach. He was a basketball back in the day. And they show his head, it's bald, and goes, basketball. He was a basketball back in the day. Well, Crimson Cinema. Anyway, 20, sorry, when he did Trapped in the Closet, and they have the part where the guy is like, where R. Kelly is gay bashing, the guy like, oh my god, it's a gay guy. He goes, man, R. Kelly, shut the fuck up. He goes, what place do you have making fun of people's sexual preferences? At least they're fucking adults. And then it just comes to Michael Jordan and goes, stop it, get some help. At least they're adults, damn it, R. Kelly, dirty ass boy. Fucking great. Anyway, 20 Killers of the Flower Moon. But I digress. Killers of the Flower Moon, great movie. DiCaprio, great. Lily Gladstone totally deserved the Oscar. I love. Did I put that on my list? Fuck, I don't think I did. Well, unless it comes up again, honorable mention. Also, Poor Things. That was really close. That would have been.
It's gonna come up later. It's coming up later.
I didn't love Poor Things. I thought it was okay, but it took me a week and a half to finish it.
Yeah, give it a second.
It took me a week and a half to finish it.
I needed a half a year to like think about it.
You hated it at first.
I did, and then now it's on my list. I think it's because like
it's just Yorgos Lanthimos. He's just
I understand it
not
now.
A director. I get his direct. I get the appeal of the movie. I just I can't get into it. I can't get into it.
There's something about stepping. There's something about like stepping through the door of like the feminine where when you do it makes sense and you're like, okay, like I get it, I understand why people wouldn't. I'll talk about it later, but I think that
Yeah.
now
But-
there's enough
Yeah, okay.
estrogen in my body
Okay.
where I'm like, I get it, I understand this fucking movie now.
But-
Like,
Kill-
it's good shit.
But Killers of the Flower Moon, yeah, number 28, Killers of the Flower Moon, just directed by, of course, Martin Scorsese, great movie. 27, okay, people are going to split hairs, but I must warn you, this did get a theatrical release, mind you,
Yeah.
after it initially came out, but it still fucking counts. Number 27, Bo Burnham Inside.
Okay,
Just, what an amazing piece of art. Just genuinely funny.
it's good shit. Yeah.
What's your take on racism? Bagel Bites? Just fucking great. I love Bo Burnham.
It gave me and my sister an existential crisis at the same time, so I think it like is deserved to be on the list.
I was crying by the end of it. Not. I think the key scene in that movie that I'm like the thing I show people to be like, okay, you gotta actually watch this movie, and I'm like, this is what you need to see. Is when he's like, thank you all for subscribing. Thank you so much. He's holding like a knife. And he's like, thank you for subscribing, and then just. And then it just freezes. Bo Burnham is well. First off, I love his other specials. Like I love, the "I Fuck Sluts" poem. I like the "Kill
But
Yourself" song.
this one was actually like him taking.
It's deep.
It's
fucking
deep, and he's doing his own almost Lynchian Inland Empire thing
It's
where
an
he's
experimental
jumping.
film.
It is.
Also, the songs are great. Jeffrey
Yeah.
Bezos. I like
Fucking
the-
30, the song about being 30, turning 30. I'm like that.
Get Your
That's a
Hand-
banger.
All Eyes on Me, great.
All Eyes on Me, hell
Content.
yeah.
Welcome to the Internet is one of the best songs.
Look who's inside again, just encapsulating what the point of that whole movie is.
Dude, like, here's some healthy beverage options. You should kill your mom. Here's why women never fuck you. Here's how you can build a bomb. It's great. Oh, by the way, another honorable mention, because fuck it, Rap World. Too.
Yeah, Rap World's fucking great.
Rap
It's
World's-
anyone who was alive in the year 2007, 2008 would be like, that is so much what life was like at that point. Like there's a certain cosmic energy that was around that was in that fucking movie.
What was his line? Like, I'm
My favorite line is,
I'm
"You're
a
not my
gangster who
dad.
only
You're
kills
not."
teachers or something. What was
Yeah,
that?
you're not my dad. You're not
You're not
God.
the
You're not the
president.
president. You can't tell me what to do.
What was the line from the song? About,
Yeah, he talks about he's so good. His rap's so good. He's killing substitute teachers or some shit.
Yeah!
Like they were doing like these weird ass bars that are like, this is probably gonna get you like locked up for saying this shit. Like, and then he dies. And then he gets shot in the leg and dies.
He dies of getting shot in the leg. Like he dies like that whole bit, and then to have the epilogue at the end of being like, this person did this, and he goes. And this person went on to be dead from getting shot in the leg. It's just like, oh my god, what the fuck?
It's good shit. He's funny.
If you guys
He's coming.
wanna watch
He's coming
Rap
back
World-
up. He's coming back up in my best of the decade list
Yeah.
in a movie.
Rap World. It's 52 minutes long, and the whole
Connor
thing
O'Malley.
is on YouTube.
Hell
You need
yeah.
to watch it. Connor O'Malley, direct.
Are you on 2026 now?
No, yeah, I'm on 26. Yeah, Bo Burnham Inside, brilliant. And also, That's How the World Works. I'd also put that up there. Sounds complicated. He goes, like, why is it that you fucking white people always need to tell you that you're no? Oh, real quick, because I made a promise to myself that anytime I brought up Bo Burnham, I would read this. So I apologize. We're gonna make a quick digression, and then I'll get back to the list. I promise. Okay. Do you all want to hear a poem?
Oh my god, you gotta read I Fuck Sluts.
I feel the need to do this. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So usually this is the part of the show where we do the dirty stuff, but I have a poem right now. It's kind of sappy and romantic. We need to do the sappy and romantic stuff, and we just get it out of the way.
Okay.
The name of this poem is I Fuck Sluts. Okay. Sluts. It's not a roll call, but thank you. Sluts. I fuck sluts. Sluts get fucked when I fuck sluts. No ifs, ands, and or buts. I fuck sluts. I fuck sluts. Nice girls are nice. Nice girls are nice, but no good for nut sucking. They'll need us to night to green light a butt fucking. But that'll be easy to squeeze with slut fucking. Due to nice girls. Praise be to slut fucking. Hey guys, I have a list. A list? Yes, a list of all the sluts I've missed. I've never fucked or sucked these sluts, and thus my nuts are fucking pissed. So when I fuck... So when I fuck the So when I fuck the lucky slut, my nut removes her from this list. Another dumb cum bucket struck from my nut sucking suck it slut fucking bucket list. Yes, you hear the influences. Chaucer. The pages are blank. I know it. Why am I lying to you? Sluts can be white, black, brown, pink, or almond. They can be skinny with big tits or be skinny with small ones. Sluts can be perky, preppy, or posh with their brains and their clothes all shrunk from the wash. But other sluts are pretty and funny and smart. These sluts can lift These sluts can lift all your thoughts from your dick to your heart. They can talk about science, music, or art. Mm-hmm. They can put you. I think you killed Josh. They can put you together.
I think so.
They can put you together. They can pull you apart. But don't trust these sluts. Don't you dare. They'll force you to trust them and love them and care.
How long is this segment again? I forget how long it goes for.
We're at the last section, and then
Thank God.
And then they'll be gone, and then you'll be aware of that hole in your heart that dumb slut left there. Thank you very much. Anyway,
insane.
Brilliant. The best poem I've ever heard. Anyway,
25.
26 actually. Hey guys, I need to tell you something. You know, Jesse Plemons, it's hard being in a relationship with him, and I'm thinking of ending things. Number 26.
That's coming up again. Yeah, that's going to come up again.
I'm thinking of ending
that was pretty good.
Charlie Kaufman, speaking of poets, the great Charlie Kaufman.
Hell yeah.
Love that movie, great movie, and Jessie Buckley, that was kind of my introduction to her. She's great.
Hell fucking yeah.
Okay, number 25. Hey, Becca.
Yeah.
Anatomy of a Fall. Number 25.
Oh hell yeah. Okay, hell yeah. Yeah.
Really great.
I need to give it another shot, but the
Great
trailer
movie.
sells it to be this amazing fucking film, and it is. I just wasn't ready for it.
It won the Palme d'Or. Number 24. Yeah. Number 24. Hey guys, I've just thought of a number better than 24. 25. Number 24. This is one of the. Okay, you know how Roger Ebert and Gene Siskel, when they reviewed the film Shoah, said this is what documentary film and film in general should be, documenting life in all of its beauty. And
oh, is this Time?
Yes, number 24 is Time by Garrett Bradley. What an amazing film.
Criterion picked it up because it's so good.
What a truly beautiful piece of work that somehow in only 80 minutes shows a love story, a family story, a father-child story, and does it all with what feels like natural growth of the characters who are real people. It's a documentary. This is in the Criterion Collection. It deserves to be.
Hell yeah.
The woman at the center of this is just one of the greatest movie anti-heroines of the decade. So I love this real person. I loved, and that ending when, let's put it this way, when time actually is on their side when it comes to her and her husband. That is one of the most beautiful romantic endings to anything I've ever seen.
It's really good.
Time. Number 23, speaking of documentaries, Superman, the Christopher Reeve story is my number 23. I wept like a baby. What a cool guy. What a great actor and what a great man. Number 22, speaking of documentaries, now some documentaries like Time and Superman give you hope for humanity. This movie rips your guts out, stomps on them, and then turns around, takes your stomped guts, and while you're still breathing, strangles the last bit of hope out of your soul. And that's The Eternal Memory.
Okay, yeah.
What a powerful film about Alzheimer's, and what a powerful, it's Chilean, and what a powerful movie. Nominated for Best Documentary Feature last year's Oscars. It didn't win, but it's great. It's also MTV Films distributed it. MTV distributed this movie.
Which is weird to think because it does not fit their aesthetic.
Not at all.
It's not Election, it's not Jackass. It does not fit.
But the MTV documentary films label actually has made some really fucking great docs. And
probably, yeah.
They also made a movie that was a runner-up on this year's list, which was, of course, Casa Bonita, Mi Amor, which was fucking...
Oh, they did do Casa Bonita, which I haven't seen yet. I need to see it.
Oh, it's great. It's on Paramount Plus. The Trey Parker and Matt Stone try to buy Casa Bonita.
And it sounds like it's a shit show when they buy it.
Terror Nation. Anyway, I saw it at the Alamo with my sister. That was awesome. Number 21. one of the best films from one of the best filmmakers in world cinema, that being Park Chan-wook, number 21, Decision to Leave. You
That's
talk
on
about
it's on my list too. I'll be
classic
talking about it.
Hitchcockian suspense. This bless you movie in the US for this, because this
Master ending.
Master ending, and just
So
an
good.
ending that, like, you talk about guts on the floor.
Yeah.
That
I've shown it to people and they've been like, holy fuck, that ending is
Love
like
that.
torturous.
Love that movie. And then also, real quick, one more honorable mention I almost forgot. Shiva Baby. It almost made
That's
it.
coming up too.
Yes,
That's coming up too.
Rachel
I'm
Sennett.
gonna talk
Mhm.
about both.
Oh!
Let's just say both Seligmans are on my list.
Okay, yeah, Bottoms is also an honorable mention. I'll also throw, even though some people are like, oh, it's 2019. I'm sorry, it got a theatrical release in 2020. It counts. Yes, God, Yes is another
Yes,
one.
yeah.
Love that with Natalia Dyer.
Yeah.
That's great. And Alicia
I like
Lowe.
that one too.
Love that movie. A movie about masturbation that is also somehow one of the most, like, delightful and accessible movies ever.
It's good.
It's great. Number 20, and then we'll go to you, Becca, for your number 20.
Okay.
My number 20 is Relic. Natalie Erica
Oh,
James.
okay.
Amazing horror film. Bella Heathcote, who she and I are kind of pen pals. She's really cool. Bella Heathcote, Emily Mortimer, and who's this actor?
It's interesting. I need to give it another watch. It's interesting, though.
I'll say this. Natalie Erica James, come back to indie cinema, because your studio sophomore effort, Apartment 7A, wasn't it. But I fucking loved Relic. And this is one of the most... I think that Mark Kermode said this was his film of the year in 2020. And that I understand why. Because this is one of the most moving. And then also Robin Nevin is the other actor. A movie about generational trauma, Alzheimer's, but doing it through a haunted house story, but not a haunted house movie that is not about jump scares. It's about
it's the dread. It's like very much this like slow building dread that you feel in your chest. Like
it's the best Mike Flanagan movie. Mike Flanagan.
That isn't Mike Flanagan, 100%.
It's great. And I'm sorry, that scene where Bella Heathcote is trapped in the walls and she becomes confused like the grandma, that is like one of those claustrophobic, frightening scenes of any movie I've ever seen. So the number 20, Relic.
So for my list, I feel like if people don't know me, they'll think it's all over the place. But people who know me will be like, that makes complete fucking sense.
Sorry, one more honorable mention. I forgot Saint Maud and Skinamarink. Those are also
yes.
All right,
no, but for my list, I think I put them in a ranking where it would make sense to how much I like rewatching them. I like watching them, but they're all great, all 20 or 505s. 20, I have Joachim Trier's The Worst Person in the World, a movie that
is higher on mine, much higher.
Yes, it's a movie that I think it'll be higher as time goes on, but since I first saw it to now, the movies became more relatable, and I think as I go on, it's going to become more relatable as it goes on, just because it's one of those, like, you're in your late 20s, and you're like, oh, wow, what am I going to do with my life? And very much like Francis Ha. I vibe with this one. I think the one thing I will say, though, is it kind of is one of those films, like, the coolest scene is not very realistic, but I think I kind of like the mushroom scene is not what it feels like to do that, but I think I will still respect it as like, ooh, it's wacky and it's crazy. But I don't know, the scene of her running down the street,
I love that
probably
scene.
will be one of the best scenes of the decade for a long time. Like it's a great art film. I love it. I would recommend it to everyone.
Can we also say one of the best acting performances of the 21st century?
Yes.
Reinsva.
I don't even know why I didn't bring that up. The best part of that fucking movie is that performance. She's good in it.
Amazing. Love her.
I want to see her in something again where I vibe with her on that same level, but I think it would have to be another like Trier film or something more artsy.
She was really good. There's a series
in A Different Man. She was good, but it was a little bit like it wasn't as good of a performance, but it was still fine.
I haven't seen A Different Man yet, but she was really good. There's a series that came out. It's an American series with Jake Gyllenhaal called Presumed Innocent.
She's really good on that. She is in that. Yeah.
Yeah. That's a really good series. But yeah. So that's your number 20.
That's my number 20. Yeah, but I know you probably got it higher because we've talked about how much it really hits you at this moment in time when it came out, like heavily.
Hey, Becca, number 19.
Yeah.
Hey, ask me what my shoes are made of.
What are your fucking shoes made of?
Toenails from a man. Marcel the Shell with shoes on.
Okay, fuck
Number
yeah,
19.
okay. It's not on my
I
list, but it's very fucking good.
love this. This is one of the most delightful movies ever.
Yeah.
Peaceful, easy feeling I will never listen to the same way again because all I'll think about is Jenny Slate.
Bro,
Out
when they
with that
make
little
when
voice.
the weed joke was so funny because all the adults laughed in the theater and the kids were like, "Why the fuck did they just laugh?"
Oh,
I
Josh,
love how the little adult jokes. All the adults in the theater were fucking dying,
the
and
heart,
the
the
kids
happy
didn't understand
hairs,
why.
the cubes were happy hairs or whatever.
Yeah,
This is a kids movie that anybody like. This is the kind
could
of movie
fuck
that,
with.
if you need a first movie to take your kid to get them to be
Yeah.
art
films.
house nerds,
Yeah.
take them to see this because this is.
Show them this. Yeah, show them something like this because it's
I took-
artsy enough.
Before she died, when she was on hospice at our home, I went the same weekend it was there to see it again. I took my 100-year-old grandmother who doesn't like animated films at all
Yeah,
to see it, and she walked out and she said, and I said, "What'd you think, Nana?" And she said, "I wanted another hour and a half of that. That was delightful." It's just,
it's
and
great.
the guy who's making it is making Lilo and Stitch. Disney,
Yeah.
don't give him fucking notes. Let him make
He is a guy who he definitely has always had that wacky style, and Marcel the Shell totally made splashes when it dropped. It was fucking good.
Just me or best movie that Victoria Justice is technically in because she appears in archival footage on YouTube at that one part.
Oh yeah, she is in that. Yeah,
for like 2 seconds.
It's good. I fuck with it.
Well, I think it was an Instagram video she made with Avan Jogia when they were finishing Victorious about how good the viral video was or something. Because it was her and Avan Jogia talking about like how, and I love Avan Jogia. He's a good actor, but like, what was that movie he did? That would almost be an honorable mention, even though I didn't review it. Dormouse.
I saw it at a screening with him. I didn't love it at that time. I'm willing to give it another chance. It's a weird movie, and I didn't expect it going in. So when he did the Q&A, I was like, I don't fucking know what to even thought. Like, it's a weird film.
I love how fucking based Avan Jogia is. He goes, "So what was it like making Victorious?" Like, I was drunk every fucking day.
Yeah.
Like, bless you.
No, Marcel the Shell's a good choice. That's like an actual banger.
Love that movie, and I cried for about half of it. It was insane. But yeah, number 19, Marcel the Shell with shoes on. I have the poster behind this.
Hell yeah. Number 19. Okay,
yes.
My number 19 is the real winner of Best Picture in 2021. Drive My Car.
That is much higher on mine.
A movie that I love so much to the point where I took Janelle to see it after I saw it. And I was like, okay, it's a 3-hour Japanese drama.
So fucking great.
And I took her to see it, and she's like, I love this fucking, like, everyone I've shown it to is like, I love this fucking movie.
Beautiful movie.
Beautiful fucking movie about loss and finding people you can connect with.
And here's the thing. I thought about this long and hard, and when I initially did 2021, my 2021 list, I saw it so late, and I just wanted to put the list up that I put it as a next best. I kind of put it on the honorable mentions.
Yeah.
And then I thought about it, and literally last year I watched it again. I'm like, you know what? Fuck this. This is my new collect. This and Licorice Pizza are tied for number 2 because fuck it.
For me, it's what's tied for 1 is Drive My Car and Teton. I think that those are like the 2 that are definitely for me the best of that year. But no, Drive My Car was a movie that I didn't expect to like, to the point where I've watched Hamaguchi's shit after, and he might be one of my favorite the director of these types of movies, modern day, of like these like drama heavy films. He's kind of one of the better ones, I think, that's
Happy Hour was great.
Happy Hour was good. The one about death he did, the the people are about to die and they're being recorded. I forget what the fuck that one's called. That one's good too.
The only movie of his now that I really want to, I want to do it before I did my best of list. I ran out of time, but I still have it on my list along with A Different Man is Evil Does Not Exist. I really want to see that.
It's not as strong as Drive My Car, but I think it's still such an interesting picture he does with it.
No, it was Wheel of Fortune and Fate or whatever, but it was still, yeah.
Yeah.
But love that movie. Love it. Good pick. We're going to talk about it much later on mine.
Yeah.
Number 18.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Becca.
Yeah.
Speaking of Bo Burnham,
Okay.
uh,
Oh.
Becca, I never thought I'd say this to you, my friend, but you're
Yeah.
toxic.
You're
Number
talking
18,
about
promising
Okay.
young woman. My number 18.
I would have okay. I didn't put it on my list because
Love Promising.
I'm still trying to decide how I feel about it. I think I need to go back and rewatch it now as a woman. I feel like I should see if how I feel because like I've always had conflicting feelings about how it presents things in that movie, but it's
Well,
good.
but it pushes the envelope in a way that a lot
It
of studio
does.
movies don't. And the thing is, it made Paris Hilton's pop career worthwhile just for that one scene in the grocery store.
Yeah.
With Carey Mulligan has always been one of the finest actresses that I don't think always gets her due because she's great.
Mhm.
She's great here. I think it's also personal because her friend who died's name was Nina. Guess who else is named Nina? My aunt, who's like a second mother to me. And so
Yeah.
there was that element. But on top of all of that, it was the story and it was her performance and that last 20 minutes where you just sit there and you're like, you better not fuck this up. And they not only don't fuck it up, they blow you away.
I feel like I've
Perfect.
only ever seen it a couple times. That ending gets me in a way where I'm like, I don't know how. It's
I
that
think
one where
it's
you don't want to watch it. You're like,
Yeah.
it's a little too much, you know? And
Oh.
I'm gonna watch it again at some point, but I genuinely think that it's like technically and like just on like an all kind of encompassing level, it is a fantastic fucking
It's a
movie.
great movie. That line, when she's in the, when she has the guy, and it just, and it's Carey Mulligan's performance, her delivery of
Yeah.
the line when he's like, why are you doing this? We were just kids. And she says, if I hear that one more time, just like, I'm so sick of the excuses for
Yeah.
being shitty to women and just being evil toward women. And it's great. Alison Brie, great in a bit part here. Another movie that I think could almost qualify for an honorable mention, especially since Jeff Baena, rest in peace, Spin Me Round, which I liked a lot.
Yeah.
But just great, little nice bit parts from who's the lady from Friday Night Lights?
Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
Connie, what's her name? I can't think of it.
Connie Nielsen?
Connie Britton.
Connie Britton.
No, Connie Britton. Yeah,
Connie Britton, great. Schmidt from New Girl, whatever. Max Greenfield, great.
Yeah.
I think Finn Wittrock too, isn't it? I
At
love
some
him.
point, yeah.
I love Finn Wittrock. He's one of my favorite unsung actors. Christopher Mintz-Plasse. That scene is great.
Yeah.
The great movie.
I'm gonna watch it again. I'm gonna give
Burnham.
another chance. It is one of those movies where it was that one that got nominated for Best Picture where I'm like, that is a bold choice because like I don't think anyone would have jumped on that one, but I think it's because the year was so little about what was dropping. They were like, let's give a chance to like this weirdo movie.
It's weird, and so I think Brad Jones said it best where he says, this is like the most brilliant hybrid of Gloria Bell, Miss 45, and Looking for Mr. Goodbar ever.
That's true, actually.
It's true.
Yeah.
That's what I like about it. It's like, I love all three of those movies, and so the fact that they're all. Can we also talk about the best cinematographer? Well, she didn't do the shooting for this, but when we talk about Gloria Bell, Natasha Breyer is like one of the best cinematographers in the game. Who did the Neon Demon? She did She Said.
Oh, fuck yeah, okay.
And she did fucking what else did she do? She did Gloria Bell, and she did Honey Boy.
Yeah,
great.
Honey Boy was well shot. That's
but
true.
yeah, 18, promising young woman.
Yeah, and my 18, it's funny. It's like a similar concept, not
Emerald
really.
Fennell,
But,
of course, director.
It is Kathy Yan with Birds of Prey. I've
Thank you.
This was a movie that it's probably gonna end up higher when I'm done this video, this live, but it is that movie where like I saw it in 2020. It had some type of leech onto me. I really liked it, and I've watched it like 12 times since it came out. It is one of those movies that it's fun. It knows what it wants to be, and really the only problem it has is that the
The egg
fan base
sandwich.
surrounding it is so toxic to women
Yeah.
that like they made it into this whole thing where it's like, it's a bad movie. It's like, no, I would say it's a perfect comic book movie, but people just didn't want to look past the fact that it's very much a movie made by girls for girls.
I shaved
It's
my
good.
balls for this.
It's a good movie. I think it's probably the best comic book movie of the decade right now. And I think it's one that people should give another chance to. It's just, it came out, maybe it's because it came out of COVID and it was like a comfort movie to me during COVID, but like it's just a fantastic film that it doesn't get enough love because, man, Ewan McGregor, though,
Oh, yeah.
I
fantastic
wouldn't go that
performance.
far. As far as comic book movies go, I wouldn't go that far, but I do like it.
It's
Me too.
good. Yeah, I feel like it gets a lot of unneeded
It's
hate.
underrated. It's really
Yeah.
underrated.
I get some of the hate for it, but I'm like, come on, guys. Don't you think you're
Yeah.
overdoing it a little bit?
A lot of it is just this whole like strong women. We can't have strong
Yeah.
women in cinema. There has to be Batman and Superman. It's like I genuinely feel like this is the DC film that I've went back to and watched the most, just because it's so much fun to watch.
Yeah. And I also like that they don't overly sexualize her either.
No, yeah,
Same with the
true.
Suicide Squad. That's the reason I like that
Yeah.
one. But yeah, I would put the Suicide
Oh, that
Squad.
you will see the Suicide Squad
Yeah.
higher
Okay.
on my list.
okay.
Got a fucking kaiju in this shit. Number 17.
17.
Hey, speaking of blockbusters made by Warner Brothers that involve Emerald Fennell, hey, Hey, Becca.
Okay, yeah. That's gonna be in my top 10.
hey Becca, there's something I need to tell you.
What?
Hey,
No,
hey, check- I'm just Ken, and I'm enough. I'm good at lots of stuff. Number
I
17
love
is Barbie.
this fucking movie.
Barbie by
I skipped it because there was so much controversy surrounding it. Because on one
Really?
end, a lot of people were loving the movie, but then
Yeah.
I was seeing online that this movie is woke or such. I'm like,
No, it's
will
bullshit.
y'all shut up about woke?
No, it's just a
It's
it's,
not
it's a
woke at all.
it's a feminist movie, but it's a movie that isn't even like
But truly
right
feminist,
fighting.
though. It's
It's-
not
it's-
politicized.
It's not. It's a movie
No.
about, I would say Poor Things is more hyper feminist in
Yeah.
a sense.
I agree.
But like
I
Barbie,
did hear some of my friends like Barbie.
a lot of people are like it hates on men, but it's like no, it just shows that men are stuck in this loop
Well,
that
basically-
we should get out of.
Well,
like
that cues up my favorite point about this movie, which is what I love about this movie is that it's a film about taking the iconography of this character. Not really
Yeah.
a character. It's a toy.
this idea, yeah,
This idea, this idealized thing about womanhood and Barbie,
yeah,
and this idea of like, okay, in the fictional universe of Barbie Land, women are the dominant force. They basically serve the purpose men do in the real world, and so the idea is that the Kens of that world. And
let's flip it on its head. Yeah,
Bless you, Alan. Michael Cera.
hell yeah.
But they go to the real world, and Ken finally figures out, oh, what patriarchy? That's men and horses and Rocky. And so he comes back, and
Yeah.
they actually give a reasonably good explanation, historically and ideologically, for it, where they come back and everything's different. And America Ferrera says it's like what was it, with the plague or something?
Yeah,
where
yeah.
They would turn.
There
on
was no
someone.
defense on something, so
Right.
how can you stop something that you don't know is bad?
Well, smallpox. It was smallpox.
Yeah.
The smallpox spread. That is kind of like historically when society would reinvent itself in a different way with like certain
Yeah.
points. And that's this movie. And what it is that it's saying that it's not femming up men, Ben Shapiro, fuck you.
Mhm.
It's a movie saying that human beings are individuals, and the idea that you're living in a society that is trying to say like you're nothing without your girlfriend, or you're nothing
Yeah.
without your boyfriend, or you're nothing without another person.
Which
It's
is
like, no,
true.
you-
It happens, and it's just pointing out
it's basically the messages against a society that would try to
control the people into what
homogenize
should be
human
okay.
beings
Yeah.
into types, basically.
Mhm.
So, like, imagine a Smurfs movie if they literally said, you can only be Hefty Smurf and Vanity Smurf, and then Vanity Smurf says, well, maybe I want to be other things, and then they're like, no, you have to be.
No, you have to stick to
That's
this
basically
rigid
this.
thing.
It's like you have to be stereotypical Barbie because that's what you're put on this earth to do.
Yeah.
You have to be Beach Ken because that is
this idea that there's this pre-existing thing and we don't have control over our world, even though we have control over our own.
It's less pro-woke. It's less pro-woke, which than it is anti.
It's more about it's equality. It's more about the fact that we're all on the same plane, so we should all respect each other.
Well, and it's existential. It's a movie about existentialism.
It's got that Kaufman Kubrick energy too. Right. Yeah.
Well, it's about why we live, and it's also a love letter about mothers and daughters. It's a movie about.
It's real fucking good.
Well, the key line in that movie is Rhea Perlman when she says, "You know, mothers stand still so that their daughters
can see how far their daughters
see how far they came," and it's just you don't expect that level of profundity in a Barbie
from a blockbuster, and then it just drops it on you.
A toy, no less. Like the fact that Mattel let them make it this way, and I think it all comes down to how great Greta Gerwig is as an artist. That she went into that office and said, "Look, I'm not going to make a Barbie movie. I'm going to make my Barbie movie."
It's probably
I'll move on.
It's on my list. It's my highest blockbuster. I think it's probably the most important blockbuster of the year of this decade so far. Because I don't have any of them higher.
I saw them. I also think this holds a record for this and Godzilla -1 are the movies I've seen the most theatrically. I saw it 4 times in its
Barbie. I have at 5. I almost did 6.
I love Barbie. I saw it in every format. I saw it in Dolby. I saw it in Super Screen Deluxe, and I saw it in IMAX as well as.
I saw it as much as I could into any different screening I could in the first week and a half it came out because I was like, I keep having to go back to Barbie Land. It's like how people felt about Avatar.
Oh, and dear Warner Brothers, like release the Midge giving birth cut, please, because that shit was fire. There's a bonus feature, but there's an alternate ending where an alternate post credit scene where Midge finally gives birth, and that's the only time Helen Mirren's on screen because she goes, no, turn the cameras off, which is great.
Yeah. We're on 17, right?
We are on, we're on 17.
Okay.
So yeah, Barbie is my number 17. Greta Gerwig, I can't wait to see what you do with Chronicles of Narnia. I'm so glad it's getting an IMAX release. Fuck yeah.
Okay, 17. Todd Fields' Tar.
Oh,
great fucking movie. I think this is a movie that I didn't expect to like it, and then they start dropping these cryptic ass trailers. And then I went and saw it, and I'm like, this is like the closest we're gonna get to a Kubrick film in modern day. Like it's like this profound question about humans and should we control, like should we cancel humans, should we do this, should we do that, and the pull that everyone has inside themselves and either
and double standards in society
and double standards. True, yeah. It's just and then it has such profound. I like the moment that it cuts into her doing the performance.
Oh yeah.
Hearing that in a theater was like, holy shit.
Who the hell are you? It's like, I'm her father.
I'm her father. It's such an interesting movie that is about when the way that we treat our best and our brightest, and how it's like you're good until you do something that we don't agree with, and then you're doing League of Legends shows. Like it's like this
Monster Hunter, not even
Monster Hunter X World shit, where it's like it's such an interesting film about the breakdown of celebrity culture in modern day that I didn't expect to love, and then those trailers sold me on it, and then I saw it at a critic screening, and I'm like, yeah, this is like really fucking good. This is an amazing fucking movie.
I'm gonna be real with you, Becca. I forgot Tar exists, so you know what? More honorable mentions: Tar and Godzilla -1. Those are
okay. Yeah, that's my 17. Tar. I think Tar is a brilliant movie that is Kubrickian for real, though, because I know a lot of people like to use that word, but this is very much a Kubrick would have made this if he was still alive type joint.
If I were to do a top 50, Tar would be like 31 or 32.
Hell yeah.
Fucking love that movie.
Brilliant fucking movie.
Number 16?
Yeah.
Number 16 is one that is slowly, it's very recent, it is slowly coming out to city by city. It had a limited release in 2024. It's coming out now in a lot of places. I saw this film at SLIF, St. Louis International Film Festival, in 70mm VistaVision. You know what's coming. Number 16, The Brutalist. Brady
Okay.
Corbett's The Brutalist.
The AI movie.
Oh,
I'm just fucking with you.
okay, there was like one line where they use AI to touch.
Yeah,
up
I don't know what the
Fuck off.
situation is. I just know that people are getting pissy about it right now.
Look, I'm going to quote Mark Kermode. Being afraid of AI is like being afraid of Wednesday. It's coming whether you like it or not. So you might as well.
You have to find a way to work with it, like we
Just
did with CGI. Yeah.
fucking cope. Number 16, yeah, The Brutalist. It's or Talkies for that matter. 16, The Brutalist. Like, did you people not see The Artist? I thought you were film lovers. Anyway, number 16, The Brutalist. This movie is 4 hours almost.
Yeah.
And yet you're never bored because it is so enveloping. Adrian Brody, I think this might be his best performance. Yeah, I think it's better than the.
It could be. I would say it's up there in his top 3 because he's had a lot of bad ones, but his good ones really shine.
Inappropriate comedy, anyone?
Oh my God!
Flirty Harry. Fuck that shit. Go ahead, make me gay. Oh, fuck.
Fucking.
I have to admit that actually kind of got a chuckle out of me. That part.
I'm not gonna lie. I should be offended by a joke like that, but it kind of made me laugh.
But seriously, like Adrian Brody, what the fuck? But anyway,
Adrian Brody was great in The Brutalist for sure.
Adrian Brody, look. People say I have a 10-year for comedy. I'm one of the few people who actually didn't despise movie 43. So maybe I'm in the small boat. But regardless, I liked the Emma Stone Kieran Culkin bit. Okay, I thought it was genuinely funny. And here's the thing. Okay, real quick sidebar. Yes, movie 43 is objectively bad, but you cannot tell me that the PSA about the kids in the vending machines is not a little bit brilliant. Like in regards to that movie, like. That scene is there. Like if that skit were on its own on the internet, people would praise that because that's a genuinely good.
Probably.
Skit. Machines, they're full of kids. Come on, that's great. I saw that with my friend Freddie, and he gave the best thing when I laughed at the Terrence Howard thing. I'm like, I thought the Terrence Howard thing is funny, and he looked at me. He's like, Grant. He goes, because Freddie's black, and so he looked at me and he said, I thought it was funny. And he goes, Grant, my friend. Your skin isn't dark enough to not think it's funny. I said, "Damn it!"
Oh my God.
No, but yeah, The Brutalist, great movie, sweeping, wonderful. It has a 15-minute intermission, so for those who are like 4 hours, you get a bathroom break.
It's gonna be a big movie. I think it's probably that or Anora is getting Best Picture this year, probably.
And both of them would be deserving. But I truly love The Brutalist. Walking out of this movie, I felt like what it must have felt like to see Dr. Zhivago for the first time. Like there's a
it does have that new like American epic type energy, and I really like that.
Great movie, and also I've had a massive crush on her all the way since Like Crazy. But fuck, Felicity Jones is
great in it too.
Deserves so much flowers. She's one of the
not in it as much as I thought she would be, but she's great in it.
Speaking of, Like Crazy is a movie that I love that I can't watch anymore because I actually had a genuine man crush on Anton Yelchin, and he's so wonderful in that movie that I can't watch it without crying because it's just knowing that he's not here.
Oh yeah, Green Room though. Green Room.
Thoroughbreds.
Hell yeah!
Thoroughbreds,
I love that. That would be in my top best of the film decade in the 2010s. That's a banger.
Okay, but yeah, that's my number 16.
Number 16.
It's in probably in a theater near you, so go see it. It's 4 hours.
I don't think you've seen my number 16 yet, but it's a shame if you haven't. Weston Rizzulli's Riddle of Fire. A movie about a bunch.
List. I've heard
it's good. A bunch of kids who want to play a video game, and their mom says, "Go buy me a cake," and it goes from "We're gonna make a cake for our mom to play video games" to "We're doing the Goonies, but it's also got a Dungeons and Dragons feel, and we're in the forest." It's like
the trailer gave me massive Raiders the remake energy to it.
Yeah, Princess Bride. The type of esoteric medieval almost, but not medieval, more like a 70s doom metal type thing, but with this like fairy energy. It's real cool. It's a kids movie that played Midnight Madness, which I think is wild because the worst thing in the movie is I think the girl says something like "we're fucked" and that's
Yeah.
like the worst thing in the movie. But it's a
It-
great movie if you want to show your kids. I know we were talking about showing kids Marcel the Shell, but
Oh
if
yeah.
you want to get your kids into art house films, Riddle of
Baby's
Fire is so
Baby's
much
first
fun.
indie movie. Yeah.
I think Yellow Veil Pictures I think has it with Vinegar Syndrome. So it's like it's a great film. Everyone should check it out if they like that like D&D fantasy energy, that medieval core fantasy core. That's what this movie is for sure. And that performance of the girl, the lead girl, is so funny in it too.
A friend of mine once asked me, he said, my 8-year-old likes movies and wants to start collecting Criterions. What should she get? I said, Petite Maman and Fantastic Mr. Fox. You can't go wrong.
Yes.
Those are good
It's true.
starting off points. But no, Riddle of Fire to me looks like if Super 8 were directed by Robert Downey Sr., and I mean that as a compliment. Like
it's very much that kids going on an adventure, but it also has like they go into these weird deep pockets of like adult stuff too that like doesn't ever feel like forced. Where like you learn about the family of this one girl and how they're living life, and then it's fantasy, and then it becomes more about realism and culture, and like it's a cool fucking movie. I think it's one that, and it's beautifully shot. It's a bright and colorful movie.
I love
and a good needle drop.
Yeah, it looks really good. So number 15, right?
Yeah.
Number 15 is going to be a real deep cut.
Okay.
This movie was my number 1 in 2023. My number 15 is Of an Age.
Okay.
It was directed by Goran Stolevsky. I have not seen his other 2 films, which were You Won't Be Alone and Housekeeping for Beginners, but they're on my list.
You Won't Be Alone was okay. I didn't love it, though. I think that it kind of lost its luster a bit by the end because the gimmick kind of started to wear off of the movie.
But it's an Australian filmmaker. It's partially Estonian language Australian film, and it is a beautiful love story about these 2 men who meet and then re-meet 10 years apart on the worst possible day's circumstances. The first time is when they're young, and it's like the 90s, late 90s, early aughts. And they meet the day, and one of them discovers that he's gay. And he meets while they're going to pick up his burnout party girl sister from like a beach. And then who's his dance partner, and they don't really know each other, and they go party with each other, they have sex. And then it turns out that's the day that he's leaving to join the Peace Corps. And then we jump ahead to the early 2010s, and they meet again at the sister's wedding. And at that point, they're both in a serious relationship. And it becomes this complicated mosaic of these 2 days in the life of these 2 men, separated by a decade of time. And it's just beautiful. It's romantic. It's sweet. The music in it is great. The cinematography is great. It's the kind of movie that the first 45 minutes is a long conversation in a car, and you are not at all bored because it's so well written and the rhythms of it. It's like Before Sunrise, but the director introduced it as Brokeback Before Sunrise. I'm like, exactly. That is exactly what it is.
I haven't seen it, but you keep telling me it's good, so it's kind of on that list of I gotta watch it.
For those who don't know, it's a Focus Features release, so it's probably either on Peacock or Prime right now in the U.S. Go check out Of an Age. It's great.
I think it's on Prime right now. Yeah.
Great movie, real underseen and underrated. It was my number 1 in 2020.
Hell yeah.
Number 15.
We're at 15? 15, you've already talked about it, but I have it a little bit higher. Park Chan-wook's Decision to Leave.
Yep.
Really cool noir thriller that very much is Vertigo, but with that depraved Park Chan-wook twist on it.
That existential gutting feeling.
Some really cool shots. Like there's a chase scene where the shot is from behind their head, and I always love shots like that. Like there was
scene on the cliff when he's imagining
the cliff, or like when they find the dead body in the pool and the camera's tilted to more match his view if you were the dead body. It's just like there's some great uses of visual storytelling in this movie that really put it over the edge for me as a masterpiece. Because I love Park Chan-wook. I love his fucked up weird style, and he kind of wins it with this.
The ending is the most existentially dreadful film I've seen since the.
Because you think about it, it really is that concept of You
It has a
can
lot of
never
that
get
in it.
rid of this now. You can never get rid of this part of yourself. It will always be there.
Ooh.
It's like
Well,
fucking crazy.
well, it's the thing where the idea of it, the act itself upsets
Yeah.
you. Then you think more about the line that is the key line in that climax, which is, "I think I'll be your unsolved case."
Mystery. Yeah.
Mystery, yeah. And it just, you sit
And he
there
has
with
that
it.
weird OCD where he has to finish all of his stuff, but this is a box that is never getting closed. And it's
It
just
just-
like so
it's-
good.
It's so good, and it has some of the existential terror of something like The Vanishing, where you just sit there
Like
when it's
100%. When at the end of The
And you
Vanishing,
just-
when he's forced to dig his own grave, very same
Yeah.
energy I have. Yeah.
Well, not just the forced to dig his own grave, being in the grave, seeing his girlfriend's dead body, and then having
Yeah.
the shot above ground of the killer with his kid and his wife in the backyard drinking lemonade like nothing's happened.
Yeah.
That's fucked up.
It has that same
It has that-
energy.
yeah.
Which I love. I think Park Chan-wook is definitely one of the most important directors of his kind.
Oh yeah.
And I can't wait to see how his filmography as a whole will end up. I think that he's going to be looked at. He already is. He's going to continue to be looked at as a master of his fucking craft.
My
The
second,
next Hitchcock.
It's my second favorite movie of his, just behind Old Boy, which is
Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, me too. I would probably put it in the same
Mm-hmm.
spot like that.
And Old Boy. Speaking of best movie remasters of last year, I got to give it to the 4K.
Oh my god, the Old Boy 4K
That
is
was
great.
theatrical, because that was movie's watching that again, especially watching it with somebody who brought a date to it, who the other girl
Hell
clearly
yeah.
it was awesome. Did you ever see Old Boy, Josh?
Yeah, I've seen the 2013 one.
Ah, you saw the bad one.
You got to see the 2003.
You got to see Park Chan-wook's
I've been
vision.
wanting to see the 2003 one.
That
for
fight scene,
quite
the
a
hallway
while.
fight scene is fucking brilliant.
And I love Spike Lee. That's one of the only films of his where he was like,
It's his
"Yeah,
Dune.
that wasn't a Spike Lee."
Yeah, it's his Dune, where he's like, that is not my movie. That is a studio's movie right there.
Oh, speaking of another honorable mention to Five Bloods. Speaking of Spike Lee.
Yeah, that's a banger.
Also, how the fuck, like, you know how every 10 years they'll do the Oscar thing where they'll be like, the things we should have nominated and or should have won?
Delroy Lindo.
Yeah, Delroy Lindo needs to be on that, of like people who should have gotten nominated for an Oscar for that movie. He was so fucking great in that movie.
Yeah.
Holy
But no,
shit.
we're at number 14.
Number 14? So
Yeah.
to me,
Yes.
Hey, Becca.
Yeah.
You could say that I am 100 degrees of Inyan with this movie.
Okay,
Past
this isn't
Lives
on my
is my
list,
number
but I
14.
fuck with that. Her
That's
explanation
higher
that she
on my
gave to us
list.
is amazing.
How
Like,
do
I
you-
really like this fucking movie.
I saw Past Lives with my two aunts when I was in Utah during the summer. So it was when I was going down for Sound
Yeah.
of Freedom, and I was sitting there in the theater with them, and that moment when when they're standing on the street corner and it flashes back to them on the parallels looking at each other.
Yeah.
My aunt sitting next to me with tears in her eyes gasped, and she said that took my breath away. It was such a beautiful.
It's a
movie.
beautiful fucking movie. It's
so
so good.
And the other part was when he says to her, like, I never thought it would be so hard to dislike your husband. And we both said in unison, me too. 'Cause
Yeah.
John Magaro,
That John
he's an
Magaro's
underrated
performance
actor.
is so good.
John Magaro has been good in everything. He's such an underrated actor. He was great this year in September 5.
September
He
5,
was
yeah.
fantastic in
I
that.
need to see it. I'm waiting for them to drop the digital, and when they do, I'll check it out.
It's
Because
fantastic.
you compared it to Civil War, and if it's like that, then yeah, I'm down for
Well,
something
not
like
Civil
that.
War in its intensity. It's almost like I look at
In
it
its
more,
execution.
I almost look at it more like if you took Steven Spielberg's Munich and you crossed it with Christine. It has that kind of energy.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah,
I
or like-
fuck with that.
It's great. It's really great. Christine,
Past
as in
Lives is a
Christine
banger.
Kubrick, not Christine Stephen King.
Yeah.
Christine with Rebecca Hall, which is a great
Yeah.
movie.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But
The Antonio Campos joint before
Yeah,
he did
yeah,
Devil
yeah,
All the
okay.
Time.
Speaking of honorable mention, The Devil All the Time. Man, this has been a good decade.
Yeah.
Yes, I love The Devil.
No, but no, I do like Past Lives. It's not on my list, but it's a banger, 100%.
Yeah, but Past Lives is just a beautiful movie, and just was it
My
who's
14 is
what's the
also a
director?
beautiful movie.
But yeah, A24.
Celine Song.
Oh yeah, Celine Song, and her husband is the writer of Challengers
Justin
and Queer, right?
Kuretz,
Yeah,
who did
yeah.
Challengers and Queer. Yeah.
What a great double act those two are. Great filmmakers, both of them, and they're
Yeah, I want to see them work together at some point, like a
oh hell,
Greta and Bomback situation.
oh yeah. Okay, what's your 14? Or wait, did you already say your 14, Becca?
No, beautiful movie 14. I would say it's also beautiful. Bottoms. I love this fucking movie, bro. And
My,
the movie that I had to show. It's that one where I showed it to my mom, and then now I've shown it to at one point to
how's your
my girl.
boyfriend?
My
How's his
my
penis?
fuck my girlfriends came over, or I had my two friends. My two friends came over, and they wanted to watch something, so I said, let's watch Bottoms. They're like, okay. And fucking amazing. Every time I've watched it with friends, I've shown it to friends, everyone's fucking loved the shit out of this movie. It's irreverent, it's crazy, it's horny, it's funny as fuck, and it's one that, like, I think in 10, 20 years when we look back at the comedies of the era, it's gonna have
Great
that
movie.
10 Things I Hate About You, Mean Girls energy, where people are like, remember that one? That one was fucking great.
Marshawn Lynch, the fucking like.
Oh
The
my
teacher.
god.
Why women
I
don't
had to
deserve
point out
rights
every
after
time
the
I show it to
montage.
people, I point out at the back of the fucking when he's mad, and it's like why every president was a man and it should stay that way. It's like, what the fuck, bro?
And
Like, it's
also,
so
fucking,
funny, it's so ridiculous, and like
Iowa
it's
Devery too. Just
it's got Twin Peaks logic for some fucking reason, where you're like,
oh
okay, everything is like in the real world, but like a kid's in a
no,
cage and they're all
it
kind of weirdos. Like,
it has a toe in the real world, and then it has the other 9 toes in the whole
yeah,
other foot in a cartoon universe, and that's what I love.
yeah.
About it. So out there.
It's Looney Tunes, Twin Peaks. It's got that fucking weird ass,
It's
like, yeah, shit doesn't make sense, but you can fuck with it because like the characters are so fun and relatable.
it's like a hybrid of Twin Peaks, Scott Pilgrim, and But I'm a Cheerleader. Like if you took those
Yes,
three movies together,
100%. Yeah,
and
and the weird 2000s chick flicks that were coming
Mean
out in
Girls
that,
too, also.
Mean Girls and shit like that. Like, it's just like it's such a
Bring It
fun,
On.
funny movie that everyone
Yeah.
should probably watch.
I love it. And
It's streaming somewhere. I know it is, but it's Emma Seligman 2 for 2 now. I can't wait to see what she does next because like her shit is so funny.
that one scene where Havana Rose Liu finds out that what's his name.
Oh my god, that performance is insane, bro.
She starts laughing like, what?
She's so funny. This movie sold me on. I want to see her in everything now because she's so fucking good in this one.
She's so great. He goes, it's like, were you cheating on me, babe? No. He goes, I literally saw you yesterday. Shut up,
your
nerd.
mom.
I fucked your mom.
Got him. No, it's a great movie. I know no one else is probably going to mention it in their list, but it is probably one of the better comedies of this era, and it proves that you can still do comedy. You just have to make funny jokes.
Yeah, this whole comedy is too woke now. Watch fucking.
Nah, bro. Like the fact that
there were
jokes about school bombings and shit in this movie. Like, it's like, oh, you can still do it. You just have to do it with like an actual punchline.
Oh, also, this movie has a healthy scoop of Heathers in the mix too.
Yes, 100%.
Totally.
No, that's my 14.
Josh,
Bottoms.
what's your 14? You can finally jump in. Sorry, keeping you in the dark so long.
Number 14, I'm going to go with Coralie Fargeet's The Substance.
Okay, it's a lot higher for me, but 100% agree.
It's an honorable mention, but yeah.
This one, I was already a fan of Coralie Fargeet for Revenge, which I thought was still underseen.
It is.
But this, I had no idea what I was going into with this. Because I saw a lot of people talk about it, and I'm like, I saw Grant talk about it, which made me want to watch it. Because it came out the same weekend as Transformers 1, The Substance, and another movie that we will get to, which is in my number 3. I'll save it when we get to number 3. But I went into this pretty clean. All I knew was that Demi Moore is in it, and I've always liked Demi Moore as an actress growing up. But this movie was pretty crazy, but also pretty is pretty great.
Real
It's
fucking
like
good.
the social commentary about beauty standards and
The mirror scene.
how
Yes.
the mirror scene, just the directing by her and the fact the cinematography was very good. I also very much like Demi Moore and Margaret Qualley both
Oh,
really shines in this movie.
It's got the coolest scene of the whole
Dennis
year, I
Quaid.
would argue. The transformation and then into the POV of Margaret Qualley. Like, that's probably the best scene of the entire
That was
fucking
pretty
year.
cool.
That's insane.
Dennis Quaid in his
And
gayest
also,
movie yet.
Yes, Dennis
Beautiful.
Quaid is
also
amazing.
Demi Moore
Hell
taking
yes.
on a role like this, and I know she was nervous about doing the nudity in this, but it still proves that she still can act, and I
Yeah.
do think she's gonna get a. It's between her and Mikey Madison, which
I
I'll
think
talk
she's
about when we
winning.
get to number two.
I think they're gonna run the Demi Moore thing like they ran Brendan Fraser, and I think that she's gonna get it this year as this like long time
I'm
coming award.
We'll,
Yeah.
we'll see, but
I also
the
wouldn't
body
count out
horror
possibly Pam
was
Anderson also because she was fantastic. Too.
The-
But
That's true.
the body horror is pretty good in this.
Yeah.
But I also really like that it's touching on stuff that is pretty relevant, especially with beauty
Oh, yeah.
standards. So this is not a movie for everyone. I will say
No.
that this is not a movie for everyone, especially if you're uncomfortable with nudity or also uncomfortable with the body horror. which
Yeah.
gore, a lot of gore.
A lot of gore.
But this, I'll talk more about it whenever I do my best movies of 2024. But was this was pretty crazy.
Yeah.
And I'm glad I watched it.
I have to say, movies of that nature never make me wince. But I have to admit, the pulling the turkey leg out of her belly button, that made me a little bit. It was a great scene.
That's a good point. What made me it's when Margaret Qualley started falling apart. I think it's the teeth for me that got me.
Teeth
the
always get me.
Teeth fuck with me because I always have the nightmare about spitting out teeth. So to see that in a movie, in the way where you see even the root of the tooth, and you're like, "Fuck, that's disgusting, bro."
I had the
I
same
wasn't really
feeling with Wolfman when the teeth came out. I don't like teeth shit in horror.
Yeah,
I wasn't really freaked out over a lot of body horror in there. I just sat there and just took it in.
second viewing in 4K on my TV when Demi Moore gets her face smashed in, that's fucking disgusting. I'm like, that is gross.
The 4K
It's a good movie.
of this is coming soon. Also,
Yeah, the transfer's really fucking good. I'll say that. The colors are popping. They're
Great.
fucking great.
All right, so number 13.
Yeah.
Number 13. We got to get this going because
Hell
I'm
yeah.
out of hours. They're gonna blow me out of freaking. They're gonna be like, I'm gonna have to suck dick for more hours.
They're gonna blow you, and you're gonna thank them.
Yeah, really. So I never thought that day would come, but it's gonna have to. Number 13. What happens when you take a great filmmaker from Europe, put him in Japan, and make a movie with a kickin' soundtrack that's all about the life of a janitor?
I didn't put this one in. Fuck.
Number 13, Perfect Days.
Honorable mention for me. Banger.
I fucking love this movie. It's experimental. It's not
beautiful fucking movie about how we need to focus on the small things in life that matter. That we love.
The music and Have you seen it, Josh?
No, but I'm listening to you guys talking about it.
It's really good. Neon
Wim Wenders, Wim Wenders. I don't know how he likes to pronounce these days.
I think it's Wim Wenders.
Wim Wenders doing another banger about existentialism and just life as a human.
And Koji Yakusho, I hope I'm saying
oh my god, he's so good.
Fucking one of the best performances of last year. Just absolutely.
The fact that he's being passed over for Oscar contendership is insane.
Yeah. But this did get nominated last year for Best International, which is good.
Oh, you're right. It did. It should have been last year then. He should have been
because it qualified.
Actor
They did.
race.
Okay, look. when they do the
because it did play at
they do
TIFF.
the 1 week in one theater in December,
Yeah.
that doesn't fucking count. I'm sorry.
Yeah, because it was a TIFF movie that I passed up. Unfortunately, I could have saw it with Ralph the Movie Maker. Well,
Same
like
thing
nah.
with Robot Dreams. Most of the country got
Yeah.
to see it in the summer. It's a
Mhm.
2024 movie.
It's
Like I
true.
understand. Yeah. Same with The Last Showgirl. Like it's a 2025 movie.
Yeah, I kind of need to see that. They need to just give me that fucking
Chartreuse
movie.
will be another one where it's a
Yeah.
2025 movie. Like
No,
there are
Boehner.
summers-
Perfect Days is so fucking good. Even like the way that like he goes to his favorite restaurant and you see it over and over again, but it has different meanings each time. It's so
Yeah.
beautiful and brilliant.
And just that last shot, that unbroken shot of him.
Yeah,
feeling
where he's
good by
accepting
Nina
his
Simone.
life. He's like,
And
I
just-
love my life.
It reminds me, and I don't say this to blow smoke. This is really lofty. It reminds me of the final scene of Call Me by Your Name, in the sense of
It does.
putting
Yeah.
you in the shoes of somebody who is going through every emotion on his face.
Or like
one at a
Pearl, or like the end
Yeah.
of Pearl, where it's just
Oh,
that
yeah, Pearl
unbroken
too, yeah.
shot of a person going through all of the fucking emotions you could at one time,
Well,
and
smiling.
overwhelming. Yeah.
The only thing that was missing from this one, although Nina Simone is great. Speaking of, we'll talk about Nina Simone a little more on this list. There's your hint. But also, like, I feel like you can't have a Mantra That without Visions of Gideon by Sufjan Stevens. Like,
Hell
that's such
yeah.
a great song. But yeah,
Good
Perfect
movie.
Days, Perfect Days by Vim Vendors. That's my number 13.
Oh, my
Mhm.
number 13. Everything Everywhere All at Once.
We will be talking about that later on mine.
Probably should be higher, but I
Yes.
think when I looked at all these movies, this is where it kind of fell. Banger movie. It's one of those movies with Barbie where I took my
You-
mom to see it and she left saying no notes. That's a perfect movie. Like everyone I showed Everything Everywhere All at Once to was like, yeah, that's genuinely like a perfect film. Probably
know.
the most respectable Best Picture win since Parasite, where it actually like makes sense.
I don't know
why it
anybody
won.
with good taste who doesn't at least like it.
No, a lot of people I feel like are hating on it on a contrarian standard.
Yeah.
But
I
I
just think because they think it's cool to hate because
Yeah.
it won Best Picture.
And like the problem is these people are also people who didn't see it. Like I saw it in March. The movie came
saw
out
it
in
I
in
April.
loved it.
So,
I
I
saw
loved it when I saw it in
early
2022.
screening. Yeah. Like it's
It-
a banger. Like I
it's
saw it
one
like
of-
4 times.
it's one of that very rare thing that you can only say every once in a while with a movie, maybe once a year, usually once every other year, which is it's a movie that from womb to tomb, from beginning to end, is wholly unique in every
Yeah.
facet. Just completely original.
A movie
every
it's
five
never
years.
happened before and people are going to try to imitate it, but it's going
Right.
to be terrible. Like it's one of those films where
It's the Scott
going
Pilgrim
to-
of this decade. It's
it's
going
going to introduce the world to a certain type of filmmaking that they're not used to, and it's going to be replicated, but I don't think anyone's ever going to touch the brilliance of that movie.
And also the one. Speaking of comeback performances, Ke Huy Quan, just all
Oh
time.
my god.
Just
It could be best performance of the decade. It's
quite
up
frankly,
there.
yeah, I'm kind of with you on that one.
Because
He's-
him, Mikey Madison, Emma Stone, there's some great fucking performances.
Ke
he's
Huy,
in it.
anybody watching this who knows him, Ke Huy Quan, you deserve the world and then some. You are a wonderful
He
human
does,
being and a
yeah.
wonderful-
He's a cool fucking dude, cool fucking
Yeah.
movie about really generational trauma and how we can break those barriers with our family and the people we know.
You were the first. Ke Huy Quan was the first time, his Oscar speech was the first time in my whole lifelong history of watching the Oscars where I cried during an acceptance speech live.
Yeah, we were all really when we were in the theater, we were like, hell yeah, fuck, give him that shit. He deserves this.
He's just what a performance and what a great movie. We're gonna talk
Yeah.
about it more when I get to it, but yeah, this is
No, 13, a movie that I genuinely love. I love all the movies on this list, and
me too.
this is no exception.
The best of the best are on here, and I've seen a lot of movies so far.
Yeah.
So there's a lot that a lot of darlings I had to kill, but these 30 are.
Oh
like
yeah, me
cream
too.
of the crop.
Yeah.
Cream of the crop movies. Okay, so number 13, Josh.
I'm gonna go with a streaming film that should have been released in theaters. This was released on Hulu in September of 2023. No One Will Save You. This is directed
That's
by
a
Brian
good movie.
Duffield.
Oh
And
yeah.
And also,
Okay.
this has Caitlin Dever of
Yeah.
Booksmart
Mhm.
and Short Term 12, and also The Last of Us season 2,
Love
which
Short Term 12.
hopefully don't be an asshole to her, God.
I'm vibing.
Please do not be an asshole to her.
She looks like Abby, so I have no
Please,
problems.
yeah, please do not be an asshole to her for over a freaking character when this
I
comes out,
can't wait
people.
for Last of Us season
Please.
2. I cannot.
I'm excited. I'm excited to see how
But
the
I'll
people
say
who've never
this.
played the game react.
This should have been a theatrical release
Hmm.
between the sound
Agreed.
mixing, the
Yes.
filmmaking, and between Caitlin's performance, which she barely has a lot to say, but she has to convey a lot with her face, her emotions, and also with everything that she's doing. She's trying to fight to survive, and
Yeah.
but also goes into some deeper themes about what she went through with one of her friends who died. Also, how the town hates her.
Hmm.
It does get weird towards the end. I will
Hmm.
get. That's the
I
one
kind of
thing I
liked
will
that
say
ending
that.
though.
Yeah, I do like it more the more I thought about it. But when I first saw it, I'm like, I'm not sure if this sits right with me. But I appreciate the fact that it did end this way. Brian Duffield did a pretty good job.
Mm.
Again, should have been released in theaters, and this
Yeah.
is one of those movies that should get a physical media release with a commentary, with
Man.
the
Mm.
director, with Caitlin Dever.
This movie in Dolby Theater
Oh
Ultra
yeah.
AVX would have went crazy. How
No,
loud the
I
fucking
think
movie is.
this would have been a decent sized hit last year
I agree.
if you put it in theaters.
I watched
No,
that
But
shit with
no,
headphones. That shit hurts. That
no
shit
one,
hurts with AirPods.
no one will save you was directed by Brian Duffield. Both of his movies ended up going straight to streaming, and both of them were bangers. His first feature, speaking of Captain Langford, Spontaneous.
Oh yeah, he
I
did
would
do
actually
spontaneous.
I would actually say that's if I did a top 50 of the decade, that would be on there. That
That'd
was
be
a
in
great
there.
movie. That
Yeah.
was on my best of list in 2020. I love. Did you ever see Spontaneous, Josh?
I did see Spontaneous. I
Great
liked it.
movie. Love that movie.
Hmm.
I love the line where Kathleen Langford is talking to Piper Perabo, who's her mom, and they're talking about like how the school's closed, for indefinitely. He goes, that makes sense. She goes, well, at least now you can't say that life was harder when life was easier when or life was harder when you were a kid. And she goes, and then there's like a dead silence. And Piper Perabo goes, no, you're right. It's way worse for you. It's great. Perfect. Love that movie. The part at the prom where she gets drunk and the girl's like, "It was my fault. Like I disgraced God." And it goes, "Oh, shut up, you whore! Shut the fuck up." Great.
Yeah.
Oh, they all look at her. He's like, "Sorry." Yeah, great movie. Yeah, I agree. I like No One Will Save You a lot. I think it's definitely. Yeah, like a good sound system. It's IMAX quality sound design that never got an IMAX release, which is a bummer.
Goddamn you,
Yeah.
Disney, Fox, Hulu.
They did a lot of those. Fire Island and Fresh were two other ones that they
Yeah.
put in freaking Hulu when they should have been in theaters.
Also, even though I kind of have not, I've lessened a bit on it. The Hellraiser movie would have fucking rocked in Dolby.
I didn't really like the new Hellraiser. I'm going to be honest about it.
I thought it was the best Hellraiser movie since the fourth the Hellraiser movie.
I agree with you on
also
that.
Also the Princess with Joey King would have been
Oh,
a
I
decent.
like
Oh, you're right.
theatrical
That would have been
experience.
interesting. Yeah.
You know what? The thing I think the problem is that I went in with too lofty of expectations because I fucking love David Bruckner's the Night House.
You're
fucking
right,
loved that movie.
yeah.
I thought it was so underrated, and so
I don't love it as much as I did before, but I think that it's got such a good lead performance that I'm like, hey,
Rebecca Hall, and of course she's not in the movie a lot, but Stacey Martin, who is like my crush.
Oh, you're talking about Night House. Yeah.
Night House. She also was in the Brutal.
I'm talking about Hellraiser has a really good lead performance, and that's what's
Odessa Adlon, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, she's good. And
who's gonna be in Until Dawn, which looks good. Okay, guys.
Honestly, I think it looks like fun.
Until Dawn looks good. It's literally 99% not the game, but it looks cool, so I'm vibe.
It kind of looks like a horror comedy version of like the Cuckoo Clock of Doom episode of Goosebumps.
It is. It's like this. It's that whole alternate realities. We're gonna go back in time. stuff, but I love the idea that it's Cabin in the Woods and Groundhog Day in
It,
one
it looks
movie.
like it's gonna lean into the satirical nature of it. It's not
Yeah,
gonna
I
just
hope
straight
so.
out horror movie. I really liked who was the he was on 13 Reasons Why.
Yeah. He's in it. He's
What's
good too.
he was also in Manhunt. What's that guy's name?
I don't remember his name, but he's good in that movie for the
Gay guy.
pieces that they gave him.
He played
Yeah,
Justin in 13
yeah,
Reasons Why.
yeah.
Brandon something.
Brent,
Brandon something.
yeah, he
He's
was
a good
good in
actor.
that.
I like him a lot.
What's
Bummer
your
what
12, Grant? What's your 12?
My 12, okay, look, you can call me a normie, you can call me, okay, because
Okay.
this one, you talk about Best Picture win backlash, I am sorry. Maybe it's just because I went for it, maybe because I saw it in IMAX, I was the only one in theater, I could sink into it, but fuck it. Number 12 is Nomadland.
Okay.
I fucking love
I'm gonna be real with you. This is a confession. I've never seen Nomadland. It's
Really?
the one Best Picture I haven't seen.
Chloe Zhao.
I've heard it's amazing. I just have
great
not
Chloe
gotten
Zhao.
around to it.
A great Chloe Zhao who made one of the more underrated blockbusters of recent years with Eternals. I stand by that.
Yeah.
I actually dug the Eternals.
So frustrating with that.
It's frustrating. It's a mess, but the thing is that it's a watchable mess. At least it's ambitious.
It's
it
this
does something
ambitious cosmic
Yeah.
level movie that the other one should strive to be like.
Oh, and also Kumail Nanjiani is fucking great in that movie, and I will stand by that to the end of my days.
I saw it twice. I saw it twice in theaters. I kind of thought it was good.
That was the movie where it was great because that was the one where the really drunk guy who smelled like piss was sitting next to me, and then halfway through the movie he got bounced from the theater because he turned to a woman and called her a cunt.
Oh my god.
For complaining to the management. Yeah, fuck. In front of her son, her like 5-year-old kid who after the post-credit scene, the kid turned to me and said, "I went to the bathroom, he was crying." I'm like, "Bless you, sweet boy."
No, Nomadland, I'll watch it because you have it on your list. Everyone says it's like a banger. I will watch it. I will.
It's a movie that made me. You know what it's like? It's like a really great. It's almost like a feature adaptation of. Did you ever see? There's a documentary, but early from the '70s that Errol Morris did called "Gates of Heaven."
Oh, okay. So
about like the pet cemetery and the weird and the offbeat people whose
yeah.
Love that
I've
movie.
Seen that.
The whole movie to me is an approximation of that one scene in Gates of Heaven where the lady is talking about her dog who died and spiritually about him, where she says something to the degree of, you know, they show your dog, he's dead, but what's the thing that made him move? It's got to be something, right?
I heard it's a very type of like. It's a cerebral film. It's all about being a person. I heard it's a touching movie. I just never got around to it. Maybe because it got so hyped, and then I just never got around to checking it out.
And it actually made me feel better about losses in my own life because the sentiment of we never say goodbye here. We always say I'll see you down the road.
That's true.
And either physically or spiritually, we'll see each other again. That's the life of being on the road. And he's great. She's great, and also Frances McDormand, and also he's such an underrated actor. He's also great in a movie that sadly can't make this list because Sony Pictures Classics is sitting on it and will not release it for some reason. But it would be on my list if it was. David Strathairn is like one of the most underrated fucking actors who was great in a movie that premiered at Sundance 2 years ago and still has not seen the light of a projector since. A Little Prayer. Which is great.
Oh yeah, you were talking about this
with him and Jane Levy, who is also underrated, and the two of them in that movie. I saw it at Sundance, and it has been sitting there forever. And Sony Classics acquired it in 2023, still not released it. I don't know what the deal is, but it's like sometimes I think about dying and Am I Okay all over again. It's like
which that was a good movie too, banger.
That is a runner. That is an honorable mention. Sometimes I think about dying. I fucking love that movie. But anyway, so my number 12, Nomadland.
Number 12. I feel like you guys have talked about my number 12 already. I won't go crazy on it, but I think it was genuinely it was probably the most profound movie in 2020. Probably the most important one. Not my favorite. My favorite will be up later. I'll say when it's the movie of that year.
The Detective is an honorable mention also. My bad.
Okay. I'm 12. I'm thinking of Ending Things. I think that like it's a movie that I didn't. Okay, it's one of my first real forays into caring about surrealism. It was 2020. I graduated high school, and I watched some of these like David Lynchian films in high school, but I never really got them. This was the first one where it really like hit me in a way where I'm like, okay, I fuck with this, and then it kind of started that whirlwind of I like surrealist cinema like a lot because of it. Brilliant movie that really is about our views on what we want in life and how none of it's actually true.
And
Um,
art.
and art, yeah, this idea that
Pauline
like
Kael is
these
mentioned a lot. The great
these
Pauline Kael.
perceptions
Yeah.
of the world that aren't necessarily true, but we make up our own realities in our own head, and sometimes it doesn't make sense. But it's kind of like it's a lot about mental illness and
Oh, yeah.
existentialism.
Suicidal ideation.
Yeah, like some crazy wild shit. But I think it's a masterful film, and Charlie Kaufman proves that he's on the top of his game, and he knows how to do these like real mental deep dives. It might be his best movie in my opinion. That or Eternal Sunshine.
It's his best film as a director among equals, because he did Synecdoche, New York, and Anomalisa, both of which were also fucking amazing.
That's true. I would say it's his best directed film, and it's probably one of his better scripts. It's kind of a wild film that really works.
I don't think anything he's written, though, has quite reached the level of "We're all going to die," Synecdoche, but that's the "We're all going to die" age. That,
but no, it's good. Great movie. It's on Netflix. It kind of got overshadowed by a lot of things. I don't know why it wasn't a bigger player at the Oscars. I don't understand why. Because it really is that movie that people would have like.
It's inaccessible to the mainstream. Though.
It is inaccessible. But I felt like it'd be like them apologizing for looking over so many surrealist, dreamlike films because they're like, we don't get it. I thought they'd like really like this one, but they didn't really like this one.
Also, another terrific performance in a career of terrific performances from Toni Collette. Just
amazing. And Jesse Plemons.
And Jesse Plemons and David Thewlis and Jesse.
Yeah.
They're all great. And Gus Burney also. Like just the whole cast.
That's my 12, a really weirdo movie that I think I fuck with a lot.
Okay, number 12, Josh. Or did you already do yours?
Number 12 is John Wick, Chapter 4.
Okay.
Oh, hell yeah.
Okay.
This is one of the best action movies of this decade. And honestly, this is a good ending to the John Wick side of the franchise. I'm looking forward to Ballerina.
Mm-hmm.
It's a spinoff, but
it has my wife in
this. This is how. Yes, I will agree with a few criticisms. It is a little bit too long. I will say there's a few action scenes that kind of overstays welcome, but you know what? I just enjoyed seeing Keanu Reeves come on screen, do what it is that he do.
Yeah,
it's badass, fighting people, shooting. Also, this is also one of the last movies for Lance Reddick.
Yeah,
Skarsgård,
who's an all-star.
is a great villain.
Yeah.
I've also really enjoyed Donnie Yen, and a lot of the acting in here is really good. Chaz Stahelski and David Leitch, they are some of the best action directors right now. And Chaz Stahelski, they know how to shoot action very well. And plus, they've been with Keanu Reeves for a very long time, so the action is pretty fluid. I like the story, and it was a good ending to the John Wick side.
It was a cool IMAX screening, being kind of weeded out on some gummies, going to see those fight scenes is like, wow, like it's fucking cool.
I'll tell you this: the length becomes less of a problem on a rewatch because
that would make sense.
Times. But the thing that's interesting about it, you know what? The only thing that I would say equals that is, Josh, I don't know if you've seen this because a lot of people in our country sadly haven't seen it. Have you seen Kill? The Indian movie?
Oh, Kill's so good.
That movie.
Oh my god!
I love that movie.
Kill was awesome.
Last year.
That is the only thing that maybe could touch John Wick 4, but
there are some violent scenes where the whole audience fucking cheered at like 1 a.m. Oh my god.
It
That
was
shit's
just
banger.
violent, but that movie was crazy good.
But it had a good story too, like good character development, good love story. Lok
Yeah,
Shia
great.
is a fucking badass. That dude, the main guy.
He is badass.
The way his eyes look, he looks like a fucking animal. Like it's just he looks like he could kill you if he wanted to.
Yeah, it was a movie that I was kind of tired because it was like midnight. I was kind of tired, and then when it got to the logo drop after they throw her out of the fucking train, you're like,
my god.
okay, yeah, we're ready to go. Let's see some like insane ass violence.
And though the scene, just the level of sadistic glee this guy takes in killing these
Yeah.
men. The scene where he's hanging up the bodies from the freaking raft of that whole freaking that like tunnel, that whole train car.
Oh my
from hell.
God.
Yes.
Fucking, it's just they have violence in this that proves the point that like you will never get an NC-17 for violence because by God, this movie really skirts.
Yeah.
It's
There's
perfect.
some crazy shit.
I don't know how the American remake is going to go, but they have a tough.
Are they doing it? They better not. I feel like
no.
Please take notes from the original version.
Well,
and
like the American
good
movie
news, though.
system is so fucked because all they do is take stories from other people.
But here's why I'm optimistic. They optioned it the week it was coming out.
Yeah.
And it is going to be overseen. It's not going to be directed, but it's at least going to be produced and written by David Leitch. So the John Wick people are going to make it.
Oh, okay.
That's why Lionsgate acquired the distribution rights to the Indian version so that they could also simultaneously acquire remake rights to it.
Oh, that makes sense then. Yeah.
So that's why they put it out. And that's why they gave it a wide release, which was kind of unprecedented for a foreign film or even an Indian film. They
It was
did that
a good
so that
fucking movie.
Americans
We
can be
loved
familiar with
it.
the original, so that when the remake came out, they can have a point of comparison. Love that movie. But yeah, anyway, as you were number 11. My number 11 is the most recent addition to this list. It's the most recent watch. I saw this movie on Friday night, actually.
Okay.
And it technically came out last year, but it only got to me the last couple weeks. And it's a movie that I kind of just knew. I'm like, this is going to be one of those movies that's going to be a classic. In a bummer movie, but a classic bummer movie in the like Titanic and Brokeback Mountain level memorable, and that's Nickel Boys. Is my number 11 from Ramel Ross. What an amazing piece of work! The fact that this is based on a real school that really existed in Florida that really did torture the black students to such a degree and killed some of them. It's so evil, and yet the movie doesn't make you depressed when you walk out of it because of the friendship at the center of it. The first-person perspective filmmaking style is perfect. The way that it shifts from person to person. The relationship between the two leads. The Anjanou Ellis-Taylor, who's a goddamn national treasure in everything, is great here as the grandmother of one of the boys. And just the Fred Hetchinger, who also was everywhere this year, great, along with Anjanou Ellis-Taylor, great here. Playing someone who seems to be a friend at first, but then turns out to very much not be one. We also got Hamish Linklater, who is one of the most underrated villain actors ever. Between this and Midnight Mass, like great as the evil, sadistic head of this school. And yeah, if you guys haven't seen it, it gets near you. It's slowly trickling out. Go see Nickel.
I'm gonna see it when it drops. I heard a lot of great things
masterful.
about it, but I feel like the Oscars are gonna pass it up a little bit.
Sadly, but it shouldn't be forgotten. It's a wonderful movie. That's my number 11, Nickel Boys.
My number 11 is the same, which is like this weird, devastating movie that should have probably got more love from award shows.
Also,
11,
2.5 hours that needed all 2.5 hours.
Yeah.
Like nothing I would cut at all.
11, After Sun.
Oh, shit!
After
Honorable
Sun,
mention, I completely forgot about After Sun.
a brilliant movie that really... I watched it again recently, and I fucked with it the same level, which is like, it is a movie about our generational trauma, our parents, our connections to parents, but it's also like the things that get passed down through family members that we don't talk about, like mental illness.
The ending of that movie is good.
Oh my God. Brilliant fucking ending. Brilliantly surreal film. For a first film, I think it's one of the best first films I've ever seen from a director. It's just so fantastically
Paul Mescal
executed.
is so good in it.
He's so good in it. The scene of him crying.
The fucking kid is so good in that movie.
She's fucking
What's her
awesome. Like,
name?
um,
She's like 8 too or something or 9.
yeah, Frankie Corio. She's
Oh,
like
she was wonderful. In
so
that.
good in it. It's just one of those films where like it left an impact on me. My sister saw it and she was like, yeah, she liked it too. Everyone that saw it at TIFF left it and told me, you have to see this, but I never took it seriously until the trailer came out. Then I was like, okay, I gotta see this. Saw it in theaters.
Also, the
Amazing fucking
soundtrack is
movie.
perfect. Also, the choice of
Yes.
song,
The
the use,
score,
the
so
use
fucking
of
good.
losing my religion in the karaoke scene, the use
Yeah.
of under pressure.
Yeah.
Toward the end, all that stuff. I loved the. Here's the thing: I had this sort of situation. I had a Moonlight kind of situation with After Sun, where when I said I saw Moonlight, I saw it at the Oscar thing with a bunch of other movies, and I sat with it. And when it ended, I was just like, "Yeah, that is a great movie." What made it my best film of the year and one of my favorite films of all time is when I went to bed that night, I thought about the characters and I wept because
Yeah.
it took me a little while to understand. I was like, "Oh shit." Fuck me,
it's good. Like it is a good sad movie. It's definitely got a certain vibe to it. It's like it's remembering memories or going through dreams in thematic like theatrical form. It's fucking cool.
But I saw After Sun and I was like, okay, it's a story about a strange father and daughter and it's a good one. Great movie. And then I thought about it and then I went to sleep. I'm like, oh shit, he fucking killed himself.
This is the existentialism, yeah,
it's
of
like,
the piece.
Fuck. That was the last time she.
And that's the thing. Some people don't get it that way.
Himself. Yeah,
but like, I heard that that's kind of how people were reading it, and then when I saw the end of the movie, I'm like, yeah, they did it. They did it. He's dead. Also, the implication that he's gay, too.
Well, the implication is that this is the last.
Yeah.
Day they spent together.
That they had together,
and then that's he overdosed himself in the club.
Yeah, and in the recent rewatch, I was like, yeah, it's also a gay movie. Like, I started listening to the dialogue. I'm like, he's like deeply closeted too.
Oh yeah.
Which is insane to be like, oh, so it's like a gay movie, but it's also a depressing movie that hits you in a way. It's good.
It has an after effect. It just
that's my 11.
It's
if people haven't seen it, watch it.
It's like the cinematic equivalent of an aftertaste, where you just sit there and you're like, "Oh shit, it's something else that I didn't."
It's like when I ended Anora, and you just feel the ending, and you're like, "Okay, this hits. This is fucked. This is crazy." It's good shit. After Sun, watch it if you haven't.
Number 11, Josh. We got
Top Gun Maverick.
Top Gun Maverick
is my
Top Gun Maverick
is my number 11. Because this movie, this was a sequel that should not have been as good as it was, but it came out in 2022 and it crushed the box office, but also it proved that you made a sequel to Top Gun that was just as good, probably even better than the first one. Tom Cruise was great. I liked the story, him taking on students. You have Glenn Powell, Miles Teller, Monica Barbaro, Ed Harris. You also have Jennifer Connelly here. Val Kilmer, that was a nice scene here. But it also has some really great emotional moments here. And the flying scenes, the fact that they were done practically and they pretty much make you feel like you're on the airplane with the actors. This was a great legacy sequel. It deserved its acclaim. It deserved the Oscar buzz that it got.
True.
Love Top Gun Maverick.
Top Gun Maverick. It's not on my list, but it is a movie that I was like, I feel it's one of the rare legacy sequels that's better than the original because it has it takes the original, it takes the good qualities of the original, and it does what a sequel should do, where instead of just copying the original, it takes the years.
It takes the themes. The
themes and also the years between and add resonant to it, kind of like Toy Story 2.
And 3,
And 3, where it's like it takes the years that have passed into account, and it does, and the flight sequences are like
are so good,
amazing, especially in IMAX, like the fucking Okay, so number 10.
Okay. This is
So-
when my list
Alright.
gets interesting and good.
What?
This is
What was it, Josh?
nothing.
All right,
Nothing. I was just saying number 10. Yeah.
Number
This is
10.
where it becomes
Originally, this was going to be Hundreds of Beavers. I had to decide.
Okay.
But it's an honorable mention because I thought I had to think for about a fraction of a second, and I realized, no. Speaking of what you said before, my number 10 is Anora.
Okay. It's on my list.
That's
You might be
way
shocked.
higher.
You might be
Way
shocked where it
higher
is
on
on
my
my
list.
list too.
Becca, tell me to go fuck myself.
Go fuck yourself and your fucking father,
Me,
motherfucker.
me go fuck myself. You go fuck yourself. I'm your fucking mother, motherfucker.
I love it, bro.
Fucking love that.
I'll say this because I'm the only one that could probably say it in the chat. People were mad about it, but every time she called him a pussy ass faggot, I'm like, that's funny. Bro,
But see,
I love
that's
it.
the one element I didn't like. But I guess
I'm fine with it. I'm fine with it because I feel like it's
Yeah.
in the context of the character and the culture. So I feel like she would say that in real life. So I don't have
Yeah.
an issue with it. Like
This-
as a
this-
character herself.
This movie is brilliant in that it
Yeah.
starts out like a Pretty Woman type of story.
And then it becomes After Hours, which
It
is like, what
becomes
the fuck?
It becomes After Hours, and to such a degree, and
Yeah.
well, After Hours mixed with a little bit of Raising Arizona, and then when you get to
True.
the when it ends, you're so invested in the just sheer shenanigans of it and the escalation of it that when it ends, that last scene, you feel like your
Brilliant.
guts dumping out of your body. It's just
watching
such
it
a
with
powerful
AirPods in, and like you can
Oh.
hear the car making noises, and it almost becomes a rhythm for the scene. I'm like, I don't know how he did it, but the car making like the boom boom boom, like it gives it a rhythm where it almost makes it more
And also-
haunting, that fucking scene.
I'm so glad that Sean Baker, because I found the screenplay, I downloaded the script. I'm so glad he took out the line that he was going to say there, which is like fucking stop or something, because it needed to just be silent.
Yeah,
It needed to be silent. There was no need.
because there's
for
that
anything-
connection. They have that connection that really is palpable in that.
Well,
fucking scene.
but also this idea of I've had this idea of like, it's sort of like when it comes to grief, especially grieving a relationship, when you go through something, when you're in the thick of this kind of misadventure, you're focused on the misadventure. It's only when you sit and you can
you have to take time and breathe.
compartmentalize it that you break down. And so that
Yeah.
moment when it comes, it's devastating because you are seeing what Anora's seeing. You're caught up in her adventure, and so when it hits as hard for you as it does for her because it's such
Yeah.
a powerful moment. And also, that's what I love about Sean Baker's films is that he really treats people. He's a humanist director in the best way. He treats his characters like people.
Yeah.
You never pity Anora. Anora's in control. You never fear for her. Even the scene that people complain about the fight scene in the middle of it, she is always has the upper hand. She is
Why the
never
fuck
in
do they
any situation.
complain about it? I think it's like
Yeah.
a
The
brilliant
fight
piece
scene
of
with
cinema.
Diamond.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're talking about the fight, where she's like, "Get the hell out of my private." I was
fraud.
laughing.
Just
The how-
and just you. I almost literally. You can ask my sister because she was with me when I saw that movie and that moment came out. I literally went, yes, fuck! Like I was like fist pumping the air when it talks about like, oh, forget in Russian says like, oh, forget that whore or whatever, and she goes,
Sluha?
yeah, he goes, he's like, you know what, bitch? She goes,
Your mother is a
like
sluha.
I am a whore, and you know what? Your son hates
Oh,
you
yeah.
so much. He married me just.
He
to
married
fucking
one to piss you off.
I love it
That was
because
sad. That was satisfying.
it's so many different fucking movies put together. It's Pretty Woman, it's The Hangover, it's After Hours, it's there's a little bit of Albert Brooks type
Big
humor in it
Lebowski,
too.
kind of.
Yeah, it's just it's obviously you can see how much Sean loves movies, and he's one of those directors where he's able to present his love in a way that's palpable, because I know a lot of directors aren't able to. He can actually like bring what he loves into his films in a way that like makes sense.
What I love about Anora too is it's the kind of film, and I compare it to something like Parasite, in
Yeah.
the sense that it starts
The
out as,
switch.
it starts out as one movie and it shifts, and then
The
it shifts.
the fight scene in the I was when I
Yes.
rewatched it recently, I'm like, the fight scene in the mansion is very much the scene where they find out the basement exists in Parasite and there's a couple
Right,
that has
it's the
been
turn
living
in the
there.
plot. And
Yeah,
it just
where it's like
it has,
a different movie now and it recolors what you've been watching.
well, and it becomes a situation where you start to recontextualize the movie and you realize, oh my god, I don't know what's going to happen. I can't predict
Yeah.
the movie anymore.
Mhm.
And that's amazing when that kind
Brilliant.
of magic can
Okay.
happen in a movie. Also, Mikey Madison, performance of the decade.
Yes.
That's a star-making
Awesome.
there. Same with Yuri Borisov. Like, he's
Yeah.
also fantastic. Just a great movie. And also, it's one of the only movies I've ever seen that can make a concussion joke not only reoccur, but reoccur throughout the movie and keep being funny. So,
Yeah.
yeah, Nora's my number 10. Love that movie.
Mhm.
By
Number
far.
10. Number 10. I don't know if anyone else will have this on their list. Jordan Peele's Nope. I think that this is
It's a runner-up. It's an honorable mention.
one of the greatest, I think,
Happy birthday,
exercises in blockbusters. Because I feel like it's a movie where like they gave him all this money to make the movie he wanted to make, and he made the movie he wanted to make. And it's brilliant. It's the best Spielberg's put into one with the suspense that Jordan Peele does that makes you feel gross. It's he's a brilliant filmmaker, and I think that this is a great example. If we're talking about all of his movies, I think it's the best example of what he's able to do with the form. That scene where at the show at the ranch is insane. It includes the one scene of people being digested where if that went on for 5 seconds more, I probably would have had to leave just because of how visibly uncomfortable it made me. Like, seeing that in IMAX was like, nah, bro, this is fucked up. It's good.
The Gordy scene, when I saw that movie in IMAX,
Yes.
that when the scene in the middle when you see what really
I went into fight or flight mode. I felt myself,
Dude,
my soul was leaving my body. It was
not
insane.
since A Quiet Place have I heard a theater that silent. You could hear a pin drop.
Yeah.
Everybody was laughing when they did the sitcom bit, and when the balloons came out, and you hear that,
Like, fuck.
and you're just like,
And you just hear the sound of him eating that girl's face off, and you're like, oh my god, man.
You see that panning. Jordan Peele is a brilliant artist.
Yeah.
When he pans over, and you just see all the little things, and then the moment when the monkey gets shot, and it goes to the next scene, we all just stood there, looked at each other, and the dude behind me said it before he get out, like, seriously, what the fuck?
Like and you understand the way he tells the stories. He's so visual, where it is like another layer of beautiful surrealist meaning. It's a banger. I think it's great. His best movie, and I can't wait to see what he does next because he's with the right people. He makes some really fucking awesome movies. Like.
That man also can make an ending like nobody else. I still think is the pinnacle of his endings. I think the ending for Us is brilliant, but existential terrifying if you on a new level.
What?
That's my 10. That's number 10. Nope.
Okay, so Josh is gonna get to his number 10 when he comes back.
Okay.
And we got, guys, the next 9 we gotta like blow through because it's really 4 hours, and I gotta get to bed early. Actually, you know what? Quite frankly, after this 9 through 1, we're just gonna do like we did at the end and just kind of blow them off. Because if we do it like this, we're gonna be here all night. So
yeah. I'll do them right now.
Well, let him do his 10 first, so we can keep continuity, and then we'll do him.
Okay, or he could do his 10.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to do your 9 through 1, we'll do it.
I'll do my 9 through 1 right now. 9, I got Barbie. I think it was an important blockbuster, and it really like shook up what you could do with a blockbuster. And I think it's an important movie. It's a movie that everyone should see when they're younger. I think it would help understand gender. And just the world in a way. If you showed that to like kids, it'd be important to them. I love it. 8 is Shiva Baby. Brilliantly claustrophobic film that if you watch it when you're like really baked, you feel like you're stuck in the house with her. Great lesbian movie. A relatable movie that has gotten the most relatable when I got out of film school and then I started to like understand the character really well in Shiva Baby. Seven, I saw the TV Glow. A
Mhm.
brilliant surrealist film, very Lynchian.
Josh,
About
in case you missed it, Becca's number 9 was Barbie, number 8 was Shiva Baby, and number 7 is I Saw the TV Glow.
I
And
saw
then
Okay.
when she's
yeah.
done,
Okay.
when we get back around to your turn, you're gonna do your 10, and then afterwards, you and I are gonna do our 9 through 1 and just quickly go through them so we can wrap this up.
But no,
Okay.
I saw a TV Glow brilliant movie about being a very closeted trans woman. It told through a David Lynchian tale. I thought it was brilliant. It's definitely a lot stronger of a movie than Jane's first film. But I think it's one that I've seen a lot of people see it and they don't really get it. And it makes sense to not understand it because a lot of people are not in the demographic that it's like portraying. But I think it's a brilliant film. I saw a TV Glow. Number 6, this one had to be in here. I had to put this one in. The People's Joker.
Yeah.
Important low budget cinema that really enforces this idea that just let the directors do whatever the fuck they want and
let the
them
inmates
make
run the asylum.
let them make the projects they want to make. And that's literally my whole list for the rest of it is just let people make their authentic film and it will be a lot better. But I think as a movie that helped me crack certain eggs in my life for me personally, and also a film that I have to put on because now it's like it's an important part of me. Like they made a shirt that's based on like my reaction to the movie that they were selling as merch. Like it's just one of those movies where it definitely has been a part of important things in my life. So I have to. It's just I show it to everyone now. All my gay friends, I show them People's Joker, and everyone loves it. Number 5 is 100%. Number 5 is Teton. Let a movie about a woman that fucks a car, and then it becomes this drama about your parents accepting you for your gender identity. Well, it's also body horror. A brilliant movie, really fucking weird movie. Wholesome.
I never thought I'd weep at the end of a movie that begins
No.
with a woman fucking a car.
But it's just brilliant the way it talks about how the idea of identity and how that's tied to our experiences. There's a lot of great shit in Teton. French movie. I think if people can like get over the violence, and it's something they should check out. Number 4, Aggro Drift. Harmony Korine's one film from this decade that I think is a very important movie. Because it is another one where you just
that's for sure.
You let a director make whatever they want, and I think that every time I've watched it, it's been such a overwhelmingly trippy acid experience. It's so good. It's so brilliant. It's one that I was one of the only people that really, really loved it. But it's because I'm like, it's a certain type of experimental film that I really fuck with that he did, and I can't wait to see what he does next.
Hey, Becca. Dance, bitches, fucking dance.
Yeah, dropping bodies, dropping souls. Assassin. Like, it's just like it's Scott, so brilliant.
Dude, like,
it's so brilliant.
Go to bed. Do it.
It's an example of just like real, true, pure fucking art. And a lot of people who are not really into that type of shit won't like it, but I think it's fucking cool.
And people with epilepsy, because that movie will kill them.
Number 3, I have The Substance. Another brilliant fucking movie that is body horror, that it's about being a woman, being, all these different layers of it. Great dual performance. Effects are insane. I really hope it does the best at the award shows this year because it's fucking brilliant. Cool movie about how I would also take an experimental drug to become Margaret Qualley. And it's funny because it's really just a movie about taking estrogen, really. Yeah. And it's insane how she turns it into basically a Shinya Tsukamoto film, like Tetsuo the Iron Man, just because she feels like it. She's like, I'm gonna make this fucking weird movie, and it's great. Number 2 is Poor Things, a movie that I didn't like for a while, but I think it's because there was a culture war about it. But then I watch again, I'm like, you know what? It's brilliant. It's really
Was
good.
I right or was I right?
You were
Like,
right.
I-
It's amazing. I remember you told me you're like one time you're gonna watch it and really fuck with it, and I'm like, yep,
Same with
yep,
Challengers. I said the same thing about
yeah,
Challengers. And guess what?
yeah, and I like it a lot now. And it's like I
Yeah.
think that Poor Things it just takes you to this world, and I think I have a real huge understanding now personally for myself of her character, and I think I fuck with the character so much. Um, it's not real weird. I think if you look at it as a real feminist, like kicking the dick type movie, it kind of is rocks. It's real cool.
You could argue it's the most normal movie Yorgos Lanthimos has ever made.
It's probably the most normal thing, but he does so much with it that I love. That takes you into the dream world, um, and I fuck with that. My number one. Do you have guesses about what my number one?
Hundreds of
is?
Beavers.
That'd be a really cool number one, but no, it's not Hundreds of Beavers.
Rap World.
I feel like that'd be such a bold choice. I had to go with a movie that. Okay, here's how I'm going to explain the movie to people. It's a movie that I watched, and I felt like I was speaking to, or it was speaking to me, and I was speaking to it. Like there was a connection that I had with the movie where it did something. It hits you in the soul. It hits you real hard. And I think it's one of those movies where she's the same age as me in the movie. There's a lot of the same mentalities about the world and about being it's really a movie about being a broke bitch who would probably marry someone for money, which I'll be real, I would do the same thing in some situations.
Wait a second. Is it Anora?
Yeah. That's the best movie of the decade. I don't know. I've watched it like 4 times now.
Twice.
I'm like, this is a brilliant fucking movie. This is an amazing fucking movie. Like, it is, I don't know, there's a relatability to it where, like, I'm like, I fuck with this 100%. I understand her plight. I feel like it's a movie that I'd recommend people watch, but if you're not my age at this time, I don't think it's going to hit the same way. I think it's one of those Gen Z movies. You know what I mean?
Though it's the most accessible movie. This and the Florida Project are probably the most accessible.
Probably, it's his most accessible work. But I think it's one I wouldn't recommend my parents watch because they didn't like shit like bodies. Like they didn't fuck with that. And I'm like, I don't know if they would fuck with this one. And then if I tried to say, well, I relate to it heavily, they'd be like, what the fuck do you mean by that? They'd be like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Oh, right.
I don't know. It's just this movie. It just hits my soul. I don't know. I feel like Parasite did when I first saw it. It's like it goes deep. It hits you deep in a way where I'm like, this is like a personal film.
It's
just
pure empathy machine right there. I mean, yeah. Great movie.
And I think I love the way that he frames his characters, and a lot of people are like, oh, you're not supposed to like it because it's a guy that directed it. But there's some relatability in the way that, like, the world is.
By the way, haters, guess what? Sean Baker suggested an intimacy coordinator. Mikey Madison vetoed it. So
it's one of those movies where I feel like it's one of those movies where, like, it's just so honest. It's just there's an honesty there where I appreciate, and I think that that's what shines for me. Is that I don't think I've seen a movie this honest about certain things in a while. I fuck with it. I see a lot of her in myself in some ways. I don't know. I just fuck with it a lot. I think it might not be my favorite of the decade when I rewatch some things, but right now I'm like, I don't know, man. It's amazing, and it deserves that Criterion release because it genuinely is important movie.
I'm very excited about the Criterion release of that.
I will buy it. I don't really buy as Criterions as often as I'm used to.
The only one
but I will buy this.
Days, so
yeah.
So before we go further, here's what we're gonna do. Since I have less than you do, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do 9 through 1 quickly, and then Josh, you're gonna do your 10 through 1 quickly, and then we're gonna okay. We're gonna do kind of that way. Since you have more to talk about, I'll save you for the end. You'll be our closer. We'll save the best for last.
Yeah. Grant is a shluha.
Oh.
Takes one to
I don't know.
Becca.
That's a great
Anyway.
fucking scene. I don't know.
Number 9. I'm a mensch, goddammit. Number 9. So yeah, 10 was in order for me. Number 9 is a movie that is under an hour long and yet does more in that hour than most movies that are 3 times as many hours.
Bat pussy.
Number 9 is Look Back.
Okay.
I
Not expected, but okay.
It's an animated film. It's an anime film, actually. It's on Amazon Prime. It came out last year. I saw it in a theater. I've seen it now 3 more times. Again, it's an hour long. And each time I've seen the dubbed and the subbed, no matter what version, it resonates with me. It is a beautiful work of art about the necessity of art to help us go through tragedy in life, to understand tragedy in life. It's the kind of movie that is the epitome of the empathy machine. It's a movie that, and there was a movie that got slightly bumped off. It was going to be number 15, but I moved it into an honorable mention because of Nickel Boys. But Exhibiting Forgiveness was on this list for a bit. And the reason, and I love that film, but it's similar to Look Back in the idea of like when we go through trauma, art is powerful. It's an expression. It makes you better. It makes you, putting it in the world. And speaking of movies that also have Anjali Ellis-Taylor, Exhibiting Forgiveness and Origin too. She's had a great year. Anyway, great movies for, even movies that are kind of meh, like The Supremes That Are All You Can Eat. She's great. But this movie is just, it's such a beautiful film, and it's a movie that, despite being about, school violence, about artistic expression, about loss, it's also a really funny movie about friendship and art, and finding friendship through the arts. And it's a film about female friendship, and a genuine film, and I adored Look Back. It is only 57 minutes. Everybody has 57 minutes, so go on Amazon tonight and watch Look
I'll have
Back.
to check.
It is a beautiful piece of work. It's my number 9 of the decade so far. Oh, right. We're going to do our list. Okay, sorry about that. Number 8. We were talking about Nina Simone earlier?
Yeah.
This is a great film that, sadly, its very deserved Oscar win was interrupted by Will Smith being a man-baby, sadly. My number 8, and also apparently his next film is going to be coming out next Monday. It's going to be a 3-hour documentary on the music of SNL. That movie, that filmmaker is Questlove, and the movie is my number 8, Summer of Soul, or When
Summer
the
of Soul,
Revolution Could Not
yeah.
Be Televised. This is this is Mark Kermode, who is a music documentary filmmaker, along with a critic, said Summer of Soul is the best music documentary I've ever seen, including the ones I've made. So that should tell you something. This is a movie about what they described as Black Woodstock. This was basically a music festival, is called the Cultural Festival, that was held in 1969. They were going to make a PBS special about it, and somebody at PBS says, "Who cares?" Basically said, "Who cares about Black Woodstock?" So they took the film and they put it in a vault for 50 years. And Questlove restored the footage, and then on top of that found the surviving musicians and audience members of this festival to watch the footage and reminisce and of the moment and the culture. This movie was a wide theatrical release. It got an A+ on CinemaScore. How good was this movie? It came out on Hulu the same day as it was in theaters. It did so well on both that it also dropped on Disney+. And 2 weeks before the Oscars, it aired on ABC in primetime in the U.S. Is that much of a movie that was... And it had some of the best ratings for a TV movie, for a movie airing on, that year. And it's a great film. And just hearing the music... I said to the guy who was with me in the screening, I said, the only flaw with this movie is they didn't release it in IMAX. If this were released in IMAX, this would be... That's an ideal thing. Maybe they'll re-release it. But this movie... It's one of the best things Disney's put out ever. Because it's a Searchlight release. And this, Summer of Soul, or When the Revolution Could Not Be Televised. Questlove, you're not only a great musician, you're a great filmmaker too. It's my number 8. Number 7 is a movie that came out the first year of the decade. And it came out... The reason it came to my theater is because there were no movies coming out. And it was a real discovery. And it led me to discover one of my new favorite filmmakers. And that's my number 7, Kajillionaire. This is directed by
Miranda July.
Miranda July. And I Evan Rachel Wood, it's not merely that she gives a great performance in this movie. She gives one of the most original character performances ever. Her character in this movie is beautiful. I have not forgotten a frame of this movie since I saw it. I saw this movie at the start of the decade. I have not forgotten a thing. Gina Rodriguez is great. Deborah Winger is great. Richard Jenkins is just perfect in everything. Can we just say that Richard Jenkins is one of the best actors who's ever lived on planet Earth? He's never gotten the credit he deserved, but he is so great. And it's a great queer movie. It's a great love story. It's a great con artist story. It's a great dark comedy. It's a great drama. It's a great parent-child story. It's a great emotional abuse story. It's just a great movie, and I love it. It's my number 7, Kajillionaire by Miranda July. Number 6 is my best film of last year. That would be Sing Sing by Greg Quigo.
Okay.
Just Sing Sing, great movie. It's such a beautiful film, and it's a movie that you leave it and you feel the world around you is more beautiful for having sat through it. It's like one of those movies where you walk outside and the grass is a little greener and the sky is a little bluer. You feel different. You know what I mean?
It's a good movie.
It's wonderful. And Clarence Macklin, the fact that he plays himself, Divine Eye, the fact that he plays himself in this movie. It played in July for a couple of weeks. I saw it at AMC Screen Unseen, and then kind of went away. It is in theaters everywhere starting this week. Go see Sing Sing. It's fantastic. A24, the good strategy. It's probably going to get Oscar buzz now. That was a really good choice. Number 6, Sing Sing. Number 5, Becca, nothing in this world makes sense except one thing. We must be kind. Please be kind. Number 5 is Everything Everywhere All at Once.
Okay. Yeah.
One of the most unique movies I've ever seen. And it's so original. It's so funny. It's so weird, and it's so beautiful. It's about mental illness. It's about suicidal ideation, and it's also about hot dog fingers, and it's also about the joy of Pixar and Ratatouille, Ratatouille. It is a rogues gallery of unsung actors finally getting their moment. It's Michelle Yeoh, Stephanie Sue, Jamie Lee Curtis, Ke Huy Quan, all time.
Yeah.
It's beautiful, and it's funny, and it's wonderful, and hot dog fingers. And number 5, and again, another great queer movie also. Everything Everywhere All at Once is my number 5. Everything on a Bagel. Oh, also, Get Shot. Oh, God. It's organic. Perfect. Number 5. Also, Daniels. If you liked this movie, see the Daniels' other movie, Swiss Army Man. And also definitely see The Death of Dick Long, because holy shit, that movie's underrated. Fucking great movie. Number 4, Becca mentioned it, Drive My Car by Ryusuke Hamaguchi. Just a beautiful film. This is the kind of movie where there is a recurring story throughout the film, and there's one point where it reaches its peak. In a car, it goes on. It's a monologue that goes on for probably 10 minutes, and you never want it to end. It is riveting. And it's just so many beautiful lines. I love the line of, you know what your problem is? You think we're the same because we love the same woman. It's just lines like that. Just the whole thing about, the living can't stop thinking about the dead. We have to live. It's just a movie about grief, and it's about hope. It's about finding love. It's about smoking in a car but putting the cig out through the sunroof. It's about it's poetry.
It's really good.
Fucking love Drive My Car. My number 3 is the best Christmas movie of the 21st century, The Holdovers. Alexander Payne is a genius. Everybody's great here. Paul Giamatti, great. What's his name? Newcomer.
Dominic
Sessa.
Yeah.
One of the best debut performance, and then also she's been great since forever. Especially great.
Divine Joy Randolph
in Dolomite, which would. Well, that's last decade, but Dolomite. But Divine Joy Randolph. She's
also she's in Kajillionaire too.
Oh, that's right. She was in Kajillionaire. You're right. She was. But the scene where she gets drunk at the house party, and she finally talks about her son. It's just heartbreaking. The he's gone scene. It's just when he talks.
It's a good movie.
When she talks about. Her son said, like, it's great, Ma. I'm gonna get a scholarship, and her voice crack. It just, but it's also great. It's a great. It's such an Alexander Payne kind of movie. What I love about his films at their best is a group of people stuck together in a situation that maybe doesn't ever happen in the real world, but the characters feel like they're in the real world. There's something about how they behave toward each other, and it's about finding a group of people who maybe don't connect with each other in a place where they must. And he's brilliant at that, and this is one of his finest examples. I just love this movie. I think this is it's a great Christmas movie, not only about the joys of Christmas, but also a movie about the fact that for a lot of people, Christmas is bleak. It's not always a happy time for people, and there is a sadness there, and just all the great scenes. The lady, his friend who works at the school, who brings him cookies. The scene where they're at her house party, and they have that scene where he finds out she's with somebody, and he's gonna leave, and he says, "I just want you to know, you're a really good person." And she's touched. It's just such a beautiful movie about human beings, and yeah, I love The Holdovers. That's my number 3. Number 2 is a movie that I saw it when I was 29, so it was insanely relatable. That would be The Worst Person in the World.
Yeah.
That is the what would it be? The silver medal of the decade. Renate Reinsve gives the best performance of the decade as far as I'm concerned. She is utterly perfect. She's perfect in this movie. And it's really beautiful in the idea that, like, when you're young and impulsive, you feel like you're the worst person in the world. You feel like... And it's a foreign film, of course. It's Norwegian. But it transcends subtitling. It transcends barriers. This is a story that anybody who's ever been young and in transit can relate to. It's just this beautiful... And young and foolish. And young and impulsive. Like, it's that movie... And the fact that me and the guy in my theater were the only two people to see that in my theater's entire run of it is kind of sad. Because it played for a week and we were the only two people that bought a ticket. I just love The Worst Person in the World. It's one of my favorite films now of all time. So you're probably wondering, Grant, what could be better than The Worst Person in the World? Well,
Anora.
No. That was my number 10. What could be better than The Worst Person in the World? Well... The Worst Person in the World was a movie that made me feel like I wasn't alone in my age group and my choices. My number 1 saved my life.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I know what you're talking
Number
about.
1, Ed Sonoda's 9 Days is my number 1 of the movie of the decade, and it's my number 5 movie of all time, quite frankly. I love this movie. I gotta be real with y'all. I'm never really given into depression, but during the pandemic, I had suicidal ideation pretty fucking bad. And I know I didn't feel like I was good enough. I felt like I was struggling to prove that I was good enough. I felt like there was no point in life because everybody is isolated and we're all going to be isolated. I felt like there was no hope, that we were all going to be alone forever. And I saw this movie knowing nothing about it, and I walked out of the theater and I cried the whole way home. I cried halfway through the movie. And this is a rarity for me. When I walked out of the movie, I looked at the sky, and I had this moment of, like, the world is beautiful, I want to stay here. That's how beautiful that movie was. That's how much it affected me. This movie is proof positive that movies can save you when you're at your lowest point. Because this movie, there's a line in this movie that I started crying and I didn't stop. I felt noticed by a film. I felt seen by it. And I've mentioned it before, but I'll mention it again. It's the scene where Winston Duke's character is sitting with David Rysdale's character, who is, quiet, artistic, probably autistic. But he's very quiet and kind of reserved, and he's cut. The whole movie is about how these are souls being prepared to go to Earth. They have 9 days to prove they're willing to be human. To be the right choice to be a human being, and if not, they're going to fade away out of existence. So he's interviewing this guy, and he's the first one to be cut. He's the first one that is going off into the distance. And Winston Duke's character, because of past experiences, has kind of kept himself at bay, not trying to emote. It comes out in very small doses for a lot of the film. He's kind of playing it like a straightforward business type of situation. David Rysdale's character, he says, "I think you know why you're in here, don't you?" And he says, "Yeah, I'm not gonna be bored. I'm not gonna last the whole 9 days, am I?" And he goes, "No, I'm afraid not." And then he just quietly goes, "I'm sorry." And then Winston Duke looks at him and says, "Don't be sorry. You were good." I'm gonna cry just saying it. It just hit me so hard. It was like, I do have a reason to be here. You know, I'm loved by people. Like, that's what it
Yeah.
resonated with me so deeply. It hit me like a shot in the heart. It's one of those films that I've rewatched it and it's just resonated with me even as time's gone. And I feel like this movie, not only is it the best movie of the decade so far, I don't think I'm going to see another movie this decade, the last 5 years of the decade, that's going to resonate with me quite as much as this film did. This film is perfect, objectively. Like, I think it is a perfect movie. And the last scene of this movie is one of the most beautiful, poetic final moments in a movie ever. I love this movie. 9 Days is my number one movie of the decade so far. And I'm just going to say it preemptively. It's going to be my favorite movie of the decade at year's end. So, at decade's end. So that's my number one. I am done.
Okay.
Oh, wait, one more thing.
So,
Quick, important honorable mention. Cade the Tortured Crossing, a movie that is so bad it actually becomes great. Especially
So
when
good.
it's not at the Alamo. Okay, but yeah. Let's make this a fair fight. Multiple. Anyway. All right. Your top 10. Nice, good sir.
all right. So number 10, I'm gonna put The Suicide Squad. I
Awesome.
thought this was better than the 2016 one, even though I don't hate the 2016 one. That one has got a little bit more disappointingly frustrating over the years. This one I thought was better. It embraced what it was. James Gunn came in, he made it R-rated, decided to actually go for it, and it's great. Some great characters in here. Margot Robbie's great. John Cena's Peacemaker. Idris Elba was good as Bloodsport. I loved King Stark. Easily the standout, and my introduction to Daniela Melchior as Ratcatcher 2, which she was my favorite character of the movie. Some good fun action. The third act is already great. The fact that they use Starro, the starfish, like pads for a star. It's a shame this movie didn't do what. It's a shame this movie didn't do well when it first came out. Yeah, it's pretty much their fault. But this of the DC EU movies of the older DC era, this is the one I do go back to the most. This is one of them.
It has the best scene in all of these movies, which is the scene where it's like they're practicing their aim. Is like, nobody likes to show off. Yeah, unless what you're showing off is dope as fuck. It's the best scene. Like,
that is a funny scene.
It's a great movie.
Number 9.
Definitely check out the Peacemaker series also, because it's great.
Yeah, you guys definitely watch the Peacemaker series. It's great. I actually like it.
Best opening credits to a TV show ever, too.
I don't know. I'll be real with you. There's other shows like The Twilight Zone and Twin Peaks that have intros that are like iconic. That are
but do they dance to Swedish hair metal? I don't think so.
I don't know, man. I feel like some of them.
Do you really want to do your?
All right. Number 9, Inside Out 2. Another one of my favorites from 2024. This hit me because for one, I'm someone who has extreme anxiety. My anxiety is pretty, and it's not fun. But also, this was a sequel that justified itself.
Absolutely.
I love the animation in this. I thought the voice acting was very good, despite some recastings. Anxiety, Maya Hawke was a standout here, and it had one of my favorite scenes, which Anxiety is controlling Riley towards the end, and Joy tells her to let her go. Which
the anxiety attacks.
Also
the
anxiety attacks.
Yeah,
and also just It's a great themes here, a great story here about dealing with anxiety. Are you going to have the same friends as you
Mm.
get older? Are you going to still be the same person? And this movie would definitely deserve all the praise. I would not be surprised if it gets best a nomination for best animated feature.
Mm.
And if there's an Inside Out 3, and if they do it right, we could have a great trilogy from Pixar of Inside Out movies.
Agreed.
Number eight, Long Legs. This
Okay.
Oh,
th-
yeah.
this was a pretty damn good horror thriller. I know some people laugh it off and say it's overrated. It's
Hail
pretentious.
Satan!
It's one of the
It's
worst
good.
horror movies of this decade. I thought this was a pretty terrifying, anxiety-filled investigation thriller. Nicolas Cage, for his screen time as Long Legs, he was great. I liked Michael Monroe. Osgood Perkins did a very good job. Is the way he shoots the movie is very atmospheric, but also very well done.
Claustrophobic too. I
Claustrophobic.
that's a
You're about to
great
say
movie.
something.
Oh yeah, sure. Go ahead. Oh
You're
no.
about to say something, so I'll
Oh
let you talk.
Oh no, that's okay. I was just gonna say that's a great movie, and also if we're talking best movie reviews of the decade so far, Becca's review of that, which is literally like 25 minutes of her singing "Happy Birthday," and then at the last second, oh by the way, the movie.
It's gone. I don't know where it is. Someone
Really?
might have it
Oh,
somewhere.
it's
It's gone
great.
though. It was, and then I had to end it with, "Oh, but I like the movie.
Oh,
It's a
but
good
last 30
movie.
seconds. Oh, by the way, the movie is great. Thumbs up. It's like,
It's good
Yeah.
shit." Micah Monroe, she has this autistic anxiety in it, which I think is
oh yeah.
so interesting and relatable. Where I'm like, yeah,
Mhm.
if any character I relate to a lot this year, she's on that list.
Hail
Uh,
Satan!
But
It's the
yeah,
almost
Long
birthday
Legs
girl.
is not for everyone. I know some people didn't enjoy it, but I like this good investigative horror thriller. Pass number seven, Past Lives.
Oh, great.
This was heartbreaking.
Oh, yeah.
Celine Song, great job. The acting between the two leads, fantastic. John McGraw was great, and it's a great story about two people who are in love with each other, but they can't really be together because they're both on different
Wrong
paths.
place, wrong
But
time. Yeah.
hmm and just this hit me. It was a very good romantic drama, and Greta Lee, she was great,
Oh yeah.
and I want to see what Celine Song does next. So it earns a spot
she's
number
got one
seven.
coming out. She's got one coming out this year. Um, it's called what's it called? Is it called Materialists? It's something. She's got one coming out this year. I know for sure.
All right.
It's with A24, I think, or Neon or someone.
No.
Mhm.
Uh,
Number six, we have The Northman, my
oh
favorite
Okay.
of Robert Eggers' films. Did not deserve to bomb the way it did. Y'all should have went to go see it, people. Then stop complaining about there's nothing original when you don't go see it. Shut up.
exactly. Thank you.
Shut the fuck up with that shit. I have
That
had it
that
with that
movie came out.
excuse.
That movie came out like a week after the Outfit, which was also a really good thriller and it was original, and nobody went. It's like, dude, stop complaining that it's all sequels and then
That
the good
that's
original.
all. That's the problem with people
Yeah.
nowadays. You complain when we get something original, either it's not enough or you don't go watch it. That's your
Right.
fault. But The
True.
Northman, this was a great Viking epic. Brutal, bloody, is badass. Alexander Skarsgård was great lead. Nicole Kidman was great. Anya
Great.
Taylor-Joy, one of her best performances.
Klaus
Plays
Baum.
Bank,
Yeah.
Ethan Hawke, the beautiful cinematography, great action. And Robert Eggers, he is 4 for 4. He's a director I had to grow on to really
Oh yeah.
appreciate because I did not like his first two movies, but giving them a second chance, I became a fan of him.
My
But
personal
this is
favorite would
still his.
probably be The Lighthouse, but I loved all of his films. Yeah.
Yeah, but yes, this and Nosferatu are my two favorites of his. And I look forward to seeing what he does next. He's got a medieval epic, and then he's going to be doing a western. So I'm actually pretty
Oh,
curious to see what he does there.
that's awesome.
And also, I heard
Number five.
possibly Labyrinth.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
The sequel? Oh, that's
Yeah,
Labyrinth. That would be pretty cool.
he
yeah.
Number
supposedly is
five.
on it.
I decided to put both of these together, and we got Dune parts 1 and part 2. I
Oh,
only have the first one here. I do have the second one on digital. I still have to buy the second one, but Villeneuve, you did the impossible. You took
fantastic.
something that was unfilmable and wasn't done justice the first time by David Lynch. May he rest in peace, which is not his fault. He just went through studio interference with it. But this surprised all of us. This is pretty much once we get Doom Messiah, this is going to be this decade's The Lord of the Rings,
Oh, yeah,
except
absolutely.
sci-fi style.
Absolutely.
The first movie came out of nowhere. I was interested, but I did not expect it to take off the way it did. Timothy Chalamet, Rebecca Ferguson, Oscar Isaac, Josh Brolin, Stellan Skarsgård, Zendaya. Even in the second one, you have Christopher Walken, Austin Butler, Leah
Oh, man.
Sado.
The
Just both of these movies
Anya
are
Taylor Joy.
amazing.
Anya
Yeah,
Taylor-Joy.
yes, that Anya Taylor-Joy, which I did not expect her to show up in this. As I figured she was going to be in it somewhat, but I didn't expect her to
The
show up. Some
I got it. Yeah, go ahead.
great action, great filmmaking,
Oh, yeah.
great visuals. Villeneuve, he really is a fan of these books, and you could tell that he has a lot of love for the world of Dune. And while there are changes made, it is necessary for the making of a better movie. And
Agreed.
Dune Messiah, if it sticks to landing, just like another movie, if its third movie sticks its landing, we're gonna have one of the best trilogies of this decade. So
Absolutely.
Villeneuve, bring on Dune Messiah.
Has
Also,
Denis
cinematography by Greg Fraser,
uh,
fantastic.
has Denis Villeneuve made a bad film? I'm pretty sure that everything that man has made. Blade Runner 2049 was awesome. Prisoners was great. Sicario was great. Incendies
He
was great.
hasn't, and I don't think he never will make a bad
Yeah.
movie.
Enemy was underrated. I like that a lot. But
Hmm.
here's the thing. I before Dune 2021, Dune Part 1, I had my only exposure to the franchise was the David Lynch film and that one lyric from Weapon of Choice by Fatboy Slim about walk without looking so you won't attract the worm. After I went with my brother, my sister-in-law, and our friend to see it, like opening night, Dune Part 1, and I remember leaving it, and I immediately went on Audible and downloaded every Dune book and listened to the audiobooks. And I'm a Dune fan. I also watched Dune, what's the show? The prequel.
Dune
Yeah, the new
Prophecy.
one.
Dune Prophecy. I watched the whole first season of that. It was great. Um, but yeah, I'm a Dune head now. So thank you,
For
Danny.
someone who's never got into Dune or never read the books, this makes me want to read the books and see
Uh,
how they're going to bring it home in Dune Messiah. And who knows, probably after Villeneuve finishes his trilogy, because they probably are going to do Children of Dune and such. But
mm,
this was a big surprise in terms of sci-fi and fantasy, and this reminds me why I love fantasy and sci-fi.
it's just
Number
great. And
four, another movie that should not have failed the way it did. Edgar Wright, You Madman, Last Night in Soho.
that is a
Okay.
high honorable mention for me.
Why did this movie fail the way it did?
It's a
Why?
tragedy.
Damn. Granted, it's getting cult classic status, but y'all should have went to go see it.
Love that movie. Both his
It was
movies this
like,
decade bombed. That and the Sparks Brothers, and both of them are great. They came out the same year. Yeah.
and that is a damn shame.
Yeah.
I can't wait to see what he does with The Running Man.
Oh,
It's supposed to be more loyal to the book, but Thomasin McKenzie, Thomasin McKenzie, she is a national treasure to New Zealand.
Diana Rigg's
I'm trying
final
to say that without.
performance was just Diana Rigg's final performance
Yeah,
too.
fantastic.
Fantastic.
Her great way to go out. Anya Taylor-Joy,
Mm.
amazing. Matt Smith was great.
Oh yeah.
Michael Alio was great. Great, great mix of like giving me mix of Italian horror, but
Yeah.
also what Edgar Wright is doing in his own way is good. It gets crazy
Hitchcock
towards the
again.
end. Very good Alfred Hitchcock. I love the cinematography. This should have been better, bigger than what it was. It should have done better. I just will not understand.
Yeah, Matt Smith. That was his best performance since Morbius. Yeah, I love that movie.
Number 3, Netflix. You did this one dirty last year because this really could have been an Oscar contender. What am I talking about? It has my favorite actress in it.
And it's the number 3, and it has a 3 in the title, I think, doesn't it?
His Three Daughters.
Love that.
Azazel
movie.
Jacobs. Fantastic, man.
Love that movie.
Who's the favorite? Is Elizabeth Olsen?
That's his
Yeah,
line.
Elizabeth Olsen.
I haven't seen it yet, but Natasha Lyonne was almost convinced me to watch it.
Definitely watch it.
Carrie Coon.
Yeah,
Yeah.
what Grant just said. Elizabeth Olsen is the love of my life. She has been since Avengers: Age of Ultron.
Her big debut was one of my favorite movies of that year and of all time, Martha, Marcy, May, Marlene. I love that movie.
I love that.
Oh, you're
movie.
right. Yeah.
Love Martha, Marcy, May, Marlene. She's fantastic in this. Carrie Coon was fantastic. Natasha Lyonne was fantastic. Also, Jovan Adepo, he's very good in this.
He only has
Azazel
one big
Jacobs.
scene. He only has one big scene, but it's like the best scene in the movie when he stands up.
And he makes the most of it.
Yeah.
Azazel Jacobs, a great screenplay, great directing. Also, dealing with something that we inevitably have to deal with is the thought of losing our parents and having the family come together and seeing how to deal with that. You're going to laugh, you cry, you get emotional, get inside each of the three daughters' head. But it's just in that ending.
Oh my god!
Fantastic ending.
It takes a dip into magical realism and it pulls it off in a really beautiful way.
It's such a beautiful movie. I hope this gets a Criterion or some kind of physical media release because I will buy it. I love this movie.
Beautiful cinematography too. Beautiful cinematography.
Yeah, cinematography is great as well. Anything Elizabeth Olsen, even if the movie's not good, you already know Josh is gonna watch but not to plug in what I stand for, of course, or what how I am on my own channel, but pretty much.
Gang, Eliminated Pro, you came in at the last second. We were wrapping it up almost. We're at the tail end.
This, I really wish Netflix, instead of Amelia Perez, this should have been a big Oscar contender. This could have been a big.
I'm gonna be real with you,
Netflix, but you did.
It premiered last year when we were at TIFF, and to be honest with you, the only reason they didn't run it is because a lot of people didn't see it, and a lot of people didn't talk about it.
Which is a
shame.
I
think a lot of what the decision happens
who didn't watch it.
Well, because like Amelia Perez came out at Cannes and it almost won Palme d'Or. It's one of those things where I feel like what really matters to them is talking points. It's the same thing with something like Sound of Metal. Sound of Metal dropped, everyone liked it, but it didn't get enough of a push.
30, by the way, Sound of Metal. That was so close.
It's just, it happens. Like there are movies that some people talk about and no one really learns about for 2 years, and then they're like big films. And I think that's what happened with this one.
But it's the thing with His Three Daughters is, here's the thing. I loved Amelia Perez. In fact, I put it on my list. But here's the thing. I agree with Josh in the sense that His Three Daughters was way higher on my best of list than Amelia Paris.
Yeah.
And I love both films, but that one, that was like my number, what? But that was in my top 10 even, I think, for the year.
When I do my best movies of 2024, you will see this way higher than what it is right now. So be ready for that. But His Three Daughters, I love this movie. Elizabeth Olsen, Carrie Coon, Natasha Lyonne, Azazel Jacobs. Congratulations.
And I remember, Josh,
Number 2.
If I remember correctly, I watched the film first. I went into the group chat and said, Josh, I know you're probably already going to watch this because she's in it, but like I just watched His Three Daughters. It's fantastic. And then literally 2 hours later, you did Now Watching His Three Daughters, and then you said, Grant's right, this movie's great. I remember that. Like I saw it first.
You did. You already knew I was going to watch it because this is one of the movies last year I was looking forward to the most.
Mm-hmm.
Number 2, I Am Yvonne's fucking wife. You probably know why I'm going with that line.
Which one? Number 2?
I just gave the hints because
Honora.
of the
Oh,
number 2, Honora.
Oh yeah, gotcha.
This movie, I went into this. This was my first Sean Baker film.
You upped your score too. Like it was a 4.5, and you upped
it
to a 5.
Yeah, I upped my score after 3 watches. 3 watches of this. I had to wait till this drop on VOD because unfortunately, in my area, Neon didn't give it a release date.
It came to my area a month late, but 2 weeks into its run, I drove about an hour away with my sister to see it.
Yeah, this movie. Wow, I know some people don't like this movie. They say it's overrated. They say it's just screaming people who are screaming for 2 hours.
And those people are bad. They suck.
Yeah,
and you know what?
They're wrong.
If you don't enjoy the movie, that's fine. I'm going. I respect.
Just don't make up bullshit excuses about how it's not smart.
I'm not gonna make fun of you, but
Illuminated Pro.
I really enjoyed
most of our lists after the stream.
But I really enjoyed this for my first Sean Baker film. The first 40 minutes is pretty much what you're expecting. A lot of partying, a lot of dry humping. You get to see a lot of Mikey Madison, which Mikey Madison, she goes for it. I'm not complaining, especially hearing her interviews talk about how passionate she was for the movie, and Sean Baker wrote this movie for her. And also some very memorable moments, especially Mikey Madison dancing in the living room to Vanya, which
good shot, a good scene. I play that song a lot now because I love it. It's one of those scenes where it's not even the sexiness of it; it's more of the fact that the movie runs on a certain rhythm and everything lines up. And I'm like, that is how you shoot a scene.
What was the name of the song, the original song that they play when they go to the Quickie Chapel? Because that was a great song.
Greatest Day.
Greatest Day.
It was a remix version.
Of the original songs this year, that one, and
it's not an original song.
Oh, okay, well, whatever. The one
it's like a club banger.
That and Bricks by Andra Day from Exhibiting Forgiveness I've listened to so much from this year. But yeah,
I really enjoyed it. I know Mikey Madison. Between her and Demi Moore, whoever wins Best Actress, I'm okay with it. If Mikey wins, I'm fine with it. If Demi wins, I'm okay with it. But she goes for it here. It's a very fun situational comedy. The house invasion, that is funny. Yuri Borisov, the guy who plays Toros, Mark Edelson as Yvonne, which he's great, but I really hated him.
He's a douche.
The minute he just
it's a great performance. I don't think there's enough talk right now about how there should be more acknowledgement on how good that performance is as a villain, that you see him as the villain the second time you watch it.
He is pretty much a villain for the 3 times they've seen it.
I love that people call him
very good situational
Russian Timothée Chalamet because he looks almost identical to him.
He does look like him. Yeah. Some very great situational humor. Also, Lindsay Normington is Diamond. Her few scenes
Oh, that
funny.
was great.
Get the fuck out of my private, bitch. I'm like, uh,
Don't be jealous, bitch. Go on, honey.
and then the parents, that scene on the airplane was very great. She's like, be a fucking man and talk to me.
The
That
mom
moment
was.
sold me
I
the trailer.
hated the mom. I hated her.
I w-
She was
I've
perfect.
never wanted to do. I want to do some drive-by parenting to that mom.
Ooh,
But
yeah.
also Igor, I liked it, loved him as a character.
Oh, Yuri
Yeah.
Borzov. Yeah, fucking great actor.
Yeah, and he was more respectful to Honora more than Vanya. Also, the ending, I had to sit on the movie
Mic drop.
after my first time watching it. That
Yeah.
was a very good ending. I know some people are confused with the ending, but I appreciate the fact that after everything she's been through, he doesn't want a transaction from her. He just wants to see her for what she is. I
He's
very much
giving-
like that
Yeah.
ending.
He's giving her
It's-
human
he's giving her
compassion in a
It-
business
Human
that-
compassion.
It's how I feel about the decision to leave ending, where it leaves
Yeah.
you with this feeling of, oh, I guess this is life now. We have to move on from this moment. And it's just like, yo, it's good shit.
But you know what's beautiful about a movie like Honora, though, is that you have that thought of like, yeah, in the moment you're devastated, and then you really think on it, and like, you know, Honora's going to be off screen is going to be just fine. Going
Yeah.
forward, off
Yeah,
screen, the
she's
movie's
gonna be
gonna-
okay.
Yeah, and that's
And
where
that last shot when he hugs her and she just
Mm.
breaks down. I'm like,
Oh.
I feel bad for her. Yes, she's the character. She does make some decisions. She's not the best, but she's a third. Also, there's some
But you
great
never
moments.
pity her,
Like I
though.
said, the
You feel
house
that-
invasion.
Yeah, you feel bad for
Yeah.
her, but she's always in control. That's
Yeah,
the
you
thing that's
never
really-
pity her.
Yeah,
The house invasion. She's fighting Igor, and then she just kicks the one guy into the
kicks him in
table.
the face. And then
Like, you
freaking
can't-
concussion
you
where the
broke
guy's
my
just
nose.
puking everywhere. Just getting worse
Also-
and worse, and they're not taking him to a hospital.
Yeah. Also, the scene at the restaurant where they're talking, and then Toros is like, "What is wrong with you people? You in my generation." I'm like, I love that. The scenes at the dance club, they're entertaining to watch. Pretty much, you take Pretty Woman, a Cinderella story, a mix of Showgirls a little bit in terms of the
Mhm.
entire
A little bit.
dancing. If Showgirls was a maid with more competency. But also it has a great turn. It goes from a situational comedy to going into a very heartbreaking film. Another great moment, Honora beats the shit out of Diamond, which I'm like, thank you.
Oh, it's
please.
great.
Just a great film, and I'm glad it's getting the Criterion release because,
great.
especially with director commentaries and
The best
scene on the plane
review
when she
I've ever-
agrees.
Mhm.
When she just says to Vanya that I'm glad to be divorcing you
Right.
because you're pathetic, I'm like,
Uh,
I couldn't.
love it. And the best review I've ever heard for Honora, and then we got to get to your one, man, because it's getting late.
Yeah, it is
best
getting
rev-
late.
The best review I've heard from Honora is this great YouTube channel. If you haven't watched it, subscribe right now. It's called In Frame Out. It's a really
Yeah.
good. I'm a patron on it. It's a great channel. I'm in the credits every week. They did a video on the best films of the year, and I believe it's number 3 or number 2 was Honora. Or no, it was number 6. My bad, it was number 6. And there's a part in the video where the reviewer sums it up with, Honora is a Cinderella story for people who wished that that Prince Charming would pay for services rendered and then leave Cinderella the fuck alone. Perfect. Just
Yeah.
The way I described it to people was it's basically a Disney princess movie for disenfranchised Gen Zers who realize that they're not going to be able to ever experience that type of story. So it's like that. It's like got a nihilism to it, but it also has like a honest, raw heart
It's-
to it as well.
It's Cinderella, if the Cinderella you're referring to is not the cartoon Cinderella or the Lily James Cinderella, but the Cinderella from Escape from Tomorrow.
I could see what you
Yeah.
mean by that. Yes, maybe a little bit, a little more heart into it, but yeah, I know
Well,
what the
yeah,
fuck
it's less
you
cynical,
mean.
but like,
Yeah,
I do love that movie though.
that's
Yes.
a movie that I think more people
Overall,
should talk about. It's cool.
Yeah.
yeah. Overall, a lot of great moments. Honora, fantastic.
Yeah.
You could take your scarf and take your coat too. That was hilarious. But my number one, this is the one that since I've seen it in 2023, I said this is going to be my best of the decade. Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse. You
Awesome.
take
Okay,
everything that was built
it's a
from Into the
banger.
Spider-Verse, and they just not only did it just as good, but even better. Now,
It's a great middle chapter
I
trilogy.
now I do want to see how Beyond the Spider Verse wraps this up because Beyond the Spider Verse is going to bring it home, and plus with a lot they're talking about with it, especially with what's going to happen, especially Miles having to make a choice to save the Spider Verse or save his parents. It's going to get pretty dark.
The
It's going to get
Prowler
pretty
thing. Oh
emotional.
my, the Prowler twist.
It's going to get it's
Oh.
going to get pretty it's going to get pretty intense for the final chapter in the series, even though Spider Gwen is getting her own spin-off film. But if you play your cards right with Beyond the Spider Verse, this is going to go down as the
Yeah,
greatest animated superhero trilogy
Oh,
yeah.
we've ever had.
I could say I would argue two probably greatest, one of the greatest superhero trilogies in general because
yeah.
they have a hard time making three good superhero films. So I think that this one
Hmm.
will go down as quality. You might convince me. I might watch it again. I haven't seen it since it came out in theaters. I just remember
But
that it
yes,
got me.
Nolan
It got me
almost
a
did it
lot of.
before Dark Knight Rises came out. And then
It's IG. It's the tweet that I got put in IGN for that got a lot of people in my fucking in my replies calling me a dumb bitch because I said that it was a trans story. It's
well, it
good.
is. She has a protect
It's a good
trans kids
trans movie.
poster on the.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And also the
but
color
yeah,
grading of the whole scene, like come on. Like everyone's trying to tell me that it's not. It's like come on. Like it's a movie about hidden identities. Like I
The
think
use
that's
of
what they're
color.
talking about.
The use of
Yeah.
color in scenes too. The contrast.
the animation is
Yeah.
fantastic. The
So
voice
beautiful.
acting was incredible.
Yeah.
Shamik Moore and Haley Steinfeld, they both commit. Everyone commits here.
Yeah.
Even though
It's,
I cannot stand Miguel O'Hara in this movie. But
oh yeah.
I'm willing to see how he does in Beyond the Spider Verse. Maybe he'll change his tune.
I love that
But
they repurposed canon events into like actual movie plot points too in that movie.
yeah,
Like,
I
it's
really
great.
like that too. Some people say it's just the lowest common denominator, especially when Miles says, "I'm going to do my own thing." I'm like, it's not my problem if you
Yeah.
don't enjoy it as much. But this is a great sequel. I still need to
Yeah.
get this on physical media, this and the first movie, but I can't wait for Beyond the Spider Verse. I don't care if it's
Gonna
2026. I don't care if it's
take your time.
2027.
Make it great.
Just take your time.
Yeah.
I'm not signing up for a Spider Verse trilogy with a third entry that's a rush paint job. I
Yeah.
want you to take your time, get me emotional in that third movie. I want to get emotional when I see it.
Speaking of Shamik Moore, if you want to get a good taste of his early career, also a really underrated indie movie from about 10 years ago that Spike Lee produced called Dope, which is great.
Oh, he is in Dope. You're right.
He's
That's
the
a
lead in
crazy
Dope.
movie.
I love that film. But overall, those Across the Spider Verse, amazing animated masterpiece.
I
It
can
It may
see
not win
that.
the best
Yeah.
animated feature, but it is a winner to me.
Great movie. And
I liked it. I had
But-
so much fun seeing it,
the
and
Family Guy Spider-Man Easter egg, especially, was just everybody gets one.
Yeah, I saw it 3 times.
Me too.
In 2023, and I loved it. I don't see. The one criticism I'll give you is that yes, the beginning starts out with Gwen, but I like that. It
I
gives,
love that.
gives
I
her
don't
more of
know.
a character.
I'm gonna be real with you. Everyone hates on that shit, but I find maybe
That
it's
was
just who
beautiful.
I am. The Gwen storyline is the best part of the whole fucking movie to me. I think it's the most profound part of the film, and like I like all the other stuff, but her
Yeah,
storyline is the most interesting, deep part of it. And
and
people hating on it,
yeah,
they just want to hate
I
on what
love.
it means.
Also,
and
after Beyond, we're getting a Spider Gwen spinoff, which is great too.
I'm
I'm
looking forward
down.
to it, especially with Haley Steinfeld taking over with her
Mm.
and different Spider Woman. But I do think there's a more they're gonna touch on with Gwen and Miles in the third movie, and I can't wait to see what they do. So
You know the
Beyond the
best.
Spider Verse, you have a lot to live up to for the
Hmm.
final film in the trilogy.
Fantastic movie. You know what? You know what's funny? I saw it twice in the opening weekend. The first time I saw it was the first showing. My friend, my best friend in the world, who moved away, best friend since we were 5, came back into town. And I said, "Oh, hey, you want to go see a movie?" I'm like, "Yeah." He goes, "What do you see?" I'm like, "Man, I've seen everything." He goes, "What do you want to see?" He goes, "I know you already saw it. It's like yesterday. Would you want to go see Across the?" I'm like, "Hell yes." He didn't even finish. Like, "Hell yes, I want to see Across the Spider-Verse again." And I literally, when the movie was winding down, the last 3 minutes, I turned to my friend, I turned to him, and when the cliffhanger happened, when it cut to black, I literally saw his face
That
go,
cliffhanger was like
"What?
that
What?
cliffhanger was
No!"
awesome.
Just, oh man, he's what? Just, oh my god. The only time I think that happened outside of that recently is I took my buddy Ryan the second time theatrically to see Late Night with the Devil, and I watched his face when the ending happened, and his head exploded. He looked like, "Dude, what the fuck?" And he says, "What the fuck?" I mean, it was great. Don't give it was a great movie. What the fuck? He's just like, really? Like, what do you think? I loved it, but what the fuck, man? Fantastic.
But yeah,
Our,
that is my best of the decade.
Yeah.
And with that, that's all she wrote. Thank you all for watching our year in review, our 4-part year in review. This has been so much fun. I love doing these. It's wonderful, and you all are wonderful for watching it. Thank you so much for being in the chat. Thank you so much. We got some reviews coming up in the next couple days. We got Wish You Were Here coming up. We got Hard Truths coming up. We got Presents coming up. So a lot of good stuff coming up. And thank you, Josh. Epictastic Josh. Thank you so much for coming. Becca, Harleen, thank you so much for coming. Subscribe to these
Yeah,
fine
glad
folks.
to be here.
Yeah, I knew I was gonna do one of these, and to be honest with you, it's good I didn't do any to do with like this year of film, and I think a
Yeah.
lot of it too is I saw a lot less movies this year because I didn't
saw
do
a
any
lot
of the
more movies this year.
I
saw
didn't do any of the
400 movies.
festivals, so I felt
Yeah.
like when my list of the best of the year happened, I was like, it feels really weak. Like there's a lot of great stuff on there, but there isn't like a lot. So it's good I didn't do any of those because I couldn't have told you best or worst.
I have a top 65 this year.
Yeah,
That's how
I
good
had a
this year
hard
has been
time
for
doing
me.
15 because the 15 I have is bridging into the 4 out of 5 stars for this year. Like it's genuinely like not the greatest year, but that's also because like
I
a lot of
disagree.
stuff didn't
I
get
think
to
this is
me.
a great year for movies.
Oh,
You
I
just have
think
to
it's a
look
good
for 'em.
year. I just think a lot didn't
Yeah.
get to me. In terms of like I wasn't able to see a lot, and that's kind of
But keep in mind, because of my criteria, so a good chunk of the movies were at festivals or elsewhere last year and the year before. Like
yeah. Like you
North
have a few of
Normal
them
and
that
People's Joker. Yeah.
I wouldn't have put People's Joker and Hundreds of Beavers and all those and Aggro Drift because I already saw those, so
Yeah.
I wouldn't have counted them.
Also, North of Normal, if I was doing a top 50 of the decade, would probably be on there because I think that's deeply underrated, and I just love that movie. But yeah, it's we've had great Canadian movies this decade. We've also had really shitty ones like Autumn and the Black Jaguar, but even those are kind of
Yeah.
But anyway, take care to everyone. Have a good night. We gotta go, or else I literally will run out of hours.
Your parents are gonna kick your ass. They're gonna come in and beat your ass.
It's too bad. It's gonna Mickey Mouse is gonna finally come and go. Ho ho! Get on all fours. Oh, by the way, you know what was for those wondering, for number 11 on my worst of the decade list, it's the honorable mention is Mufasa the Lion King, because
Yeah.
fucking wasting Barry Jenkins' time. That man is.
I don't know. I feel like it's a good thing Sarah Polley dropped out of the Bambi movie because I feel like that I feel like she got a warning that it was gonna kill her fucking career,
Oh,
and she's like, "Nah, don't want to do it."
Speaking of honorable mentions, Women Talking is another one.
Yes,
But
that was a great screening. I was sitting there with a bunch of other women. It's just one of those movies where
I had a bad screening.
It was great.
The movie was great, but the people behind me were not. They were assholes.
Yeah,
but,
no one was talking. Everyone was listening. But I also think it was because it was a screening with Sarah Pauli. So everyone's like, okay, we're not going to fucking talk when she's presenting this movie to us.
The group behind me were like middle-aged people who laughed at every time they mentioned rape. Like, go fuck yourself.
Really?
Yeah.
Go fuck.
When that's like the point of the movie.
Matter.
No, and it's also, that's this new trend I've noticed in cinema screenings too, where like, assholes laugh at things that are dark and disturbing, like really loudly. Like they laugh, like they're finding joy in it. Like it's really. I've seen movies where they've had racism, where people, like the bad guys, will use racial slurs and people will laugh like, huh. It's like, go fuck yourselves, you pieces of shit. But that's why I love the Draft House. No talking, no cell phones. Bless you.
All theaters. I wish all theaters would take notes from Alamo Draft House, because put your damn cell phone. Take your damn cell phones and put them in your pocket.
It's great, and then also
stick them up your ass.
The best one is, I think it was when I saw It's Such a Beautiful Day, which is now one of my favorite movies.
Oh yeah, it's good. It's dark.
It's great. It's now see, that's one of the best movies I've ever seen about life and the meaning of it. And no, but I saw that, and they did the Don't Talk, but it was Pam Grier, and she was talking about like, if you talk, I'm gonna kick your ass, motherfucker.
It's a coffee shit, yeah.
It's right, like he's Foxy Brown again, like, or Jackie Brown, like if you talk, I'm gonna kick your ass. He goes, it's like, can I say motherfucker? And he goes, well, you already did. He goes, if you talk, I'll kick your ass, motherfucker. Don't talk, like, listen to Pam. Don't talk or text. I'm like, hell yeah, yes, Miss Greer, the queen, yes, fucking great actor. Absolutely, I'm not gonna talk. I heard you, Pam Grier. It's all good. Don't kick my ass. I know. Don't kick my honky ass. Everything will be fine. Yeah, that's what I yell when I play Grand Theft Auto 5 now. Is I say, "Eat my ass, cracker," to the cop when they chase me. No, but all right, that is it. We're gonna call it a night. Thank you all for watching, and thank you all for coming. That's what she said. And goodbye. Night, everyone.
Take care.
Bye.
Watch Anora.
Yes, Jesus, watch Anora.